Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is true potential in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 121, Matches and Anticipation. You three ready? Naruto asked. The Uzumaki stood by the door to the hallway as Katsumi, Kanji, and Hanabi stood in front of him. All three were dressed for combat and had all their weapons, sealing tags, soldier pills, and any other tools they would need. They each nodded their heads as Katsumi took a step forward for the three. Ready as we'll ever be, she stated. Is this the part where you give us some cheesy, sentimental speech to motivate us to do our best? Kanji asked, raising an eyebrow. Naruto snorted as he shook his head. I'll save the sentimental bullshit for when we get there. For now, let's start going. The Uzumaki's words were cut short by a knock on the door. Naruto turned his head back to the door and opened it, revealing Hinata standing outside with a smile on her face. Managed to catch you all before you left, huh? She said, smiling. Guess you did. Naruto said with a chuckle. You caught us on our way out, though. I figured. Can I borrow Hanabi for a moment, though? Hinata asked. Huh? Hanabi blinked in response. Yeah, sure. Naruto nodded his head as he turned his head to face Katsumi and Kanji. Let's get a head start. They nodded their heads back. He then turned to face Hanabi. We'll be outside, all right? Okay. Hanabi nodded her head. Naruto turned his head back to Hinata, smirking slightly. Don't keep my student for too long, all right? Before she's your student, she's my sister. Hinata reminded, smirking back. I won't be long. Promise. All right. Naruto nodded his head before leaning towards her, giving her a quick kiss that she reciprocated. Love you. Love you too. Hinata replied, before leaning towards his ear and whispering, good luck yourself today, okay? Stay safe. You as well. Naruto replied. With those words, Naruto walked out of the room. Katsumi and Kanji followed behind, waving goodbye to Hanabi and Hinata, before following their sensei out of the door. The two Hyuga sisters were left alone at the entrance to the apartment. Are you ready, Hanabi? Hinata asked. I believe so. Hanabi admitted, her hands tightening, although, I won't lie that I'm anxious. Hinata giggled in response, you should be. No one should feel fully prepared for this kind of mission. So are you, then? Hanabi asked. Hinata nodded her head, which caused Hanabi's eyes to narrow slightly. I'm sure you're less anxious than me, though. This is now the fourth invasion you've been a part of. Fourth, huh? Hinata blinked for a second before sighing, ah. The invasion on Konoha, the Kiri invasion, the Taki invasion, and now this. I guess Naruto-kun, Shikamaru-kun, Anko-sensei, and I are bad luck for any shinobi village we visit together, huh? Hanabi did not reply, only looking down. The two sisters remained still for a few seconds until Hinata reached into her pocket. The action drew Hanabi's attention as she focused on her, only watching her pull out a sealing tag with the Uzumaki clan symbol printed neatly on it. Is that a seal? Hanabi asked. Hinata nodded her head. Naruto-kun made it for me back right before the Kirigakure invasion. He said if I ever was in trouble, I could channel chakra and activate it. I never ended up using it, though, and it's been with me ever since. A small chuckle escaped her lips as her fingers gently rubbed the paper. I know he intended on me using it, but it felt more powerful just having it on me, you understand. It's been a good luck charm, I suppose. Before Hanabi could ask any questions about the seal, Hinata then extended her hand forward, holding out the sealing paper. Hanabi's eyes widened in response. Why? She asked. You said you're anxious, right? Hinata said, smiling in response. Having it on me has helped me feel more confident. I think it could do the same for you. Hanabi shook her head, but it's yours. Naruto-sensei gave it to you. I can't accept it. Her sister shook her head, chuckling, I'm sure he'd understand. Besides, you don't have to use it if you don't feel the need. It's a matter of self-confidence, you know. Her smile widened. I want you to feel confident, Hanabi. I know you are capable of anything you put your mind to, and I know you'll make it through this mission. So if having my sealing tag makes you feel even a little more confident, then take it, okay? Hanabi was quiet once more, her eyes focusing on the sealing tag before darting back to her sister. After a few more seconds, she finally reached out and took the sealing tag. She ran her hand down the paper before putting it in her pocket. I'll make sure to give this back to you when the invasion's over, Hanabi said, smiling back. Thank you, Hinata-san. If you need to activate it, go ahead. Otherwise, I'd appreciate that, Hinata said, chuckling slightly. Hinata was about to turn away and head on out, but Hanabi cleared her throat, drawing attention back to her. Hinata-san, when this is all over, can I ask for a spar from you? She asked. Huh? Hinata blinked in response, sure. But why? I want to see exactly where I stand compared to you, Hanabi admitted, her hands tightening. I want to better understand so I can see where I'm behind so I can get better. Her eyes then narrowed, and I want to fully understand how different we are so I can figure out how to differentiate myself further from you. It was Hinata's turn to be quiet for a moment as she processed her sister's words. After a few seconds, she started to giggle to herself. Hanabi blinked in response. Sorry. She mumbled as she tried to compose herself. I just found that sort of amusing, thinking you'd ask something like that, when only a few years ago, I thought you were ahead of me. You're joking, right? Hanabi asked, blinking, before shaking her head. Do I even need to list all of your accomplishments or rank or skills? How could you think you're behind my skill level? That's us talking about now. But back when I was still in the academy? That was a different story, Hinata admitted. Hanabi tilted her head slightly, which caused Hinata to look back at her sister with a confused expression. Do you really not remember you beating me in spars? Well, yeah, but... Hanabi's words started to drag on slightly. And right now, I wouldn't consider you behind. We have two different skill sets, Hinata said before smiling gently at her sister, but if you want to spar and get a better idea of where you stand with your own strengths, I'm more than happy and willing to do so. Hanabi was quiet for a moment as she stared at Hinata. She looked at her own hands for a moment before shaking her head, first Kanji-kun and Katsumi-chan, then Naruto-sensei, and now Hinata-san. I keep having to get told this same thing from others. Her hands tightened, but that's the last time I'm hearing it. I'll hold you to it, then. When we're back at home, Hanabi said, bowing her head slightly. Before Hinata could bow back in response, Hanabi rushed forward, hugging her sister. Hinata quickly returned the hug back in response. Neither girl said anything for a moment. They knew they would bid each other farewell to one another, wishing each other luck in the invasion. But for now, they simply held on to one another, enjoying the other's presence for the moment. Kyumegakure's Dengo Reigo Stadium, the designated locale for the Kyumegakuure Chunin exam's third stage, was situated in the middle of a large, gray storm cloud that was level with the ground of Kyumegakure's village. Just like the Reiun Fields, it was stabilized by the Shodei Reikage with his weather release and was now a permanent locale for Kyumo. And once again, just like the Reiun Fields, it was the perfect spot for the third exams. The storm cloud around the stadium rumbled loudly as thunder crashed every 10 seconds, and the sky was bright as lightning seemed to perpetually travel through it. Naruto and his genin team stared at the cloud, their eyes following the lightning. Climbing up a rope ladder to get to the Reiun Fields was one thing, but simply walking into a storm cloud is unnerving, Kanji admitted, rubbing the back of his head. I know the village is called Kyumegakuure and all, but this just feels excessive. Honestly. After this, I feel like Archunin exam stadium is too boring. When I become Hokage, I'm gonna try and spice it up a bit, Naruto noted, closing his eyes in thought. Add some permanent flames to surround it, maybe? Make people really feel like they're in the true Hi-no-Kuni. As the group remained outside, they watched a few shinobi walk directly into the clouds. Hanabi cleared her throat, drawing attention to her. Is it really even safe for people to be attending the exams this year? She asked. Naruto shook his head. It's not. That's why no civilians will be in attendance this year. Barred purchase for tickets. Only people there today are going to be shinobi, with some of them disguised as civilians. Do you have any advice for us? Katsumi asked. I've already said it, but remember that in the end, the exam part of this doesn't matter. So don't waste too much of your chakra. Naruto said, crossing his arms. I'm not saying throw your fights or anything, but don't put too much energy into the tournament. Yeah, we weren't planning on throwing. Katsumi shook her head, her hands tightening, at the very least, not in our first match. Ah. Naruto's eyes widened as he recalled who his team was facing first, Team Ebisu. He nodded his head in understanding. Again, don't waste too much energy or chakra, but go ahead and knock some sense into Kano Amaru if you can. He needs to get brought out of the rut he's in, probably by force. We will do what we can with that. Hanabi said, her eyes narrowing. Anyway, as for the invasion after, help out in whatever way you can. Just be smart about it. Naruto said. Default to anyone higher ranked than you, unless you know their orders are shit orders. I'd trust all of your judgments on that one. And make sure stay away from any enemy that's out of your league. He sighed as he crossed his arms, and trust me, I know you three are strong. After all the time we've had training, and all the time you all spent with the Toads, I'd say you three are well past Chunin level. But again, just be smart about the enemy. Akatsuki is going to be on a whole other level. So, stay away from anyone who you can tell is too strong and help out where you can most help out. The three genin nodded their heads in understanding. Naruto stood still for a moment before he walked over to the three and pulled them into a group hug, which they quickly reciprocated. I trust all of you to be smart. You're all my students, after all. The three of you are infinitely smarter than I was as a bratty genin. Naruto said with a smile as he tightened his hug, so don't die, alright? We won't. Kanji said, smiling back. We'll be heading back to Konoha with you. You stay safe yourself. Hanabi added, you're going to be fighting enemies a lot stronger than we plan on, so you have to be careful too, alright? I will be. Naruto said. I promise. Team 9 broke up their group hug. They then turned their heads towards the giant storm cloud. Katsumi, Kanji, and Hanabi all started to take their first steps. We'll see you when this is over. Katsumi stated, giving her sensei a thumbs up, even if the actual tournament is meaningless, watch us in our fight. We plan on kicking ass still. With that proclamation, the three genin walked into the storm cloud. Naruto stood outside, waving at them for a second before he turned his attention upwards. Hanabi is right. I got a task to do as well. He told himself, taking in a deep breath. Alright. Let's do this shit. Naruto put his hands in his pockets as he started to walk around the storm cloud, looking to meet with the other Jonin sensei for the genin teams before they all walked in together. Got to say, Oyashiro-san, you've more than earned your money. Black Zetsu noted. Oya's hero smirked in response. The two figures watched by the entrance to Kyumegakuer as members of Akatsuki's numbers, a Megakuer shinobi, missing ninja, Akatsuki contacts, and Oyashiro's assets, entered the village openly. While they all were dressed in shinobi uniforms of the various major shinobi villages, not a single Kyumo shinobi in charge of guard duty seemed to be paying any attention to them. It helps that you got one of my best assets working frontline in this mission. Oya's hero stated, gesturing towards one of his shinobi. Kurama Yakumo stood by the gate, dressed in a fake Kyumegakuer shinobi uniform, making a hand sign. Zetsu's eyes narrowed on her for a moment before chuckling. The last I had checked, the Kurama clan's bloodline has been long gone. Black Zetsu stated. White Zetsu chuckled, how'd you end up finding this one? I got a tip about a girl with a Kekii Genkai who was being locked away near the outskirts of Konoha because she was supposedly unstable. Went on a little trip to see if there was some merit to the rumors and I found her. Oya's hero said, adjusting his sunglasses, when I first met her, though, she was in pretty bad physical condition though. Luckily for me, I happened to be pretty good at medical ninjutsu, so once I got her body all situated, she became a perfect bodyguard for me. He chuckled loudly as he crossed his arms, She may seem quiet and uncaring, but deep down, she's a real sick fucker. I don't know what exactly, but she's got something going on in her brain and it makes her even more deadly. Well, she's definitely made things convenient for us. Her genjutsu is making getting our forces in super easy. White Zetsu stated. Another reason why hiring my services is always the correct option. Oya's hero noted as he started to walk off towards the exam stadium. Anyway, I kinda want to watch this shamble of a Chunin exams, so that's where I'm heading. Please communicate to your leader that most of my assets are replaceable, but Naoki, Yakumo, and Chino are not amongst that list. If any of those three die, the amount of money your organization will owe me shall know no limit. Before Zetsu could reply, Oya's hero raised his hand and waved goodbye. The plant-like creature stood still, watching the man walk away, until he was gone out of sight. The space next to Zetsu opened up in a spiral-like fashion, revealing Obito. The masked Akatsuki member focused intently in the direction Oya's hero walked off, and while Zetsu continued to laugh to itself. It's almost cute how he thinks he can make any threat towards us. White Zetsu noted. Black Zetsu nodded his head in agreement. Men like him, who think they are the smartest and most dangerous person in the room, are so useful to keep around. Their content being, the one in control, when they can actually be replaced with a flick of the wrist. Indeed. Obito said, crossing his arms, I know that man is planning something. Once this invasion is over, it would probably be in our best interest to kill him. Assuming he doesn't die during it, of course. He turned his head towards Zetsu. Keep me updated if you notice anything of worth, Zetsu. I have a few more last-minute preparations to make before the invasion kicks off. With those words, Obito disappeared once again in a spiraling vortex, leaving Zetsu by itself. The creature responded by sinking into the earth, moving on with its own mission. Inside the storm cloud was a large stadium that was teeming with shinobi, who were walking around and beginning to take seats in their assigned seats. At the top of the stadium was a raised platform where the 5 Kage sat down, alone, without any bodyguards. Everyone is in position. He said, bringing his hands together, I have my troops spread out throughout the village in all the key locations. Once this invasion starts in any capacity, we'll be ready. Uchiha Itaka's plan noted that the Akatsuki was going to attack during the final match. Mei noted, do we believe they'll stick with that plan, knowing it was leaked? Jiraiya shook his head, I doubt it, but I also doubt they'll attack early. They'll probably attack during the semi-finals. That would make sense. Gaara nodded his head before turning to E. Have any suspicious travelers arrived yet? No. The Raikage shook his head, I do have shinobi patrolling the village looking for them, but I wouldn't expect Akatsuki to show any signs of arrival until they appear. They'll all mostly descend at the same time. Kuratsuka's eyes turned to Gaara, you and the rest of the Jinchuriki are ready, right? As ready as we can be. Gaara said. The five remained silent for a moment as they watched the stadium start to fill up. After a few more minutes, he pulled himself up from his seat. All right, time to begin this farce. He told himself as he walked to the edge of the platform and looked down upon the attendees. He cleared his throat before his eyes narrowed and he began to channel chakra to his throat. Good morning everyone, and welcome to the Chunin exams. Let us not waste any time and begin the third stage of our Chunin exams. What the hell? Kuratsuka's eyes widened as she brought her hands to her ears. Why is he screaming like that? Loud men like that are really annoying. Mei shook her head, her hands on her ears as well. There's no need for that. Gaara mentally hissed, trying to block out the screams of Shikaka within his mind. God damn it, E. Jiraiya scowled. Fucking hell, why is he so loud? Naruto groaned. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki had entered the auditorium alongside the other Jonin sensei, Anko, Ebisu, Temari, Misora, Risho, Karen, and Tango, and had taken seats alongside them. And, just like him, all 8 sensei were rubbing their ears in pain. I know he's just projecting his voice so everyone can hear him, but that's unnecessary. Really unnecessary. Anko hissed. You think this is loud? Tango asked, crossing his arms as he scowled, because imagine him doing this voice projection when he's angry. His scowl deepened, I used to work in the Kumo communications department, and God forbid if any of us fucked up something. I think he did permanent danger to my ears. Misora brought a hand to her chin and thought, Doso could learn something from him, then. Stop. Don't wish that evil into this world. Anko turned her head towards the Kiri Jonin, glaring at her. Sparring with that guy is already hell as is just because of how bad my ears are ringing after the fact. Do not give him any ideas on how to make that even worse. The group grew quiet as they focused on the stadium's battleground. B and Yujito walked forward from an opening on the ground level. The Kumo shinobi in attendance proceeded to scream loudly in cheers at the sight of the two Jinchuriki. B. Killer B. There's our Jinchuriki. Killer B's about to do a performance, I just know it. Yujito, step on me. Who said that? Keep your pants on, bastard. Naruto shouted as he looked around the stadium, looking for the horny bastard. He could not tell, however, as the various Kumo shinobi all continued to cheer. What an absolutely vulgar thing to say about such a beautiful lady. Ebisu exclaimed with a huff, his eyes glued on Yujito. You know what, at least that horny bastard was honest. Meanwhile, closet perverts probably drooling at the thought of her and him. Naruto sighed, shaking his head at his fellow Konoha Jonin. The two exam proctors finally arrived in the center of the battleground. Yujito, with a scowl on her face, proceeded to explain the rules of the tournament to the crowd, while B would occasionally interrupt to throw in his lyrical insight about the competition. After their explanation finished, they called forth the first two teams for the first match, Team Misora, of Kirigakure, versus Team Risho, of Iwagakure. Which team is going to win? Naruto asked, eyeing both Misora and Risho. Kawada-sans. Risho replied with a chuckle, the team I'm watching over intends on throwing. They want to preserve their chakra and physical strength. Then yes, mine shall win. Misora nodded her with a chuckle, I doubt my team would try too hard in the exam, but they'd definitely put on enough to entertain. I think that means they'll win their first round. Feels sorta odd to think that a lot of these matches are going to be like this, huh? Naruto noted, crossing his arms, most of the teams trying to just throw matches or just put in minimal effort to preserve strength. I mean, it makes the most sense. Temari admitted, I mean, if you knew about our planned invasion on Konoha, do you think you would have actually fought as hard as you did during your third stage of the exams? Naruto rubbed the back of his head in response, probably not. He then turned to Risho with a chuckle, maybe against you, though. Maybe I'd half-ass my fight with Kurotsuki, but I'd definitely have given you a real fight. You were a dick back then and needed an ass-kicking. The Kurogane took a deep breath in before sighing. Little bit sick of hearing jokes about me being an asshole, but I'll accept that one from you. Naruto grinned in response, which caused Risho's eyes to narrow and his hand to go the scabbard at his side, just. 1. Now drop it. The group grew quiet as the three Iwagakure Genin and the three Kirigakure Genin took the battlefield. Yujito signaled for the fight to begin. Despite not knowing either sets of Genin and their capabilities, Naruto could tell that all 6 Genin were not giving their all. They were giving a good show, displaying near equal skill with shuriken and kunao, taijutsu, and basic jutsu that they threw at one another, but neither team appeared to be really trying to take advantage of openings in the enemy's movements, nor were they making an effort to cover their own openings. As both Risho and Misora stated, they were simply acting out their part and giving a fight. They were not remotely trying to win. After a couple minutes of consistent even fighting, one of the Kirigakure Genin, a boy in a skin-tight blue shirt and white pants, wearing goggles over his eyes, made hand signs before bringing his right hand to his mouth. His two teammates jumped behind as he started to breathe out. Boyle style, encroaching mist. The boy released out a large mist from his mouth that expanded into a large wall that slowly inched forward. As the mist connected with the ground, it started to sizzle, causing some of the rocks on the ground to melt. And that's game. The boy noted with a chuckle as he pocketed his hands. I'd surrender now. I'm not going to call off the jutsu until you all do, and I'd really like to not melt you all to death. Ah, that must be the Boyle release user I heard about. Karen noted, rubbing her chin slightly, Is he related to your Mizukage? Tangentially. I'm certain somewhere in their lineage, they're cousins, but neither Maesama nor Kinosaka-san would claim a close relation to one another. Misora answered. She then turned to Risho once again. Kurogane-san, do any of your genin know how to use fire release jutsu? Fire release is actually the elemental affinity of my team's ace, Geikaoi. Risho answered as his eyes moved towards the Soul Kunoichi on the IWA team, a girl with white hair and blue eyes, wearing a sleeveless dark brown shirt with visible mesh armor underneath and tight gray pants. Then she'd be able to counter this rather easily. I can tell that Kainotaka-san did not put nearly as much chakra as he could in that jutsu. Misora noted, crossing her arms. I suppose the question is if she will actually respond. The three Uegaku shared a look between one another before turning towards the oncoming wall of boiling mist. Aoi took a step forward and raised her hand, turning her heads towards the proctors. We admit defeat, she announced. And a loss by surrender. That makes Team Misora of Kiri the winner. B declared loudly, generating applause from the audience. Well, it's as you both predicted. Ebisu noted with a chuckle. And on to the next match. Tamari mumbled before turning her head to Anko, her eyebrows raising. The brats I'm training want to surrender in the semi-finals, so they'll definitely give some kind of fight here. Heh. Funny. Anko crossed her arms, smirking in response, cause the brats I've been looking after wanted to surrender in the semi-finals too. Guess we might actually get a decent match out of this next one then. Tango spoke up. Guess we will. Naruto nodded his head, his eyes starting to scan the stands. God, this weight is killing me. Akatsuki, when are you assholes going to act? Looks like the info was right about a boil release user. Good. Oya's hero noted with a smirk. Chino frowned as she watched her master proceed to fan himself with a fan he purchased as he leaned in, his eyes focusing intently on Terumi Kinosaki. She could already see the proverbial yen numbers in Oyashiro's eyes behind his sunglasses, causing her frown to deepen. Within seconds, the frown turned into a smirk as she proceeded to giggle, drawing his attention towards her. The way you're looking at him, it almost looks like you're going to seduce him, not kidnap him. Chino noted. A scowl developed on Oyashiro's face as he dropped his fan, which caused the girl to giggle. Heh, you should see your face. Don't say shit like that. I'm not a pedophile. He hissed. You're right, you're not. Chino nodded her head, a sweet smile developing on her face. You're a family-killing mass murderer, arms dealer, drug dealer, and racketeer, but at the very least, you can go to sleep soundly knowing you're not a pedo, so that means you aren't a bad person. Oya's hero flinched slightly in response. His expression was neutral and his eyes were hidden behind his sunglasses, but Chino knew he was affected by her words. Deep down, Oya's hero thought he was some type of misunderstood genius businessman and not the awful person he actually was. Any opportunity she had to remind him of such was something she had to take. You know, just cause I let you get away with saying shit like that to me, doesn't mean you have a right to. He said, hissing slightly. Chino only giggled in response, causing Oya's hero to sigh and turn his head back to look at the Terumi Genin as he and his team started to walk back to the exit. Found out there's a Hyuga Genin here too. Oya's hero added, crossing his arms, she'd be something I'd like to get my hands on. He then turned to face Chino, perhaps you could teach her the ropes, huh? You'd like a cute little dojutsu Urhei, wouldn't you? Sounds interesting. Chino smiled back in response. Also horrible. Not a chance in hell. I can't wait to see your reaction when we all bail on you. She brought her hand to her chin in thought. Assuming you even live past today, Oya's hero. Her eyes moved towards the cage box, focusing on the Mizukage's image, as an idea enters her mind. Let the second match, between Team Tamari of Tsunagakuer and Team Anko of Konohagakuer, begin. Yujito shouted. As the two separate teams of Genin got into formation, two shinobi started to lean in, watching the match closely. The first was a woman with purple hair styled in a bun and green eyes, wearing a Kiragakuer shinobi uniform. She had an umbrella attached to her back. The second was a man with green shaggy hair and purple eyes, wearing the uniform of a Konohagakuer shinobi. He had an umbrella attached to his stomach and a sword hilt to his side. The two watched Anko's students jump backward. Kazuo released a fire release jutsu right while Tsunmasa and Yuna started to run around the Suna Genin, forming a triangle formation around them. The three Suna Genin jumped aside, barely avoiding the fire, as they all started to channel chakra and breathe out a stream of wind towards each of the Konoha Genin. Their movements are hollow. The Kiri shinobi noted, crossing her arms. Yup. The Konoha shinobi nodded his head in agreement, they're both sandbagging this. But why? She asked, frowning, don't they wish to become Chunin? How the hell should I know, Ajisai? He shrugged his shoulders. Maybe they don't give a shit. His eyes then narrowed slightly, or maybe they know. The two were quiet for a moment, focusing their attention on the battle. The Suna Genin had now taken the initiative, using higher strength wind release jutsus to blow the Konoha shinobi into the air. One of the Suna Genin proceeded to throw senbon at each of the Konoha shinobi, but Yuna clapped her hands and formed barriers of chakra around each of her teammates, keeping them safe. I don't know, Aoi. Ajisai admitted, sighing. I know the plan leaked when that Uchiha associate of Pain Sama's died, but would the Hokage leak everything to the Genin? Potentially generate paranoia amongst them. I mean, that'd be responsible of him. Then again, their current Hokage is Jiraiya. Aoi noted, chuckling, that man doesn't have a responsible bone in his body. It's really a sign of how much that shitty village has fallen. Isn't that village your birth home, though? Ajisai asked, raising her eyebrow. Yeah. He nodded his head, means I know it more than most. That village is a shit show. I can't disagree with that. Ajisai admitted, shaking her head, all the major shinobi villages are horrid. The two were quiet again as they paid attention to the battle. Tsunmasa sent his Kikaicho towards one of the Sunagakuer Genin and landed a hit. The beetles quickly swarmed his body, causing him to scream as he struggled to remove them. If they're trying to preserve their strength for the invasion, then it's all going to be for nothing. Aoi noted. Hell, I bet my students might end up killing all of them. Oboro mentioned that he wanted to attack all the Genin just to torment the youngsters, and knowing Kaguri and Mubi, they'll follow him like the little puppies they are. As long as they stay safe. Ajisai noted. They will. Most of our casualties are going to come from the missing ninja, I think. Aoi said. A grin developed on his face, just imagine, Ajisai. When this thing is all over, we'll be regarded as heroes in a megakur. Our names are going to go down in history for helping lead the invasion against Kumo, and beginning the end of the 5 major shinobi villages. I don't really care about history. Ajisai said, her hands tightening into fists, however, I do care about this mission and making sure Pain Sama's and Konan Sama's ideals finally come to fruition. The two grew quiet once again as their attention turned solely to the match. And another team has long this tango. The victory this time goes to Team Anko. Killer Bee declared. As the crowd started to cheer loudly, Hanabi tilted her head slightly in response, he's referring to Team Anko, right? Yeah, he's just trying to force a stupid rap. Katsumi grumbled. Kanji snorted in response, which caused the brunette to turn to him, how do you even like that shit anyway? Like don't you like puns? I thought you wouldn't respect lazy forced ones. I got puns that are good, and some that sound like shit. The importance is having the confidence to deliver them all one in the same. Kanji noted, grinning in response, B gets that too, which elevates even his worst rhymes to greatness. Why'd I even bother trying to understand? Katsumi sighed as she rolled her eyes. What are you three waiting for? The 3 Genin of Team 9 turned away from the stadium floor in time to see the Genin of Team 6 staring at them. Sarutobi Kano Amuro glared at the 3 as he started to crack his knuckles, while Kazamatsuri Mogi and Ise Udon had concerned looks on their faces as their eyes moved between Team 9 and Kano Amuro. It's going to be our turn. Kano Amuro declared as he turned towards the stairwell down to the arena floor. Don't waste time. Let's get on with this. Don't need to tell us. Katsumi snorted in response. With those words, the 2 Konoha Genin teams walked down the stairs together. As they went down, they passed both Team 8 and Team Tamari, but they ignored both teams as they continued the walk towards their battle. You seem tense, Kano Amaru-san. Kanji noted, his eyebrow raised. Worried about the invasion or something? Of course not. Kano Amaru scoffed in response, that's going to be fine. We're more than ready for that. His eyes narrow further, I'm just ready to get in a good warm-up for it by kicking your asses. Kano Amaru-kun. Hanabi frowned in response. Oh. Katsumi scowled in response, you think you all are going to win, huh? I don't think. I know. He said, his hands tightening. You all better give it your all if you have any hope of keeping up with us. But he only means that metaphorically. Don't give it your full all, of course. Udon spoke up. Kano Amaru turned to his teammate, glaring at him, which caused him to wince. I am mean, because of the invasion of course. Please. He took in a deep breath before he composed himself and glared back at his friend, preserve most of your energy for the invasion. We don't have a need to give it our full all, anyway. Kano Amaru said, shaking his head. Kano Amaru. Mogi scowled in response, please, stop antagonizing them already. Team 9 did not respond, only staring at Kano Amaru as they continued their descent down the stairs. He really isn't acting like himself at all. He's hurt. We all should have done more to help him after Sandaime-sama passed. Hanabi acknowledged, biting down on her lip. But that's not an excuse. Kano Amaru-kun, please. Stop acting so childish right now. Funny. I always remembered him being a really sweet guy, if not a little annoying. Kanji brought his right hand to his chin. Whatever's bothering him, it's not healthy. Guess if we're going to be his opponents, maybe we can help with that. That chip on his shoulder isn't going to get any smaller unless it gets beaten out of him. Katsumi noted, sighing. We won't show everything we can do, but maybe it'd be a good idea to take this fight a bit more seriously than we planned. Pull the stick out of his ass and whack him a few times with it until he finally calms the hell down. The 6 genin remained quiet as they focused on their walk. Seriously? Anko? Anko repeated the name B gave her in disgust, the scowl on her face growing deeper. I don't give a fuck if he's the Raikage's brother or the Hakusabi Jinchuriki, when this is all over, I'm kicking that guy's ass. Mitarashi-san, B-sama is our village's top shinobi. Tango spoke up, scowling, he'll destroy you if you two fight. Fuck off. She hissed, glaring at the Kyumo Jonin-sensei, I'll kick your ass too if you want when this is all over. Tango shook his head, I'd like to see you try dash. Children. Please. Tamari hissed, silencing both Anko and Tango, can we please focus on the next match already? The 8 Jonin-senseis remained quiet as the next 2 teams, Konoha's Team 6 and Team 9, walked out onto the stadium floor. A small grin developed on Naruto's face as he turned to face Ebisu. So, I think my team wants to do well, all things considered. So hopefully your team is ready for a beating. He said with a chuckle. I would hope they would be. My team intends on winning all the matches they actually get to fight. Ebisu admitted, frowning slightly, I just hope they listen to my advice. Naruto raised his eyebrow in response. What you mean? He then focused his attention on Team 6, his eyes narrowing on Kano Amaru. Noticing the scowl on his face, Naruto's eyes widened in understanding, he's taking this too seriously, isn't he? Mogi and Udon understand, but Kano Amaru's too focused on making a good impression. Ebisu stated sharply, crossing his arms, in our last conversation on the subject, I made sure he understood now to go all in during this fight and he seemed to understand. For his sake, I hope he did. Naruto did not say anything in response as his focus on Kano Amaru lightened slightly. For a moment, he saw the image of the young child he met shortly after becoming a genin. He never interacted as much as he would have liked with him, he always did enjoy his presence, and Kano Amaru always did remind him slightly of himself. The image of the young academy student then faded away, replaced with the image of the young genin sobbing loudly at Sarutobi Hiruzen's funeral. He's still hurt. A sigh escaped his lips as he turned his attention back to his team. His eyes briefly flickered to Risho before going, again, back to his team. All Risho needed back then was a good kick in the ass. I hope you all will be able to help Konohamaru the same way. Let the third match, between Team Naruto and Team Ebisu of Konohagakure, begin. Yujito stated. Shadow Clone Jutsu. The moment the match started, Konohamaru created 6 shadow clones. The clones, alongside the original Konohamaru, Mogi, and Udon, spread out rapidly, surrounding Team 9. Hanabi activated her Byakugan. Her eyes focused intently on their foes, noticing each of them reaching into weapon holsters. They're all reaching for shuriken, and I can see them channeling chakra into the shuriken too. She stated. Kanji. Katsumi called out as she ran through hand signs. Already ahead of you. Kanji replied as he reached for sealing tags in his pocket. Konohamaru and his clones, Mogi, and Udon all threw shuriken simultaneously at Team 9. Katsumi slammed her open palms into the ground while Kanji tossed his sealing tags forward. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Earth Style, Mud Wall Jutsu. Fuin Jutsu, Protective Winds. The 19 shuriken flying towards Team 9 multiplied, turning into hundreds of shuriken. Before they could reach their targets, however, a wall of earth rose from the ground shielding the front half of Team 9, while the sealing tags started to emit a flurry of wind that blocked the other half. Half of the shuriken impaled themselves on the earth wall, causing it crack heavily, while the other half of shuriken were blocked by the wind, unable to go further. Damn it! Konohamaru grit his teeth in response before making the Tiger Seal, Fire Style, Fire Dragon Bomb. Konohamaru breathed out a stream of fire from his mouth directly at the earthen wall. Upon contact, the wall started to fall apart. Shit! Katsumi hissed as she grabbed onto Hanabi's shoulder. Both she and Kanji then started to crouch down, as she pulled Hanabi to the ground as well. Earth Style, Headhunter Jutsu. Just as the fire broke through, the 3 genin of Team 9 sank into the ground, causing the fire blast to connect with nothing. Konohamaru scowled in response before turning to Mogi. You're up. He stated sharply. Alright. Mogi nodded her head as she made a series of hand signs, Earth Style, Quake Jutsu. Mogi clapped her hands onto the ground, causing it to shake rapidly. Within a few seconds, the genin of Team 9 were sent flying upward. Heh. Easy. Good job Mogi. Konohamaru smirked at his teammate before he gestured towards Udon. Now, Udon. Ninja art, dripping nose. After making a hand sign, water tendrils developed from Udon's nose and quickly rushed towards Katsumi, Kanji, and Hanabi. The tendrils surrounded them, trapping them inside for a few seconds, before the 3 genin began to fall apart, reduced to stones and dirt. Earth clones. Udon's eyes widened. How did my jutsu not pull out the real ones? Mogi asked, frowning. That Konohamaru's words died on his lips as he noticed small holes in the ground starting to open. Everyone, jump. Ninja art, poison darts jutsu. Sharp, dart-shaped poison needles flew from the ground towards the members of Team 6. Konohamaru, Udon, and 4 of Konohamaru's shadow clones were able to jump away in time, but the remaining clones and Mogi were all hit by multiple stray poison darts. The clones all dissipated upon contact while Mogi began to hiss as she felt the world around her starting to spin. On cue, the genin of Team 9 emerged from the earth. Hebihiro had now extended his head slightly from his position on Hanabi's neck, his mouth open as poison dripped from his and Hanabi's lips. Udon, what the hell was with that nose jutsu? Katsumi asked, her eyes narrowing on the boy. You can't seriously be using water release jutsu with your actual snot as the water source, are you? That's disgusting. A blush developed on his cheeks as he rubbed the back of his head. It kinda seems that way, but it's actually really effective and has an adhesive effect that helps dash. Again, disgusting. Katsumi shook her head, frowning. Humph. Konohamaru's eyes narrowed on his opponents for a moment. I don't know how you all avoided Mogi's earth-style jutsu earlier, but that's not going to change anything. Just watch dash. I'm withdrawing. All eyes turned to Mogi, who was staring intently at Yujito and B. The 2 Kumo proctors nodded their head as they gestured towards the girl. Kazamatsuri Mogi is willingly withdrawing, bringing Team Ebisu down to 2 members. Yujito declared. Mogi, what the hell? Kano Amaru called out, shaking his head, you can't be calling it quits now. I know you can fight more. Yeah, I know, but I got hit by poison. A lot of it. I want to get it filtered out of my system as quick as possible. Mogi replied, shaking her head as she walked off to the side. Kano Amaru scowled in response, you can't just leave us like this. We're supposed to be a team dash. Then how about you start acting like a team member and not like a jerk? Mogi hissed in response. Kano Amaru stiffened in response, but Mogi shook her head as she continued to walk towards the exit of the battlefield and began to move up the stairs once more. There are more important things going on, Kano Amaru. You know better, so start acting better. With those words, Mogi left. Team 6 was now down to 2 members against 3. Awkward. Kanji rubbed the back of his head, his eyes focusing on Kano Amaru. Guess it's 3 versus 2, though. Hopefully that means the fight will be over soon. She's got a point. Katsumi nodded in approval as she watched Mogi go up the stairs before turning back to Kano Amaru. So, how are you going to respond? Kano Amaru was still for a moment with a neutral expression, his eyes focused on Mogi's fleeing figure. Udon and the Kano Amaru shadow clones stared intently at him, waiting to see his response. After a few seconds, he shook his head, his scowl deepening. Fine. We'll win without her. He hissed as he bit his thumb and ran through hand signs. Kano Amaru. Udon frowned in response, you can't dash. Udon, take this serious already. Pick up the slack, just like I'm doing. Kano Amaru replied as he slammed his open palm into the ground, summoning jutsu. A poof of smoke filled the air before a monkey with white hair and brown splotches, wearing shoulder pads and knee braces, with 2 staves attached to holsters on its back, appeared side by side Kano Amaru. The monkey reached for one of the staves while Kano Amaru grabbed the other. I hope you're ready for a good fight, Okurizaru. Kano Amaru addressed the summon before he swung the staff in a circular fashion, cause we're going to need everything you got, alright. As you say. The monkey, Okurizaru, nodded his head as he gripped his own staff tightly. His eyes focused intently on Team 9 as a large grin developed on his face, let's go apeshit. Damn you, Kano Amaru. Ebisu's hands tightened as he started to grit his teeth. Using only your strongest techniques, wasting so much chakra, and revealing your ace technique, for a glorified exhibition match. Kano Amaru has a summoning contract. Naruto's eyes widened in response as he turned to the silently seething Ebisu. He does. It's the monkey contract that Sandaime-sama possessed. Kano Amaru requested to sign it after he passed, and the monkey boss summon, Inma, agreed. Ebisu answered quietly. I am impressed with the extent of his techniques. Tango admitted. He's been using a lot of techniques I heard were associated with your Sandaime Hokage. That's been the focus on our own training, and some training he's been doing in his private. I have been trying to train him, Mogi, and Udon on a lot of Sandaime-sama's techniques that are a bit more feasible to learn, given their current strength levels. I had been impressed at the pace they had been picking up on them, especially Kano Amaru. Ebisu admitted, shaking his head, however, I'm no longer impressed. Because he's using everything he knows right now, right? Anko asked. Ebisu nodded his head. He bit his lip slightly before speaking, I should have done something about this sooner. Kano Amaru helped calm my concerns before this match slightly, but I should have realized earlier he'd behave like this once the moment came, and I should have pulled him from it. I can't believe he is being this irresponsible, using so much chakra and so much of his strength before what he knows is coming. Naruto did not reply immediately, only staring at Kano Amaru and the monkey summon. His eyes then turned to his team. So, what are you all going to do against him? He wondered. Kano Amaru. Udon called out, the frown that had been on his face morphing into a scowl. Ebisu-sensei told you not to use your summoning jutsu. Udon, I'll repeat myself one more time. Get serious with this fight. He hissed in response. No. Udon shook his head in response. Kano Amaru's eyes widened as he turned to face him, I'm not going to waste my strength like this. Not for your pride. He then turned to the Kumo proctors, I'm withdrawing as well. Kano Amaru's eyes widened as he watched his second teammate walk towards the stairs. He barely registered the words of Killer Bee announcing Udon's decision before he turned his attention back to Team 9. Kano Amaru-kun, you should follow his example. Hanabi said, frowning, you've shown you have a lot of really strong techniques, but it's now 1 versus 3. She brought her hands together, please. Surrender. Seriously. Katsumi spoke, shaking her head, I don't mind kicking your ass a bit, but save yourself the time. Just call it quits and go talk to your teammates. No. He shook his head. I'm Sarutobi Kano Amaru. I'm the grandson of the Sandaime Hokage. His hand tightened onto his staff, I'm going to be the next Hokage. He then pointed the end of his staff directly at his opponents, I'll prove that now, by taking all 3 of you on, all by myself. He then made eye contact with his summon, let's do this, Okurizaru. With pleasure, young master. The monkey grinned in response as he took a step forward. So you're just gonna be stubborn and force us to end this, huh? Kanji asked, bringing his hands to his side. Alright then. No monkey business. Let's do this. Kano Amaru glared in response as he gestured with his free hand. His 4 remaining shadow clones proceeded to rush forward. Fire style, burning ash. The 4 Kano Amaru clones each breathed out heavy gunpowder that flew through the battlefield like smoke. Within seconds, the whole stadium floor was covered in the gunpowder. If Kano Amaru were to use this jutsu with a normal fire jutsu to ignite the gunpowder, he'd get caught in the blaze, based on how he let it spread. Katsumi noted, scowling as her hand went for her sword, he must be doing this to obfuscate her vision. But we have Hanabi, who can see clearly, so why would he? Her eyes widened in realization, Hanabi, he's going to focus you first so he can keep Kanji and I blind to whatever he's planning. Hanabi frowned in response, that would make sense. I can see him and the monkey summon channeling a lot of chakra right now. Monkey style Bajutsu, close combat. Acting on instinct, Katsumi jumped towards Hanabi's side just in time as Kano Amaru rushed at her with incredible speed, swinging his staff. She blocked with her sword, pulling the 2 genin into a stalemate. Kano Amaru then swung with the other end of his staff, forcing Katsumi to quickly block. He then swung again, this time moving faster than she could block and hitting her in the side. Katsumi was sent flying backwards, choking out some blood. How strong is that staff? Holy shit! Her thoughts were interrupted as she felt the monkey summon, Okurizaru, rushing towards her, fuck dash. Okurizaru struck her back with his staff, slamming her into the ground, and creating a mini crater as she choked up more blood. The monkey then reached for her neck with his free hand, gripping her tightly. Shit. She cursed internally. Katsumi-chan. Hanabi called out as she started to rush over towards her. Before she could get close, however, Kano Amaru rushed her. He swung her staff in a downward motion, forcing her to jump back. He then tossed his staff upwards slightly, freeing his hands for hand signs. Wind style, great breakthrough. Kano Amaru breathed out a massive gust of wind at Hanabi before she could get away, cutting into her and blowing her back slightly. Damn it. I need to go help her. Katsumi choked as she was pulled away from watching Hanabi, and being forced to turn her attention back to Okurizaru. The monkey grinned as he tightened his grip on her throat, causing her to choke more. The gunpowder in the air was not helping, either. I could probably use the golem technique and break free, but... She bit down on her lip, no, not happening. I'm going to kick this bastard's ass without my strongest techniques. With a determined look on her face, Katsumi swung her feet upward, surrounding the monkey's arm between her legs. Before the summon could react, Katsumi forced him down to the ground, using all of her strength and weight. The monkey growled as Katsumi freed herself and rushed over to Hanabi as the summon started to follow behind. As she approached him, she noticed Kanji kneeling on the ground. The 2 locked eyes for a moment before he sank into the earth, using the headhunter jutsu. She nodded her head before turning her attention back to Kano Amaru. The Sarutobi rushed at Hanabi, who was still staggered from his last attack. He swung his staff against her side, hitting and causing her to hiss in pain. He swung his staff once again, but she was able to sidestep this one. She tried to land a palm strike on him, but he jumped in the air, avoiding it. "Come on, Hanabi, that's not all you got, is it?" he asked. "You're a Hyuga, aren't you? Rookie of the year? Come on. Konohamaru-kun. Stop it," Hanabi stated sharply. She turned around just as Konohamaru landed behind her and ducked in time to avoid another swing. "You're not being yourself right now." "What's that supposed to mean?" he asked as he slammed his staff forward, monkey-style Bajutsu, rock smash. Hanabi sidestepped just in time as Konohamaru slammed his staff into the arena ground, causing rocks to scatter all around. The stones impaled Hanabi, causing her to wince in pain. Konohamaru rushed to her again, trying to swing his staff, but Hebihiro swung himself from her neck towards Konohamaru's arm, wrapping around his hand tight enough that he dropped his staff. "Shit!" he hissed as he applied force, pulling the snake off of him. "Back in the academy, you were a really sweet guy. Very friendly and considerate, if a little loud. A troublemaker, but in a good way." Hanabi spoke as she moved to grab Konohamaru's staff. He managed to pull it back before she could grab it, "But right now, you aren't acting like the boy you are. You're being aggressive and cruel." "I'm being cruel? For wanting to fight?" Konohamaru rolled his eyes. "For being so dismissive of Mogi-san and Udon-san," Hanabi replied, shaking her head. Konohamaru's eyes narrowed. "Dismissive? They're the ones who left the fight. They're the ones who left me out here by myself. Mogi-san had her reasons and Udon-san was disappointed in your behavior." Hanabi stated, frowning. "They know they can't go all out the way you are doing, right? They're trying to dash." "Shut up," Konohamaru growled. He closed the distance between them once again and swung his staff in a sweeping motion. This time, he managed to sweep Hanabi off her feet. Konohamaru's grip on his staff tightened as he swung downward. "I know what I'm doing. I know my limits. I know what's important, so stop acting like I'm some dumbass," he shouted as he swung the staff downward. Earth-style, rising rock jutsu. Before his blow could connect, the ground underneath Konohamaru's feet opened up, forming a boulder that flew into the air, raising his body and staggering him. He fell off the boulder just in time as Katsumi rushed at him, gripping her sword tightly. Konohamaru's shadow clones rushed towards her, trying to come in between her and the original, but she quickly dissipated them with quick slashes to each. She then reached Konohamaru and swung her blade at him, which he blocked with his staff. As the two clashed in a stalemate, Konohamaru started to apply more force and began to overwhelm Katsumi. "I know you're stronger than this. Fight back more," he stated sharply. Just as he finished overpowering Katsumi and sending her sword flying away, Hanabi jumped at him and struck at his arm with her fingers, hitting Tenketsu. He hissed in pain, dropping his staff, as Hanabi continued to strike his Tenketsu. He jumped back, panting slightly. "Damn it! Okurizaru, why aren't you helping dash?" His words died as he turned to face his monkey summon, his eyes widening in horror. "Okurizaru." The monkey was currently quietly hissing as large quantities of lightning and electricity raced through his body. The summon's hissing eventually turned into screaming before he finally fell to the ground in unconsciousness before disappearing in a poof of smoke. Upon Okurizaru's disappearance, 4 identical ceiling tags, marked with the kanji for lightning as the base with an elaborate design surrounding it, were found on the ground where the monkey once stood. "What the?" he mumbled to himself as the ground behind him opened. He turned around in time to come face to face with Kanji. Katsumi's eyebrow raised. Was 4 seals necessary? The Yamanaka shrugged in response. "I just wanted to make sure we took that thing out. It was an unknown variable of strength. Besides, I can make more paralysis trap seals." Kanji's eyes then focused on Konohamaru. "Anyway, back to business. You really should surrender now, you know." "Not happening." Konohamaru grit his teeth as he tried to make hand signs. His eyes widened as he was unable to channel chakra into his hands. "Damn, Hanabi sealed my Tenketsu. He's not the type to go down peacefully." Katsumi shook her head. "Couldn't hurt to ask for a surrender one more." Kanji shrugged his shoulders as he brought his hands together. "Mind destruction jutsu." Kono Amaru's body tensed up as became completely still. Alright, one of you finish him off while I hold him down. Just do it quick so I don't waste too much chakra. Katsumi and Hanabi turned to face each other for a moment. The two kunoichi nodded as Hanabi took a step forward, facing the Sarutobi. Kono Amaru closed his eyes, doing everything he could to overcome Kanji's control. All of his efforts failed. Damn it, this is so humiliating. Kono Amaru-kun. Hanabi spoke his name. He did not respond, keeping his eyes closed. A sigh escaped her lips as she raised her right hand. I'm sorry. Hanabi struck down at Kono Amaru's neck with a forceful chop. He immediately fell to the ground, drifting into unconsciousness. And there we have it, folks. Team Naruto wins, that ain't no joke. B shouted. Hell yeah. Naruto shouted, pumping his fist into the air. Those are my students. The audience cheered loudly as Team 9 walked out of the stadium battlefield and a medic came over to grab Kono Amaru's body. You're aware that this is nothing more than glorified exhibition matches, right? Tango asked, raising an eyebrow. I mean, yeah, but I'm still proud of them. Naruto shrugged his shoulders, so I'll definitely shout for them. Admittedly, in a normal year, I think that could have been a good match to watch. Temari admitted, frowning, from the little of actual match we saw, I'm sure it could have been real interesting. True. Anko nodded her head, that Kono Amaru brat would have been a good fight for any of your students one-on-one, Naruto, and could have actually won, having to fight 3 versus 1 was all that mattered. True. Naruto, again, shrugged his shoulders, then again, I know none of my 3 went all out too. Would have been cool to see. I'm not quite certain why Kono Amaru-san used so much chakra-intensive techniques in that fight. Misora noted, frowning, I could sense his chakra level. He was getting close to needlessly depleting his reserves, and for what? Karen nodded her head in agreement, I'm not certain dash. Karen's words were interrupted as Ebisu abruptly stood up. The other Jonin-sensei turned to face the man as he started to walk off. Please excuse me. Ebisu stated as he walked off. No one said anything in response as they watched him head off. Can feel his disappointment, really wouldn't want to be under his care right now. Naruto noted with a sigh. Wonder if Kono Amaru will end up okay. After a few more seconds of silence, Killer Bee and Yujito announced the next match, returning everyone's attention back to the exam floor. Summoning Jutsu, Edo Tensei. Within a moment, coffins rose from the ground directly in front of Kabuto and Haiden. The coffins opened, revealing a modest-sized task force. Orochimaru, Kinkaku and Ginkaku, Sanshou no Hanzo, Juzo Baiwa, Kakuzu, Nasumereta, Uchiha Itachi, Yatsuki Kashikoi, and Abunai, better known to the elemental nations as Sandaime Raikage, the 30. The undead summons stood motionless, waiting for the direction from their summoner to start moving. Heh. This is the first time I think I've ever seen Kakuzu without that mask of his. Haiden noted as he took a step forward towards his former partner, and he's being quiet, too. Not saying a word of blasphemy. He turned back to Kabuto with a grin on his face, could get used to seeing him like this. He'll be one of the most useful assets of this bunch. Kabuto noted, crossing his arms as his eyes moved from summon to summon. Really, all of them will be. This is going to be your thing, isn't it? Haiden asked, raising an eyebrow slightly. I don't think we even need that Oya's hero asshole's help or the AIM ninja or even those 2 root jackasses. A chuckle escaped his lips. You may be a godless heathen, but you have the spirit of a Jashin follower, you know. He would approve of a mortal leading an army of the undead into battle. Haiden is right. Your numbers seem rather impressive. Both Kabuto and Haiden turned around in time to see Pain and Konan approaching them. Haiden's eyes narrowed while Kabuto tilted his head in curiosity. It is somewhat disturbing to see Hanzo again, even in this state. Konan spoke up, her eyes focused intently on the Edo Tensei of the former Omega Cooler leader. However, from first-hand experience, I can tell he will be a useful tool. I'm certain you'll make the most out of him. I'm surprised to see you two here right now. I had assumed you were getting ready for your grand entrance. Kabuto noted, adjusting his glasses, shouldn't you be getting ready to crash the Kumo exam? I'd imagine the exams have at least had 3 or 4 matches. She crossed her arms. We are ready. We are simply waiting for the moment. However, we have a change in assignment. A change in assignment. Kabuto repeated. You are still able to fight when you have your Edo Tensei summons out, yes? Pain asked. A part of my consciousness needs to be kept on each individual summon, which is why I'm only limiting myself to 10 summons, but I'm still able to fight. The silver-haired shinobi clarified. Then we will require you to accompany us in our battle against the Jinchuriki. Pain explained. Both Kabuto's and Hiden's eyes widened in response. The two were still for a moment, processing the order, until Hiden spoke up. You, Konan, and Kisame are already going to be in that fight. Isn't that already overkill against just 4 Jinchuriki? Hiden asked. Or are you chicken shit or something, and afraid you'll get your asses kicked? 'Cause then, you can just leave it to me and I'll dash. It's not 4. And don't insult your leader. Konan interrupted, glaring sharply at the Jashinite. Zetsu had a last-minute addition to report. All 9 Jinchuriki are present. All 9. Kabuto's eyes widened further in response. We aren't quite certain how they managed to get all 9 of them here without our notice. While this makes things more dangerous, this also could make things more rewarding. Pain stated sharply, with one battle, we could accomplish our objective here. Right now. And that's why you want me there, huh? Kabuto asked, his eyebrow raising slightly, and just me? Would you not want other Akatsuki members? Pain shook his head before briefly turning to Hiden. Hiden already has an objective that suits his skill set, as do Sasori and Deidara. You, on the other hand, don't have as clear of a role in this invasion. Therefore, we'll be taking you alongside us. He closed his eyes for a moment. Toby will also be accompanying us. Ah. Kabuto resisted the urge to narrow his eyes, so, Obito's going to get involved, huh? The area was quiet for a moment before Kabuto finally nodded his head. He adjusted his glasses, taking a few steps towards the Akatsuki leader. Very well. I accept. He said. His hands tightened slightly as an image of Naruto crossed his mind. Besides, this will be good for my ego. It'll give me a chance to get even with Uzumaki Naruto one last time before his death. So, you still want me to do what I'm already assigned, right? Hiden asked. Pain nodded his head. Kill as many as you possibly can. Don't need to tell me twice. Hiden scoffed as a grin developed on his face. As a result of my own training and prayer these past few months, I learned a few new techniques from Jashin-sama that shall make this pathetic little village run red. A loud laugh escaped his lips as his right hand went to the pendant around his neck. You all have fun beating the Jinchuriki into submission. I'll be busy turning Kumigakure's residential district into a mausoleum for Jashin-sama. What a snooze fest, am I right? Nevertheless, Team Karen wins this fight. On cue with Killer Bee's words, the Kusagakure team started to walk back to the exit of the stadium, with the genin of Kumigakure Team 26 lying down on the exam floor, all snoozing peacefully as a yellow-colored fog seemed to surround their bodies. Right around their bodies were a series of mushrooms that had seemingly grown from the ground. Before moving up the stairs fully, Meitake made a single hand sign, causing the mushrooms to sink back into the earth. The hell did your student do to my students? Tango demanded as he turned to Karen. Karen shrugged her shoulders. Relax, I trust Meitake to have only put them asleep for like 5 minutes, tops. If even that. Mushroom-based ninjutsu is rather interesting. Tamari noted, nodding her head, don't think I've ever heard of anything like that, too. Is that something she picked up from you or her family? Karen shook her head, she invented that herself. Really? Naruto blinked in response. Karen, again, nodded her head, causing him to whistle in approval. Damn, that's a really inventive style of jutsu to invent. She's pretty smart, huh? A bit too smart. Makes her paranoid of her techniques getting leaked. Karen sighed, hopefully she lightens up one of these days. A few more minutes passed by as Killer Bee and Yujito announced the beginning of the semi-finals. The shinobi in attendance, while cheering and applauding in excitement, also tensed up as their attention began to spread around the area. "When's it happening?" Naruto bit down on his lip. "You're awake now, I see." Konohamaru grumbled as he started to stir. After a few seconds he finally opened his eyes, finding himself in the Dengo Reigo Stadium's infirmary. 3 other beds were occupied by the 3 Kyumo genin of Team 26, who were still sleeping soundly. He then turned his attention towards the door, where he noticed Ebisu standing by the door side. The Sarutobi tensed up as he pulled himself up from the bed he was laying in as he started to look around the room, confirming that he was alone with his sensei. Ebisu seemed to notice his intent, which caused the Jonin to nod his head. "The medic who was attending you knew you weren't going to be unconscious for long, and that you would be fine. So I volunteered to wait here for you," he stated, crossing his arms. "After all, you and I have some things to discuss, Konohamaru." "I already know what you're going to say." Konohamaru mumbled, looking downward. "Look, I get it. I didn't go overboard, though." He took in a deep breath, tightening his hands. "I didn't exhaust myself." "You used extensive amounts of chakra," Ebisu reminded in a neutral tone. "Shadow Clone, Shuriken Shadow Clone, different elemental jutsus, your summoning jutsu, your Bajutsu techniques. I know where your chakra reserves are at, Konohamaru. You exhausted them quite a bit. Even if you did not get your Tenketsu sealed near the end of the fight, I doubt you'd have been able to fight much longer. Nothing a soldier pill can't fix, huh?" Konohamaru replied, looking up slightly. He took one glance into Ebisu's sunglasses before finally looking down once again. "While a soldier pill won't help you fully recover, you are correct and I'd advise you take one before the invasion," Ebisu said in the same neutral tone of voice as he shook his head. "However, you are rather lucky you have that option. Team 9 apparently was sympathetic to you to a degree, as Hanabi-san knocked you out in a rather painless way that wouldn't do harm to your body. Imagine if that were any other genin team." He took off his sunglasses, revealing his narrowed eyes. "In particular, the team from Kyumigakure or Kyuzagakure would have done much worse to you. You'd be out of commission for the entire invasion, assuming nothing happened to you during it while you were unconscious." Konohamaru winced in response, looking down slightly. "I was all by myself out there, you know. Mogi and Udon ditched me." Mogi was concerned about the potential of having poison in her system during the invasion and wanted to get checked up on, and Udon was not keen on being disrespected like the way you treated him. "And frankly, I don't blame him," Ebisu stated, crossing his arms. "To put this bluntly, Konohamaru, I am disappointed with you. I thought we had already spoken about this, so seeing you like this, it's embarrassing. You are not acting like a chunin or even a genin, you're reminding me of the child you were when I first met you." "Oh, you mean the honorable grandson?" Konohamaru noted. Ebisu's eyebrow raised in response as the boy shook his head. "Humph. Once my grandpa died, you stopped treating me with respect." "Sounds right. That's all you ever cared about, huh? Just training the Sandame's grandson, and now that he's not there, the appeal's gone, huh? Are you serious?" Ebisu blinked in response, breaking character for a moment. After a few seconds, Ebisu's eyes narrowed once again as he reached over to Konohamaru's scarf and pulled him off the bed, causing him to wince. "You believe that? That's all I think about in regards to you? You, Sarutobi Konohamaru, I've been training for over 4 years now? You, a genin under my care? That's what you think of me? Konohamaru winced in response as Ebisu's grip tightened. "Konohamaru, I've cared for you like family for years now. I've always been concerned for your development as both a shinobi and as a person. That is why I'm so upset with you right now," Ebisu stated sharply as he dropped Konohamaru's scarf. The boy started to gasp slightly as he was placed back on the bed as Ebisu's glare intensified. "I understand how badly Sandame-sama's death has impacted you, but you cannot allow it to consume you every second of the day. The world does not stop caring about you because your grandfather is dead. The world is not going to forget Sarutobi Hiruzen just because he has dead, just as it has not forgotten Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, or Namikaze Minato. If you wish to consider yourself a self-respecting shinobi and someone worthy of your grandfather's respect, you will get those notions out of your head already. Kano Amaru's eyes widened in response. He was quiet as Ebisu's words repeated in his mind. After a few more seconds of silence, Ebisu sighed and put his sunglasses back on. He shook his head as he started to walk back towards the door. You can walk, yes? He asked. Kano Amaru nodded his head. Then I'd suggest you join your teammates again. Talk with them if you have the time and wish to, but prepare. I assume things will be intensifying shortly. Kano Amaru wordlessly nodded as he pulled himself off the bed. He reached into his pocket, feeling the presence of a soldier pill, as he followed his Jonin sensei behind. The semi-finals have started. Get on with the plan. Both White Zetsu and Black Zetsu ordered. The creature did not wait for either Tanuki's or Kido's responses as it sank into the ground of the abandoned building in Kyumigakure's business district that they were staying in. The two former root agents stared at the ground where it had sunk into for a few seconds before turning to face one another. So, scientist to scientist, what do you think Zetsu is, exactly? Kido asked. Otherworldly of sort. Almost appears like an alien or some monster from a child's stories. Tanuki said with a shrug. I assume it's the work of some combination of Orochimaru's and Pain's research. I would enjoy dissecting it. If only we were that lucky. Kido snorted in response. The two were silent for a few seconds as Kido started to take a few steps forward. He cracked his knuckles before he reached into his pocket and pulled out the vial containing his tailed beast drug. I presume you are going to stay hidden this time, correct? Leaving the fight to your chimera? Kido asked. Tanuki nodded his head. Nu will be more potent if I'm able to keep a distance and actually delegate its actions from afar. A smirk developed on his face. Besides, after the last-minute modifications I was able to give to it, I'm certain that Nu will do its job. Kyumigakure will be no more after today. That's a fact, yes. Kido nodded his head. And I'd like to witness it firsthand. I do envy that of you. Tanuki admitted. I wish you well, Kido-san. From one disciple of Danzo-sama to another, I wish you well. Kido did not verbally reply, only waving to his fellow scientist as he walked out of the building. Tanuki, now alone, bent down to the ground as he pulled out a scroll from a pocket in his kimono. He unraveled it, revealing the ornate eye seal printed on it as he bit his thumb and started to make hand signs. Negative emotions rushed through his body as Tanuki breathed in and slammed his open palm onto the scroll, creating a dark purple seal underneath his body. Summoning Jutsu. Come, Nu. Above the clouds of Kyumigakure, a clay dragon flew about the village's residential district. Deidara and Sasori stood on top of the dragon, Deidara gripping tightly onto a series of clay birds he crafted. Sasori, while still wearing his Hirako puppet, was gripping onto a scroll in his right hand tightly. Our time to shine, Deidara's grin was the widest it had ever been, nearly splitting his whole face. I've never had such a wide canvas for my art. I can't wait to see how beautiful it is. Sasori scoffed in response, watch closely, Deidara. I'll show you here how hollow your art actually is, by showing how destructive my art can really be. Well, if you want to have a contest out of this, I'd be more than willing to take your challenge, Sasori my man. Deidara stated, briefly glancing back at his partner. First to 1,000 kills wins. Hardly a challenge. Sasori, again, scoffed. He then unsealed the scroll in his hand. Let me show you precisely why. In a poof of smoke, Sasori's newest puppet appeared, Ryotenbin no Onaki. Deidara's eyes focused intently on the puppet for a minute before nodding his approval at Sasori. I always thought that old fuck's dust release would be a good medium for my art. I think I'll actually be looking forward to seeing how good of a job it does. Deidara noted. He then turned his attention to the ground as he started to drop his clay birds. Anyway, let's get this show started. Yes, let's. Sasori nodded his head in response as he gestured with his right hand. The puppet Onaki proceeded to bring its hands together before spreading them apart, creating a cube of three-dimensional chakra in his hands. Dust release. The animal path is in position. Pain spoke up, his eyes narrowing. It's time. Kabuto's attention focused on the leader as he took a step forward. He was followed behind by Konan, Kisame, Toby, and 4 other individuals that Kabuto had never seen. 3 of them had the same orange hair while the 4th was a bald masculine-looking creature with spikes on the top of its head. All 4 had the same identical piercings that Pain possessed and all had the Rinnegan implanted in their eyes. The Rinnegan. I wish I was able to understand more of what it is capable of. Kabuto noted, rubbing his chin. Perhaps I'll get the chance to study when this is over. So we're going to engage directly in the Chunin exams stadium. Kisame noted, his hand instinctively moving to Same Hata. You think we'll draw all the other Jinchuriki there? The Ichibai, Nibi, Haxabi, and Kyubi will be there. The Animal Path, in addition to making the first move, will have drawn the other 5 to the exam stadium, but I feel they might be already in the vicinity. Pain spoke up. Then it's time we secure our victory. Toby spoke up. Kabuto turned his attention towards the masked man. Toby had changed his mask to a white mask with a purple tint that covered his whole head, including his hair. The mask had a circular pattern on its face and the eye holes appeared like the tomo of a Sharingan. Are you ready, Madara? Konan asked. Toby nodded his head. Let's begin. So he's officially broken his first character and switched to his second. Kabuto resisted the urge to smirk as his eyes narrowed on the masked man. Uchiha Obito, let's see how well your Uchiha Madara interpretation really is. With that thought, Kabuto followed his fellow Akatsuki members as they rushed to the stadium. As they moved, Kabuto sent the command to his Edo Tensei summons. The first match of the Kyumegakuer 3rd exam semi-finals was underway. Team Misora of Kiri were engaging Team Anko of Konoha in a close spectacle of the fight. The audience in attendance, however, barely paid attention as they all mentally prepared themselves. Naruto and Anko shared a look with one another as they both began to channel natural energy, preparing themselves for the moment. As the match continued to drag on, loud explosions could be heard throughout the village. New. A large, echoing voice boomed throughout Kyumegakuer as the giant Chimera materialized in Kyumo's business district, creating a shockwave that rushed through the whole village. On cue with the noise, a Megakuer shinobi and missing ninja hidden in the audience immediately started to attack, striking at those near them. They were quickly engaged, however, by their enemy shinobi. Finally, he stood up from his chair in the cage's viewing box. The other 4 cage followed behind. Time for the real fights to begin. Summoning Jutsu. In a poof of smoke, a large bird with a yellow jagged drill-like beak and piercing throughout its bodies, with the Rinnegan implanted as its eyes, appeared above the stadium. The bird screeched loudly as it dropped eggs into the battleground and the bleachers, creating massive explosions. They're here. Naruto stated as he took in a deep breath as his eyes began to change coloration, turning gold as orange markings appeared around his eyes. Time to finally put this to end. After months of build-up and anticipation, the Akatsuki invasion on Kyumegakuer was finally underway. Chapter 122, Akatsuki's Assault. Hey. We need to get out of here. All of us. Kazuo shouted. With their match officially over, Team Anko and Team Misora hurried out of the exam floor as bombs started to rain down coming from the giant bird flying above the stadium. Debris spread throughout as the 6 genin rushed out to the best of their abilities trying to avoid getting hit. One bomb managed to catch the group off guard and started to fall directly towards them. Yuna made 5 hand signs, ending in the horse seal, lightning style wall. Bolts of lightning transferred from Yuna's hands directly outward, forming a makeshift barrier between the egg bomb and the genin. The bomb connected with the barrier, causing the lightning to scatter as the bomb continued to fall forward, unfettered. Before it could connect and blow the 6 genin to bits, Killer Bee and Yujito jumped forward, channeling their Biju chakra. Octopus tails developed behind Bee's body. One of the tails grabbed onto the egg, catching it and throwing it back into the air directly at its source. The giant bird flew to the right, avoiding the egg just as it exploded in the sky. Get out of here, kids, it's time that you hid. Bee stated sharply. The genin nodded their heads as they hurried out of the stadium. With the 6 able to get away, Bee and Yujito turned their attention towards the flying bird in the sky. I have no clue what kind of summoning contract that thing's from, but it needs to get shot down. Yujito said, her eyes narrowing on it. Leave that to me. Wind style, drift. B and Yujito turned their attention to the bleachers as they watched Uzumaki Naruto jump directly out of his seat and into the air. Instead of free-falling, however, the blonde started to fly up into the air directly at the large bird as he began to channel chakra into his hands, forming a raise-non. He attempted to slam the orb into the bird's body, but it rapidly ascended further into the sky, avoiding his attack. That thing's fast. Naruto bit his lip as his eyes focused on it. I need to shoot that thing out of the sky somehow. Maybe. Summoning jutsu. A large poof of smoke filled the air as a large green chimera-like chameleon with a snake for a tail appeared in the exam stadium. The chameleon opened its mouth, causing its tongue to rush up towards Naruto's right leg. The Uzumaki flew to the left, narrowly avoiding the tongue, before noticing the bird flying directly at him, spinning in a circular fashion. Naruto held out his hands as he managed to catch the bird's drill-like beak before it impaled him, hissing in pain from the sheer force as the drill started to cut into his palms. The bird continued to fly downward, however, forcing Naruto back down to the ground. What the hell kind of summons are these? Naruto asked. Not certain. Yujito admitted as she held out her hands, claws starting to form on her fingers as she lunged forward. Let's study this one after we cut it to shreds. Cat claw. As Yujito rushed towards the giant bird, the bird attempted to fly away once more. Naruto, however, tightened his grip on the bird, preventing it from flying away as Yujito slashed at the bird with her claws, ripping it apart. One down. She noted before turning to face the chameleon. Now, the next one dash. Summoning jutsu. Summoning jutsu. Summoning jutsu. More poof of smoke filled the area as summon after summon arrived in the battlefield. A large rhino, a giant centipede, and a giant dog with multiple heads all formed in the battlefield. The rhino stampeded directly at Yujito with enough speed that it collided against her before she could jump, sending her flying backwards. She hissed slightly in pain just as the chameleon opened its mouth again. Catching her footing, Yujito jumped away just before the creature could ensnare her as she jumped to Naruto's side. The two were then joined by B, who was currently eyeing each of the summons. Don't like the way this fight's becoming. Y'all know where these monsters are coming? B asked. Naruto closed his eyes for his moments, as he took in the chakra presences around him with his sage mode. While there were a lot of different chakra sources all throughout Kumo that made it almost overwhelming to pinpoint a specific one, he noticed a presence hidden inside the stadium. I think I found it. It's somewhere inside the stadium. We have to flush it out. Yujito stated sharply, we need this summoner dealt with before any higher-up Akatsuki agents show up. Leave that to me. Naruto, Yujito, and B turned their heads as Han appeared in the stadium's battlefield, his furnace emitting extensive amounts of steam. I think the summoner's a guy. He's hiding in a boiler room, I think. Naruto noted. A frown then developed on his face, although I can sense something off about his chakra signature. Be careful, Han and I will be. Han nodded his head. The other Jinchuriki should be here shortly. Be prepared and ready for when the enemies strike. With those words, Han rushed off into the stadium. Team 9 had been warned by their Jonin sensei about the extent of the chaos that would come from the invasion, and they listened and believed his words. Nothing, however, compared to seeing what he meant in person. Lightning style, lightning signal. Shinobi throughout the bleachers engaged in combat with one another. One stray lightning jutsu, an electrical discharge that flew almost like fire, was sent flying into the Genin team's designated seating area. The Genin all dodged as the jutsu connected with one of the chairs, creating a massive discharge that spread like a firework. All the Genin teams present rushed towards the stairs, hurrying out. Things are going to get dangerous really fast. Mogi noted, biting down on her lip. Katsumi nodded her head, we need to make a plan together dash. Plan? Meitake asked, rolling her eyes, how about every team for themselves and leave it at that? Before anyone could even reply, the Kyuzagakuer Genin team, led by Meitake, proceeded to hurry down the stairs ahead of everyone else. Hey. Wait. Udon called out, frowning, you can't just leave us dash. She's got a point. Kanbutsu, Asuna Genin on Team Temari, spoke up, we all need to do our own things. With those words, the Suna Genin team hurried off ahead. The IWA Genin team followed behind. Before too long, only Team Naruto, Mogi, and Udon were left behind. That makes no sense. Kanji hissed to himself, his hands tightening into fists, we're all Genin. It really would be better for us all to be working together against anyone dash. Mogi. Udon. The Konoha Genin all turned their heads as they watched Kano Amaru rushing up the stairs towards them, followed behind by Team Anko and Team Misora. They all met on one of the floors connecting to another level of the bleachers. You got out of the infirmary just in time. Mogi noted, sighing in relief at the sight of their teammate, how much have you recovered? Are you ready? Ready as I'll ever be. Kano Amaru noted, frowning slightly, although I think the Kumo team is still asleep. Then that should be our priority for now. Kazuo spoke up, crossing his arms. They'll need protection until they wake up. Kinosaki nodded his head, we can keep them safe in case if anyone else comes for them. Ah, but who would go out of their way to just for them? All 12 Genin tensed up at the sound of the voice as a figure appeared in a flicker directly in the middle, knocking all 12 of them back. Enoya's hero steadied himself as his eyes moved from Genin to Genin, a grin on his face. What the hell? I never saw him approaching us. Hanabi bit her lip, her Byakugan narrowing on this man, he really managed to get over to us that fast that I didn't even notice him. Who is this guy? Tsunemasa hissed, the Kakaichu in his body starting to buzz loudly in anticipation. That was a serious question. The Kumo Genin team that made it to this exam, to put it bluntly, was basic. Powerless. All 3 of them are nothing special. No value. Shinobi like them are a single yen a dozen. There's no point to do anything to those brats. Oya's hero noted, adjusting his sunglasses. His gaze finally focused on Terumi Kinosaki as his grin widened, you, though. Terumi-san, yes? You're not basic, though. You're pretty valuable. You want to fight, huh? Kinosaki stiffened as he began to channel chakra into his hands, causing steam to start forming from his fingers, I'll be happy to oblige. Get away from them. 3 Kumigakuer shinobi rushed from the bleachers into the inner room, rushing directly at Oya's hero, each wielding swords. As they approached him, the man chuckled as he slowly pulled off his sunglasses, revealing red-colored eyes with a pink dash running through his pupil. What are those? Katsumi's eyes widened. A dojutsu. Those eyes. Yuna's stomach dropped before she immediately turned to face her peers, everyone, do not make eye contact with that man. If you do, it'll be the last thing you do. Yuna's warning came too late for one of the Kumigakuer shinobi, who did not recognize the eyes. Upon making eye contact, his eyes started to glow a bright red coloration. The other 2 Kumo shinobi continued on their approach, attempting to slash at Oya's hero. The man jumped back, avoiding both attacks. The 3rd Kumo shinobi then finally jumped forward, and instead of striking at Oya's hero, impaled one of his comrades in the back. Ack! The man groaned as blood started to pour from his wound and coat the sword. What the hell? The 2nd Kumo shinobi nearly shouted as he turned to face his comrade, what are you dash? Ah, look at all that delicious blood. You spewed so much, I can do something extra fun. Oya's hero chuckled as he made a hand sign, spears of blood. More blood started to pour from the open wound on the 1st Kumigakuer's shinobi chest, causing him to scream louder until he finally died from blood loss. The newly released blood then flew forward at the 2nd Kumigakuer shinobi in the form of a spear, piercing his head and killing him instantly. What? Kano Amaru's eyes widened in horror as his stomach dropped. This man's a member of the Shinobi clan. Yuna spoke up, they were a presumed deceased clan that lived in the Valley of Hell of Unokuni. They possessed a dojutsu called the Katsuri Yugan, giving them simultaneous control over blood, as well as an affinity for brainwashing genjutsu. Got ourselves a brainiac amongst the Konoha brats, huh? I really hate that kind of person. Oya's hero grumbled in reply. He touched his right hand on the 3rd Kumigakuer shinobi's head, the one he was currently brainwashing. With his left hand, he pulled out a kunao and stabbed the man's shoulder, creating an open, bleeding wound. Oyashiro's hand then moved down the man's body until he reached the open wound before he pulled his hand away. A trail of blood started to slowly pour of Kumigakuer shinobi. The man continued to stand still with no reaction as his blood was slowly drained until he finally fell to the ground, having died of blood loss. Despite his death, however, the last bit of traces of blood continued to pour out until all of it surrounded Oyashiro's body, forming multiple rings of blood around his body. Oh, my god. Udon felt his stomach churning as he inched away. This guy, we're clearly out of his league. Kanji bit down on his lip. Naruto-sensei advised us to steer clear of guys like this, but the hell are we supposed to do if one just up and confronts us like this? I'll confess, I don't like killing kids much, so in the spirit of fair business, how about I cut you brats a deal? Oyashiro offered. He pointed towards Kinosaki for a moment before pointing at Hanabi. I'm in the business of Kekkai Genkai. The Terumi and the Hyuga are going to come with me, and if they come without a fight, the rest of you get to leave here with your lives. Sound fair? The fuck kind of deal is that? Katsumi nearly spat out as she reached for her sword. Hell no. You're not touching Hanabi or Terumi-san. Fuck no. She's right. One of the Kiri shinobi, a kunoichi named Ika, shook her head. Back off. Kinosaki-kun isn't going with you. I mean, I'm taking them regardless. Was just trying to give the rest of you an out. Oyashiro sighed, but that no was pretty immediate. Guess none of you kids are good for business, huh? Although that's maybe cause you're all young and dumb. He made a hand sign as one of the rings of blood started to move forward slightly, forming a whip-like appearance. Maybe if I kill one of you, you'll all understand to back off. Piercing blood. The blood rushed forward directly at Kano Amaru. The Sarutobi's eyes widened in response, but he had no time to block the attack. Before it could connect, however, Kawada Misora jumped down in the inner level of the stadium and swung her scythe at the blood, splitting it in half and preventing it from striking at Kano Amaru. Oyashiro frowned in response. Misora-sensei. Kinosaki called out, alongside his two teammates. Got here in time, thank the gods. Misora sighed in relief before she shook her head. She gripped her scythe tightly as she adjusted her body, facing Oyashiro. You all need to retreat. Leave this man to me. Kawada-san, you need to be careful. Yuna called out, he's a member of the Shinoi clan. I'm aware. Misora nodded her head before gesturing to her right, now, get out of here already. The four genin teams hurried off without another word. Oyashiro's eyes watched the fleeing shinobi leave, his frown growing deeper, before he turned to face Misora. You realize that you stalling me isn't going to stop me from finding them, right? He noted. The most you did was add another 5 minutes, tops, before I get over to them. Rather overconfident I see, and Oyashiro. Misora stated sharply, her eyes narrowing slightly. Immediately, the frown on Oyashiro's face morphed into a smirk. Oh, you recognize me? I'm very familiar with you. After all, during our country's most tumultuous time, you would snipe some our disenfranchised Kekkai Genkai users to be a part of your warmongering business. Misora replied. Oyashiro shrugged his shoulders, as far as I'm concerned, I prevented some of them from dying in your little civil war, but if that's how you want to interpret history, then there's nothing I can do about that. Misora's only response was to tighten her grip on her scythe. Oyashiro, meanwhile, leaned back slightly as the blood rings around his body started to spin even faster. The invasion on Kumo was unlike anything Hinata had ever seen before. Comparing it to the invasions on Konoha and Taki was impossible, as she had not expected those attacks from coming, skewing her perspective on both events. The invasion on Kiri, meanwhile, was one she participated from the opposite end, and considering her role in targeting the Mizuki's mansion, she did not experience how the invasion looked properly. Nothing compared to the sheer knowledge of what was coming, followed by enemy shinobi rushing from the shadows, disguised in shinobi uniforms of various backgrounds, attacking any shinobi and village they came across. She and her father had been waiting in Kumo's residential district, near the apartments that she and the rest of the Konoha shinobi had been staying in. She had been biding her time, waiting for the first sign of enemy action. The moment the attacks began, she was ready, her bow out and an arrow notched in it. Water style, never-ending arrow downpour. Hinata launched an arrow into the sky that quickly fell back down to the earth, accompanied by hundreds of water arrows. The arrows rained down on a group of 5 missing ninja, causing them to shout as the arrows impaled them. 3 of them fell to the ground while the other 2 charged forward at her. Both enemy shinobi quickly closed the distance, both holding kunao in their hands. They attempted to stab at her, but Hinata jumped back, avoiding the attack. One of the enemy shinobi brought his hands together before opening his mouth just as Hayashi jumped in front of his daughter, extending his palms forward. Fire style, Dragon Flame Jutsu. 8 Trigrams Mountain Crusher. As the Akatsuki affiliate breathed out a massive fire stream from his mouth, Hayashi released a massive burst of chakra from his palms directly forward at the 2 enemies. Hayashi's chakra wave extinguished the flames upon impact and immediately collided into both shinobi before they could jump away. The force of Hayashi's Mountain Crusher hit the fire release user head-on, crushing his head, instantly killing him. The second shinobi, while not killed, was knocked back heavily with bruises forming all over his body. Hinata took the opportunity to fire another arrow directly at the enemy, hitting him directly in the temple, killing him. "That's your Mountain Crusher, father?" Hinata asked, her Byakugan focusing on her father. "I don't think I've ever seen it deal that much damage." "You must know we've never actually fought all out, Hinata," Hayashi noted. "While you're probably stronger than me as a whole, I hope my skills with the Hyuga clan techniques are worthy of at least some respect." "They are dash. New." Hinata's eyes widened in horror at the familiar scream echoed throughout her mind. Then, a large sensation of negative emotions began to radiate through the business district, a few kilometers from her position. She turned her head in time to see the large chimera, Nu, fall from the sky onto a large building, crushing it instantly and creating a fire. "What the devil is that creature?" Hayashi nearly shouted. "The chakra it's emitting feels almost toxic." "And Nu," Hinata mumbled, her hands tightening into fists, "those root agents really are here, huh?" She shook her head. "Father, we need to find that monster's summoner. He's a man named Shigaraki Tanuki, and that monster is stronger as long as he's able to control his movements. We need to find and kill him." "Understood." Hayashi nodded his head. "We need to move dash." Ninja art, blinding light. Before Hinata and Hayashi could start moving, a bright shining light enveloped the area around them. Ack! Both father and daughter hissed as the light overwhelmed their vision, forcing them to close their eyes. Hinata and Hayashi tried their best to overcome the blinding sensation from the jutsu. As they opened their eyes, the light now completely obfuscated mostly everything around them. They could no longer see into the distance, to the point where they could not even see the giant Nu in the distance. The only things either shinobi could see were their immediate surroundings and a silhouette of a man approaching both of them, wielding a sword, rushing at Hayashi. "Father!" Hinata called out. Hayashi immediately spun around in a circular fashion, rotation. The Hyuga clan head expelled a large amount of chakra from his palms, forming a barrier that blocked the oncoming sword. The assailant was knocked back by the force of the rotation, and in addition, the blinding light around the battlefield was dispelled, giving immediate relief to both Hinata and Hayashi. They were also able to see the form of their attacker, Umbu Operative Dragon and former Root researcher, Tsumaiki Kido. "You're the Root operative that managed to escape from Naruto-kun and Fusan," Hinata noted, her eyes narrowing. "And you're the shinobi who managed to force Tanuki to flee," Kido replied, a small smirk on his face. "You were unable to kill him, though. That was a rather misfortunate blunder on your part. Now that monstrosity was dropped on this village as a result of that mistake." Hinata's eyes focused back on Nu. She could see the chimera swinging its tail around, toppling more buildings. Despite the distance, she could hear the vague sounds of screaming as shinobi after shinobi tried to confront it. Her eyes quickly turned back to Kido, narrowing on him. "Get out of our way. And waste this opportunity to fight against someone who managed to best Tanuki? Not happening," Kido said, chuckling. "Besides, you're in no way able to make demands of me, Hyuga. He then clapped his hands, ninja art, blinding light. Another flash of light emitted from Kido's hands. The blinding sensation returned to both Hinata and Hayashi, causing them to flinch and lose their focus on the area around them once more. You. Hayashi grit his teeth in response as he tried to focus on Kido's position. Irritated, Hayashi-san. Strange. You never struck me as a person with visible emotions. Suppose that could change on a battlefield when you're outmatched. Kido spoke up with a chuckle. After all, this jutsu isn't particularly kind on your Byakugan. Rotation. Hayashi called out once again as he rotated in a swirling pattern, creating a burst of chakra that propelled the blinding light away, revealing Kido had not even moved from his position. I suppose you could say that rotation counters my counter for you. Shame, though, that you're certainly wasting more chakra than I am simply doing this. Kido smirked as he clapped his hands together, creating another light sensation. He's right. Blinding-based jutsus are a strong counter to the Byakugan. And if we have to waste our chakra dispelling the light over and over again. Hinata frowned at the thought, as she recalled Fu's own scaled sneak jutsu. I never did find a way to counter that. Her eyes proceeded to widen as a thought entered her mind, of her training with the White Snake Sage. That's it. I wasn't hoping to enter Sage mode this early into the invasion and potentially exhaust myself from it, but this seems like it'll be necessary here. Father, can you keep him distracted? I need to be still for a moment. Hinata requested as she immediately brought her hands together and remained still, focusing on channeling nature energy. Hayashi turned to face his daughter's silhouette for a moment before nodding his head. Leave that to me. Leave what exactly? Kido asked with a snort as he rushed over towards Hinata, gripping his sword. I believe a distraction works best when it's not publicly announced like that. Before his sword could connect, Hayashi rushed between the two, extending a palm forward, 8 trigrams vacuum wall palm. Hayashi released a wave of chakra from his palm that rushed forward at Kido. Despite the close range, the root researcher jumped into the air, effortlessly avoiding the blast as he flicked his wrist, lightning style, scattering drops. Sparks of lightning rushed from Kido's fingers, bouncing on the ground and flying directly at both Hayashi and Hinata. The bouncing lightning fragments caused the light to burn even brighter in Hayashi's eyes, preventing him from even seeing where Hinata or Kido were. He proceeded to jump back towards where he remembered Hinata's position was and started to spin in a circle. Using the rotation once more, Hayashi was able to expel the blinding light and the lightning fragments before they could connect with his body. The lightning proceeded to scatter to the ground, bouncing on the ground for a moment until Hayashi finally finished his spinning. With the rotation finally over, the lightning returned on track, flying directly towards Hayashi before he could get away. Ugh! He growled in pain. Kido chuckled as he watched Hayashi fall to a knee, burn marks from the lightning starting to form on his body. You're like your father, are you aware of that? Kido asked. How so? Hayashi hissed in response. The root researcher only chuckled in response. If you have to ask, then it's not worth the point in explaining. Anyway, I'm curious to see how long it takes before you and, by proxy, your daughter, are left defenseless. He then brought his hands together. Consider this trial 4 of this little experiment. Ninja art, blinding light. Once again, another blinding light filled Hayashi's vision. This time, the light was so blinding that it did not even need Kido's lightning fragments. He could genuinely not see anything. Entirely blind, huh? Over time, this blinding light jutsu is really doing a damage to my Byakugan. Hayashi took in a deep breath as he focused on sensing Hinata's chakra presence by his side, alongside Kido's. The comparison to my father. I suppose I do know where he's coming from. Just like Yoshikane, I too spent too much time focusing on my Byakugan and my gentle fist. I am unaccustomed to fighting against someone who is able to effortlessly combat my main abilities. Hayashi took in a deep breath as he brought his hands together and closed his eyes. Very well. Let's see if I can handle this in an unorthodox manner for now. Hayashi took in a deep breath as he focused on where he assumed Kido's position would be. He implied I would be his first target. He must be going after Hinata again. He made 5 hand signs before he slammed his foot directly on the ground, Earth-style, stalagmite. As Hayashi predicted, Kido had charged directly at Hinata, gripping his sword tightly. Before he could reach her, though, the ground underneath his feet opened up into a large stalagmite, forcing Kido to jump into the air to avoid the attack. Hayashi then threw shuriken upward in the direction he launched his stalagmite, aiming directly at Kido. The root agent quickly deflected with his sword. "Is that really the best you can do in this situation?" Kido asked, frowning. "Rather disappointing for an elite clan head, wouldn't you say?" With a flicker, Hayashi disappeared, using the substitution jutsu to switch places with the shuriken he threw. Now directly next to Kido in the air, he brought his hands together. "It would be if that's all I could do. And while you may make my gentle fist more difficult to use properly, you don't fully counter it," he declared sharply as he started to attack with his fingers, striking at Kido's tenketsu, 8 trigrams 64 palms. 2 palms. 4 palms. 8 dash. As Hayashi began to strike at Kido's body, the root agent adjusted his left hand and grabbed Hayashi's right hand by the wrist before he could continue his jutsu. A scowl developed on the Hyuga clan head's face as he tried to break free. Lightning style, blast shock. Gentle fist technique, body blow. Kido immediately sent a bolt of electricity straight from his fingers into Hayashi's body. The lightning quickly spread through his body, causing him to shout in pain. Before the lightning could spread, however, a burst of chakra was released from all of his tenketsu, forcing the lightning out as chakra from his body. In addition, the tenketsu in Hayashi's wrist was sent directly into Kido's hand. The root agent hissed in pain as he let go of the Hyuga clan head. "Perhaps you have a little more ingenuity compared to your father after all," Kido noted as he cracked his knuckles, "but not by much. It's time this experiment ends dash." Before he could attack Hayashi, a cyan-colored chakra snake appeared and grabbed onto Kido's arm. He hissed as he struggled to free himself as he turned his attention towards Hinata, who had now entered sage mode. She took in a deep breath as she focused her eyes, which while still having the Byakugan activated, had now changed coloration to yellow. "Thanks father," Hinata said, nodding her head as she gestured towards Nu. "I'll take on Kido. You need to go find Tanuki and help put in an end to that creature." "Understood." Hayashi nodded his head as he started to rush towards Kumo's business district, towards Nu. "Stay safe, Hinata." Hinata briefly watched her father rush off away from their position before turning her full attention to Kido. The root agent finally pulled back with enough force to free himself from Hinata's chakra snake grip. He briefly turned his head towards Hayashi's fleeing figure before turning back to Hinata with a curious look. "You don't seem too worried that my father will stop your partner," Hinata noted. "You aren't going to stop him. From that brief trial I just ran, I doubt he has the capabilities to kill Tanuki. No reason to be concerned. Besides, you're the bigger priority target. Killing you will make things easier." Kido's eyes moved from Hinata's body to the cyan-colored chakra aura around her body. "That's sage mode, And if it is?" Hinata asked, tensing up slightly. "Tanuki's negative emotions-based research and techniques, from my understanding, produce results comparable to sage mode. I think this is the prime opportunity to compare my own research to his, using you as a test subject." Kido replied with a grin as he quickly revealed a vial in his jacket pocket. The root agent was quick, ingesting the vial's contents before Hinata could even react. Within seconds, the man's skin started to darken in coloration as he entered his own Biju version 2 form. "Allow me to study the full effects of my new and improved tailed beast drug on you," he exclaimed proudly as he opened his mouth, channeling chakra into an orb shape. "Bijutama. About time this shit started," he stated as he cracked his knuckles. "Let's get down to work. You all go where you're needed." Gaara replied as he clapped his hands together. Sand from his gourd shot out, forming a small platform that started to rise into the air. "I'll join my fellow Jinchuriki and wait." The other cage nodded their heads as Gaara flew down to the stadium's arena, starting to attack at some of the other large summons that were filling the arena. With him gone, the group turned their attention towards a separate large creature. Nu. Even from their position in the middle of the Dengo Reigo Stadium, the four could see the giant Chimera in the distance, towering over Kumigakure's business district. ES hands tightened into fists as he glared at it. First objective is going to be containing that thing and preventing it from destroying the village. E declared. The report I got from Tsunade and Kakashi implied that thing was designed almost exclusively from Senju Hashirama's cells, so it can use both wood release and has incredible regeneration. Jiraiya stated. We'll have to be careful with how we approach taking it on. Kurotsuki nodded her head, well, let's go dash. Mizukage-sama. Before the 4-cage could rush off, a Kirigakure shinobi jumped up to the cage box. Mei's eyes narrowed on the man. Report her focus went to the man's eyes, noticing the red glow present in them. She stiffened as she began to channel chakra, so, Oyashiro's made a move here, huh? He has, but I'm not under his control. The Kirigakure shinobi shook his head, speaking with a dull, dark tone to his voice, I'm under the influence of one of his precious bodyguards, the last legitimate descendant of the Shinoite clan. Oya's hero has made his move here, yes, and he's currently trying to run off with the Terumi clan boy and the Hyuga clan girl. Jiraiya's eyes widened, a scowl forming on his face, leave it to that coward. He saw an opportunity to run off with more Kekkei Genkai. I'd suggest you confront him before he gets away. The brainwashed Kiri shinobi stated. And I can trust your word? Mei asked, her eyes narrowing on the man. Who's to say that you're not under Oyashiro's control himself, leading me into a trap? I would have been more likely to trust you. I wouldn't take that risk. I have my own objective, and I can assure you, it's not to fight. The man replied. As for trusting me, you have to make that call. I can assure you, if you go after him, I'll free this man from my control. Mei was quiet for a moment as she closed her eyes in thought. Mei. Jiraiya spoke up. Mei did not turn to him, but he could tell she was listening. If there's even a possibility this is true, you should take this lead. All of the elemental nations will be in a better place if Oya's hero dies. We'll be fine without you. Kurotsuki added. So go out. Just make a decision already. He stated sharply as he turned his attention to both Jiraiya and Kurotsuki, we have an objective. With those words, the Raikage rushed off into the village, with both Kurotsuki and Jiraiya following right behind. Mei stood still in the cage's viewing box for a moment before she opened her eyes, narrowing intently on the brainwashed Kiri shinobi. Ayo! She stated sharply. In an instant, the Kirigakure shinobi joined her, bowing slightly, help me find Oya's hero. The brainwashed shinobi grinned in response, good answer. Best of luck in taking down Oya's hero, Mizukage-sama. As Jiraiya, and Kurotsuki made their way towards the business district, the 3-cage noticed a 3-dimensional cube of chakra appeared directly over the residential district, expanding until it covered an inn. What the hell? ES eyes widened. Dust release. Kurotsuki mumbled to herself, her hands tightening, Gramps. Kabuto must have brought back Onaki as an Edo Tensei. Jiraiya realized, biting down his lip. A smart choice for a candidate, but one that really makes things more complicated. Before they could respond, the dust release jutsu was activated, creating a mass of smoke inside the cube before revealing the entire building had been completely disintegrated. Kurotsuki's eyes immediately turned her attention to and Jiraiya as she shook her head, dust release is the most effective counter to dust release. I know how to use it. I need to confront him. Of course. He nodded his head in understanding, his eyes narrowing towards the residential district, just defeat him, and prevent any more damage. Kurotsuki nodded her head as she started to rush over towards the residential district. Raikage-sama. Before Jiraiya and he could continue hurrying off, Mabi rushed over towards them, visible shuriken wounds on her body. Report. He demanded. It is you feared, Raikage-sama. They brought back the Sandaime. Mabi stated. ES eyes immediately narrowed, where? There's no mistaking his presence, he's at the village gates. He broke the gates down effortlessly and is engaging any shinobi he comes across. Mabi explained, shaking her head. If my father gets momentum, he could wipe out the whole village. ES hands tightened even further before glancing back to Jiraiya, I need to take care of him. I'm one of the few people who can match him. You're better equipped to taking on that chimera anyway. Understood. Jiraiya nodded his head. Go, stop your father before it's too late. He did not reply, only rushing off. On cue with his emotions, his body was surrounded by lightning, causing him to move even faster towards the village gates. Enough grave matters that we needed to divide all the cage, Jiraiya noted, his eyes focusing back on Nu. They're all doing their own parts. I have to do mine. If Tsunade could take that creature on alone for the most part, then so can I. With that thought in mind, Jiraiya rushed over towards Nu. Upon using his dust release jutsu for the first time, Sasori was brought to the ground by Deidara with the clay dragon they had been riding remaining airborne. The two artists took a few seconds to admire the complete destruction of Sasori's first target, not even seeing a speck of rubble of the inn. It appeared as if it, alongside anyone inside the building, had never even existed. Well, you pulled it off correctly, Deidara said with a smirk. Gotta say, Sasori no Dana, you definitely got a taste of the kind of art I always aspire for. It's a bit more subdued variation of my explosions, but I can't ignore the quality of its effectiveness and brutality. How do you feel? Dust release takes too much chakra. This isn't something I'll indulge in often. Sasori noted, however, it did feel exhilarating. Right. Deidara's smirk widened into a grin. We have to celebrate this artistic epiphany of yours. The IWA missing ninja made a hand sign, causing the dragon to open its mouth and release clay orbs that rolled out of its mouth and continued until they rolled at the sides of 3 separate homes. Deidara then brought his hands together, causing the clay orbs to start to glow. Ninja art, holy barricade. As the clay orbs exploded, the houses were surrounded in a bright, golden light. Smoke and debris from the road surrounded the area. Once it was cleared, it was revealed that the houses were still intact, without even a sign of burn marks. Oi, who the fuck did that? Deidara hissed as his eyes started to look around the area. Who interfered with my art? Sasori's eyes narrowed around as he started to focus on the area around him. Kumo's residential district was targeted heavily by Inoyashiro's agents. He could see his bodyguards destroying buildings and attacking any of the shinobi they saw along the way. Sasori could also hear the gleeful shouts of Haiden in the distance as he cut through more and more victims. He could see a few Kumo shinobi, around 6 total, running towards them, preparing to strike, but nobody appeared to be emitting the same golden-like chakra that had surrounded the buildings. Was it you? Was it any of you? Deidara turned to face the Kumo shinobi rushing them. He scowled as he made a hand sign, revealing a few clay spiders in the ground that crawled onto their bodies. Die. The clay spiders started to ignite. Before they could explode, however, the same golden light started to surround the bodies of the Kumo shinobi. Deidara's eyes narrowed as he dropped his stance, causing the spiders to stop glowing before they could detonate. He watched as the shinobi all did their best to brush off their shinobi, with 4 of them being successful, before continuing to rush towards them. As they finally reached up to Sasori's and Deidara's position, the glow finally faded. Whoever is using that jutsu can't keep it active for long. No doubt because of a chakra drain. Deidara noted as he made a hand sign. I'll exploit that, damn it. The 2 remaining spiders on the 2 Kumo shinobi ignited, creating massive explosions that caused their bodies to rupture. The resulting explosions were heavy enough that it staggered the remaining 4 Kumo shinobi. Sasori proceeded to swing the tail of Hiriko at them, which managed to pierce through the heart of one of the shinobi before it continued on to the next. Within seconds, all 4 were skewered by the tail, all dead. Whichever shinobi is using that dim light technique is wasting their time. Deidara said sharply, we'll kill everyone regardless. The question remains, who is using it? And where are they? Sasori questioned. His eyes then moved towards one of the homes that Deidara had attempted to blow up, narrowing in suspicion. I wonder. Were you using that jutsu out of some altruism to keep those buildings safe? Or was that used more for self-preservation? Sasori opened his mouth, launching Senbon forward into one of the houses, completely shattering the windows. His tail then launched forward, bursting the door down before it started to attack haphazardly at the structure, causing it to fall apart. He then turned his head attention towards the second house. Before he could strike again, a shadow started to rush forward. Sasori immediately jumped back, narrowly avoiding getting capture. Ah, a Nara. That explains it. The light technique must be an application of yin release. Sasori noted. So you're the asshole who tried to ruin my art. Deidara nearly snarled as he made a sweeping gesture with his right hand, causing a claybird to rush forward from his palm. This time, my explosions will work. Die. As the claybird flew into the building and started to light up, Shikamaru jumped out of the house just in time before it exploded. The Nara landed on his feet, creating a small pile of slime on the ground upon stepping foot. He looked up and made eye contact with both Akatsuki members, revealing his golden eyes. Is that Sage Mode? Deidara asked himself, his scowl starting to fade slightly. Maybe this one will be fun to fight after all. Sasori immediately swung his tail forward. Shikamaru quickly sidestepped as he landed on the ground, creating another skid mark of slime. Where the hell did you get that? He demanded to Sasori as he pointed to the puppet Onaki. I have no reason to answer any of your questions. Sasori replied as he opened his own mouth, launching a series of senbon. Again, Shikamaru started to dodge the senbon. As he started to slowly maneuver his way forward, the ground underneath his feet started to open, revealing more clay spiders. Shikamaru's eyes widened as he made the monkey hand sign. His body was surrounded by a bright light that shielded him from the explosions. A few seconds passed by before the light finally subsided. Instantly, Sasori's tail swung at him once more. This time, however, the tail connected with his shoulder, skewering it instantly. He was forced into the air by Sasori as the puppeteer took a step closer to him. That light technique does seem rather interesting, but in the end, it means very little. A barrier jutsu is only useful for as long as you can keep it up. He stated sharply. And now, you're dead. Not going to happen. Shikamaru said, gritting his teeth as he shook his head, I can tell you laced your tail with poison, but it's not going to be enough to kill me. Oh. Sasori tilted his head slightly, I wouldn't underestimate my poison, boy. And I wouldn't underestimate the potency of the Slug Clan's senjutsu to filter out your poisons. Shikamaru replied back as he made a new hand sign, Shadow Possession Jutsu. Before Sasori could release Shikamaru, he became ensnared by the boy's shadow. Immediately, Shikamaru reached upwards, a motion that Sasori mimicked, as the Nara pulled the tail out of his shoulder. It won't take me long to overpower your shadow paralysis technique, you know? Even if you are using senjutsu, you don't have the chakra to overpower me. Sasori said sharply as he started to apply force. As the Akatsuki member stated, he started to move slightly, despite Shikamaru's jutsu. Sweat started to form on the Nara's head, however a grin developed on his face. I don't need to hold you down for very long. Shikamaru said sharply as he turned his head upward, that little bit was all we needed to kill you. Dust Style, Atomic Dismantling Jutsu. Before Sasori could respond, a three-dimensional cube of chakra formed around his body. The cube detonated, creating an explosion inside, filling it with smoke. Immediately, Onaki's puppet body fell to the ground. Whoa! Deidara's eyes widened in response as he turned his head upward. Standing on top of a nearby house was the Godame Tsuchikage, Kuratsuki. The girl jumped down to the streets, standing side by side with Shikamaru, her eyes intently focused on the puppet form of her grandfather. Gramps. Her lips started to quiver slightly as tears formed in her eyes. What did they do to you? I'm so sorry. Oh? Is that you, Kuratsuki? Deidara spoke up. The Tsuchikage did not react, but Deidara grinned as he crossed his arms. Been a while, I heard you took the old fuck's hat. Looks better on someone that's not an old blowhard dash. Don't you fucking dare talk about my grandfather like that, Deidara. Kuratsuki hissed, turning to face him. I was worried about fighting his Edo Tensei, but in the end, it's something even more gross. You Akatsuki bastards have defiled his body in a more disgusting way than I could have ever imagined. Deidara shrugged his shoulders, at least his body is actually doing something as opposed to just rotting in a grave. Let a dead man rest in peace. Shikamaru stated, glaring at Deidara. Why exactly are you mad? Both Shikamaru and Kurotsuka stiffened in response at the voice. The smoke from Kurotsuka's dust release finally dissipated, revealing the figure of Sasori, the real Sasori. He scowled deeply at Kurotsuka as his eyes briefly glanced around his body. My jutsu should have killed him. I landed it perfectly. How the fuck did he live? She asked herself, her hands tightening. You completely destroyed Hirako. Sasori spat out, gritting his teeth, not a single part of it is left. It can't be rebuilt at all. His hands went to his side, reaching for a set of scrolls. How dare you? How dare? Kurotsuka repeated the words for a moment as her shock left her body, being replaced with her unbridled anger. How dare you? How dare you turn my grandfather into one of your fucking puppets? And why should that piss you off? Your precious grandfather can now live forever. Sasori snorted as he gestured with his pinky fingers, forming chakra strings that reattached to Onaki's puppet. The puppet picked itself up once again and started to float side by side Sasori. He will be immortalized forever this way. His very existence can live on through his puppet with no end in sight. That's really how you see it, huh? Shikamaru shook his head, frowning. Suppose that makes sense for someone like you, Akasuna no Sasori. Even before you turned on Suna, your village always described you as emotionally distant and sociopathic. I'm not in the mood to get lectured on morality by a Konoha shinobi of all people. Sasori's scowl deepened as he briefly glanced over at his partner, Deidara. We have a job to get back to. Right, right. Deidara nodded his head as he jumped backwards, landing on top of his clay dragon. The dragon started to ascend slightly. We'll kill these bastards then get right back to destroying this whole village. As Shikamaru and Kurotsuka both stiffened, getting ready to fight, Sasori reached into his robe and pulled out 4 scrolls. He then unsealed them all, revealing 4 new puppets, which now stood side by side with puppet Onaki. Ryotenbin no Onaki's puppet was connected by strings on Sasori's pinky fingers. Shirakawa, the Sandaime Kaze Kage and the progenitor of the Iron Sand techniques, was connected by strings to Sasori's ring fingers. Pakura, a famous Tsunagakuer Jonin renowned for her use of Scorch Release, was attached to the strings on Sasori's middle fingers. Kagaya Kimimaro, former disciple of Orochimaru and last living wielder of the Shikatsumayaku, was connected to Sasori's index fingers. And finally, Kitsuke, son of Ryotenbin no Onaki and a head Jonin of Uegakuer, known for his complete mastery of Earth Release ninjutsu, was connected to Sasori's thumbs. You have Kitsuke's body too. Shikamaru mumbled. For the time being. I'll probably shuffle him out once I get a puppet with a more inherently unique ability than basic Earth Release. However, his proficiency with it is at another level. Sasori's scowl finally shifted upwards into a grin. At the very least, that makes his puppet stand out. Father. Kurotsuka's eyes focused on the image of Kitsuke for a moment as more tears started to fall. Her eyes narrowed as they continued to fall from her face before she turned to face Sasori. Sasori and Deidara, you two goddamn monsters, both of you are dying by our hands. Even if it's the last thing I do, both of you are going to fucking die. The 12 genin teams, Team 6, 8, and 9 of Konoha, and Team Misora of Kiri, hurried back to the Dengo Reigo infirmary. Upon arrival, they noticed the 3 Kyumigakuer genin, Urusei, Teranei, and Nibi, still asleep with no signs of waking up. Kanji's eyes narrowed on their bodies. I know that Kusa team wanted to win with little effort, but why did they knock them out like this for so long knowing that the invasion was about to happen? The Yamanaka asked. It's irresponsible. I don't think that one girl cares about it at all. Udon noted, rubbing his nose slightly. Kono Meitake, she separated from all of us the second she could. I don't think she cares if any of us die. She just wants to make sure she and her team are fine. Bitch. Katsumi muttered, gritting her teeth slightly, wish we could have gotten to fight them. Her eyes briefly glanced back to Kono Amaru before shaking her head. If he needed to get his ass kicked a little, then she needs a full-on beatdown to humble herself. Well, good news is that nothing's happened here yet. Kinosaki spoke up, rubbing his chin, we just need to be ready for dash. Guys, something's coming. Hanabi called out. The 12 genin stiffened in response as the floor of the infirmary opened up as humanoid figures started to rise up. Within a few seconds, the whole room was covered by dozens of men in yellow tracksuits, wearing rebreathers over their mouths and a sash around their heads, concealing their eyes. All the men looked nearly identical with the exception of the hair. Some had spiky brown hair, another had similar spiky brown hair, but shorter than the main one, and the final one had a bandana over their heads, covering their hair. What the hell are those things? Kano Amaru hissed in response. Kill. The figures all spoke in unison with his breathy, raspy voice, each pulling out kunao. Kill the brats. Another set of figures hissed as they took steps closer towards them. Start with the sleepers, then kill the awake ones. Another added. All right, I've heard enough of these creepy guys. Kano Amaru hissed as he ran through hand signs. Hanabi shook her head. Kano Amaru-kun, don't dash. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Kano Amaru breathed out a series of fireballs from his mouth that flew at the figures, creating holes in their bodies and causing them to fall apart into separate chunks. Instead of being dissipated, however, the body parts reformed, creating even more clones that started to walk forward. What? Mogi's eyes widened. What kind of things are these? Some weird ninjutsu-genjutsu hybrid. Hanabi noted, shaking her head. None of those clones are real. They don't have any form to them. We can't kill them dash. Her words were cut short as all of the clones threw kunao at the genin teams. The 12 all did their best to dodge, but Kano Amaru was unable to get away and a kunao connected with his cheek, scratching him and drawing blood. He hissed in pain as a finger ran down the wound. Kano Amaru-san, are you alright? Kazuo asked. I'm fine, just a scratch. Kano Amaru grumbled, I must still be tired after that fight. He shook his head before turning back to Hanabi, even if those things aren't real, those kunao are real. We can't kill them, but they can kill us. Tsunemasa noted, scowling. His Kakaicha buzzed angrily, we need to find their real selves and dispel this nonsense. Another wave of kunao was tossed from the clones, this time at the sleeping Kumo genin. The Kiri genin team jumped backwards, blocking the weapons with kunao of their own. Just saying, if we all leave, we're going to get these 3 killed. Kinosaki noted with a scowl. So only some of us should leave, then. Udon noted as he turned to face Team 9, Hanabi-san, can you see where the real ones are? I should be able to find them. She nodded her head, they're not in the immediate area that I'm noticing them, but they have to be somewhere nearby in order to be using such a complex genjutsu. Then you all should be the ones to go find them. Yuna spoke up, crossing her arms, you all go find the assholes using this genjutsu. In the meantime, we'll keep these freaky clones away from the Kumo genin. Do you really think we're going to let you brats get away so easily? One of the clones spoke up with a chuckle. You're all going to stay here. Another hissed. You're all going to die here. The rest chorused as they all reached for kunao. You all don't really have a choice in that. We'll bust out of here. Katsumi declared as she jumped to Hanabi's side, placing her hand on her right shoulder. Kanji then jumped towards them, placing his hand on Hanabi's left shoulder. Earth style, Headhunter Jutsu. The 3 genin of Team 9 sank into the ground just in time before a volley of kunao could hit them, connecting with the floor instead. The clones were still for a moment before a chuckle escaped from one of them. How cute. They know the Headhunter Jutsu. There's some Earth release adepts amongst them, huh? He stated. That won't do anything for them, though. Just they wait until they actually find us, Aburo. Another clone chuckled, if they can even do that. But for now, let's return back to the objective. It then turned its attention back to the genin teams, killing a bunch of bratty kids before it's too late. Kinosaki tensed up, here they come again. Hanabi, Katsumi, Kanji, you all better defeat the originals fast. Kano Amaru realized as he brought his hands together. The 3-8 genin all had the same hopes as they entered into a fight with no end in sight. This feels like just then. Masakado told himself, trying to control his breathing. All those years ago. Masakado's eyes moved back and forth as he watched missing ninja, disguised in the uniforms of various shinobi villages, slaughter Kumo shinobi after Kumo shinobi as they made their way further into the village. He watched the gates of the village crack bit by bit and nearby building falling apart, alongside the sounds of the screams of dying shinobi. It's just like that day. His hand shook heavily as he closed his eyes for a moment. Sir, the seal failed. Uzushiagakure's been breached. Sandaime-sama, help. Save us. My family. Sandaime-sama, please, avenge us. Masakado could not help it. In this moment, he no longer saw the image of Kumogakure, one of the villages who attacked his homeland. In its place, he saw the image of Uzushiagakure on fire with the screams and cries of his people, his clansmen, his friends, his family. Not again, gods, not again. Masakado's hands went together as he shook his head. Sandaime-sama. Please stop. He bit down on his lip, starting to draw blood. Masakado, I can't find our kids. Where's Ichiro and Kataki? Stop it. He shouted. Masakado's breathing grew heavier and heavier as his eyes focused on the gate to Kumogakure. The yellow gates finally fell and wood and metal was sent flying everywhere as a single man drove through, killing shinobi after shinobi in his wake. He was a tall, muscular shinobi with dark-toned skin with long wavy white hair that reached his lower back and a long white beard. He wore a standard Kumogakure shinobi uniform with a red rope tied around his waist. He also had the kanji for lightning tattooed onto his right shoulder. Masakado's eyes lit up in recognition. That's him. His hands tightened as his breathing grew harder. It's the goddamn Sandaime Raikage. While Masakado had never encountered the man directly, he was very familiar with him. As the leader of Kumo when they sent an army to attack Uzushio, Masakado knew everything about Abunai, also known as the 30, and his capabilities. The revived Raikage, while surrounded in lightning, charged straight into a group of Kumogakure shinobi. He swung his hands around at every shinobi he rushed by, piercing their bodies entirely and sending them flying away. Each shinobi they dared to approach him died almost instantaneously. He was revived with Edo Tensei, He'll destroy his whole village at this rate. Very few shinobi out there could probably take him on. Masakado took in as he swallowed hard. Once again, the image of Kumo was replaced with the image of destroyed Uzushio. As quickly as the image returned, reality reverted back to normal once again. Masakado's eyes narrowed intently on the Sandaime Raikage as his hand reached to his back. My goal in this invasion is to seal away those Edo Tensei summons anyway. Masakado pulled out his bronze shield and gripped it tightly in his right hand while he pulled out an ink pen with his left finger. Even if it is Kumo, I won't let this monster destroy another village. Masakado ran forward towards the Edo Tensei and made a brush stroke directly on his shield, Uzumaki Fuinjutsu, Unstoppable Offense. With his single brush stroke, Masakado created 4 golden spears that he launched directly at Abunai. The Edo Tensei turned his head in time and sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the first 2 spears. The last 2, however, managed to stab at his body, sending him flying back with enough force into a watchtower that was set up by the gate. The spears pierced his skin, keeping him still. Who landed a hit on me? I appreciate you for being able to briefly stop my rampage. The Sandaime Raikage's words died on his lips as he noticed Masakado rushing him. His eyes widened. Uzumaki Masakado? Did Kumo manage to acquire Edo Tensei as well? To send you of all men to fight against me. I'm not an Edo Tensei like you, bastard. Masakado growled out. I never died. You are serious? The Uzukage alone survived the invasion, Abunai noted, closing his eyes in thought for a moment before shaking his head. That is a most unfortunate fate. I would have wished for death if I were you. You have my sincerest condolences. You are the last person I'd want them from, Abunai. Masakado hissed as he snapped his finger. The 2 spears that had missed prior were sent flying back once again, skewering the 30's body more. Regardless, I'm here to put a stop to you before you burn your own village. You came to the aid of Kumo. The Sandaime Raikage asked, his eyes widening further. Why would you dash? His words died on his lips as he felt his body starting to channel chakra. He bit down on his lip as his arms started to move involuntarily, struggling against the spears holding him down. I hope these spears are more durable than I'm anticipating. A few seconds passed by before Abunai swung his fists forward, sending the spears out of his body as electricity continued to radiate from his body. He then charged forward at Masakado, almost effortlessly closing the distance. Shit. Masakado shook his head as he quickly made a second brush stroke on his shield just as Abunai was about to strike. Uzumaki Fuinjutsu. Guillotine drop. Before either the Sandaime Raikage's attack nor Masakado's jutsu could activate, the fourth E jumped down from the sky, his body coated in electricity and slammed his foot down onto the ground where his father was. The Edo Tensei turned his body around in time and caught the third E's foot before it connected. The shockwave of their separate lightning armors colliding with another created a massive discharge that sent electricity flying all around, striking at buildings. The force was enough to cause Masakado to wince slightly, but he did his best to remain in place. Abunai's eyes widened even further than before. Tsuyoya, is that you? Heh. Tsuyoya, huh? Haven't heard that name in a while. The fourth E chuckled for a moment before looking at the Edo Tensei with a smile that did not reach his eyes fully. Hey, Dad. Your demeanor. I see. So Kumo did appoint you as my successor, as intended. Abunai noted, nodding his head, I can see you've grown strong. Strong enough to withstand this onslaught. He felt his body tensing up as his grip on his son's feet tightened. Please, Tsuyoya. No, please stop me before I destroy our village. Trust me, I will. I'll keep this village that you and I both love safe, no matter what. The Yondaime Raikage replied as he started to channel chakra into his feet. Within a moment, a burst of lightning shot forward from his foot directly into Abunai, sending the Edo Tensei backwards slightly. The Yondaime Raikage jumped backwards slightly, standing side by side with Masakado. You considered yourself a cage, right? Then prove it by fighting back against my father. He declared sharply. I'm going to need a seal master's help sealing him away, anyway. The Uzumaki snorted in response, don't need your permission. I was planning on kicking his ass. You'll just be the extra help I need. To think I'd see an Uzumaki Masakado at that. Fighting alongside my son, protecting Kumo. History must have gotten rather interesting since I passed. Abunai noted for a moment before he felt his body starting to channel chakra once more. I hope you both are ready, because here I come. With that warning, the Sandaime Raikage charged forward once again. Haiden could not recall the last time he had felt such an extreme feeling of joy. The air throughout the whole village was filled with the smell of blood. He could not even recall the last time had seen so much death all in one place. He did not particularly like pain, nor appreciate his sacrilege of considering himself a god, but he would always appreciate him for bringing Haiden to experience such a joyous day of slaughter. It would be a debt that he would never be able to pay off. Praise be to Jashin-sama! He exclaimed loudly as he pulled his scythe out Asuna Shinobi's body. He brought the scythe to his tongue, taking a lick of the blood. A frown developed on his lips. Blood isn't good. Damn. Thought this one would make a good cloud style, flame slice. Haiden turned his head in time to see an arc of fire rushing towards his body. He sidestepped, avoiding the fire, only for the fire to redirect itself. Unable to get away, Haiden hissed as the fire burned into his skin, only for a blonde-haired man to rush towards him, wielding a sword that was covered in flames. The hell dash! Haiden's words were cut off as the flame sword connected with his head, severing his head straight from his body. Heh, take a look at this hotshot! Atsui exclaimed as he swung his sword in a circular fashion, extinguishing the fire from his sword. He then turned his head towards Amwa, Karui, and Samui, who were all rushing over towards him with their swords, taking out an Akatsuki all by myself, in one hit. Am I good, or what? The Raikage warned about that one, didn't he? Amwa asked, his eyes narrowing on the limp body of Haiden. I think that's one supposed to be immortal. Immortal even to getting his fucking head cut off. Atsui snorted in response, nah, he's done. Let's move on dash. His words died on his lips as he felt something bite his leg. Ack. You alright? Karui stiffened in response as she and the others rushed over to his side. Atsui turned his head down to see that Haiden's severed head had rolled all the way to his body and had managed to bite his leg. Atsui hissed as he proceeded to kick the head with his other foot, pulling it off. He then sliced the head in half with his sword. "Fuck you!" he growled out. "Let's see what your immortal ass does after that." On cue with his words, the two halves of Haiden's severed head rolled back into one another, reforming his head. The head then flew through the air back to the rest of his body, dripping blood in a circular fashion around before it connected with his head once more. "Hope you know, that hurt like a bitch though," Haiden stated sharply as his skin started to turn black with white markings forming on it. He then grinned at the Kumo shinobi, revealing his teeth coated with Atsui's blood, "But I'll admit I'm surprised you even beheaded me like that so easily, so for interesting me, and for having some delicious tasting blood, I'm gonna make sure your last living moments on this earth rewarding." Atsui's eyes narrowed. "The fuck do you mean dash? Everyone! Get that man out of that circle!" Samui shouted out as she brought her hands together into a single seal, Earth-style, Great Mud River. The street underneath Haiden's body turned into mud, forming a river that tried to drag him away from his position. Haiden, however, remained still in his spot, not fazed by the response. He reached into his cloak and pulled out a spike. "Not working, not cool." Samui grit her teeth before turning to her partners. Karui, immobilize him." "Understood." They both stated as they sheathed their swords before they ran through the same four-hand signs, lightning style, lightning rope technique. Lightning shot forward from both Amwa's and Karui's hands, forming a rope that quickly ensnared Haiden's body. He grit his teeth in response as Atsui yelped slightly, his body stiffening as burn marks started to develop on his body. "What's happening?" he hissed. "I heard that ceiling circle he's standing in curses whatever enemy this man has drawn blood from." Samui said, her eyes moving towards her brother sympathetically. "Forgive me, Atsui, but we need to take precautions to prevent him from killing you." "Take precautions, you say?" Haiden snorted in response as he struggled against the lightning ropes. To Karui's and Amwa's surprise, he quickly pulled his hands back, overpowering the lightning and causing it to discharge around the battlefield. "I'm a loyal priest to Jashin-sama. Your chains cannot bind me." "Shit!" Karui hissed, her eyes widening as she stared at Haiden in horror. "No, don't." Amwa quickly shook his head as he ran through the same hand signs, lightning style dash. Haiden proceeded to toss his scythe forward directly at Amwa, causing him to yelp as he dodged. Haiden then swung the cable attached to the scythe, swinging in a circular formation directly at Karui, who jumped up to avoid. The scythe then attempted to cut into both Atsui and Samui, but the two siblings jumped back, avoiding the attack. The Jashinite then pulled on the cable, returning the scythe back to his body. The three-blade scythe connected with his face, splitting his head open and causing blood to pour. Atsui's eyes widened as pain raced through his body. Dash. The painful scream ceased as quickly as it came as his head was split in half, matching Haiden's injury. The Kumigaku urchinin's body fell to the ground, dead. "Atsui!" Amwa screamed. "Damn it!" Karui shook her head, her hands tightening and her eyes starting to redden. Samui was quiet for a moment, staring at Atsui's corpse in stunned silence. Tears started to roll down her face almost instantly as she stared at the wound on his face, unable to process the world around her. All hail Jashin-sama, rebirth of a lost soul. Attention was brought briefly back to Haiden, whose head had returned to normal, as chakra quickly surrounded his body before visibly flowing from his body to Atsui's corpse. A few seconds passed by before the chakra flow finally stopped. Immediately after, the body of Atsui rose once more. Samui's, Amwa's, and Karui's eyes widened in horror as they stared at the lifeless body of the blonde standing tall, his head still split in half and barely staying attached to his body, blood dripping from his open wounds. "What the fuck did you to him?" Karui asked quietly. "I told him I'd make his last moments rewarding. What's more rewarding than being converted into a member of Jashin-sama's undead worshippers?" Haiden asked. On cue with his question, the undead body of Atsui gripped its sword tightly, fire starting to form around the blade. He quickly rushed at the nearest being next to him, Samui. The blonde-haired jonin pulled out her sword, locking blades with the revenant. Atsui's body let out a shriek of sword as it pushed back, causing sparks from the fire on his sword to extend from his blade and try to burn her skin. Samui did not hiss from the pain, however, as her mind was too focused on the creature standing in front of her that used to be her brother. Utsui! Utsui! Her tears started to fall even harder as she pushed back, forcing the creature back. Her eyes turned back to Haiden. I will kill you for this dash. Her words were cut short by the image of the triple-blade scythe flying directly at her face. Partial expansion jutsu. Before it could connect, however, a large, extended fist grabbed onto the cable of the scythe, preventing it from reaching her face. Haiden's eyes widened as his scythe was pulled from his hand as the giant hand swung his scythe far away. My scythe, my tool for Jashin-sama. He mumbled to himself, his hands tightening into fists. Koji, Ino, and Shino jumped into the streets, standing alongside Samui, Kurui, and Amwa. Koji's fist returned to normal as he turned his attention towards Samui. That was close. Are you okay? He asked. Utsui. She mumbled the name slightly. The former members of Team 10 turned their heads upward as they stared at the lifeless body of Utsui. Their eyes widened as they stared at the revenant. Its skin was starting to become more and more coated with the blood dripping from its face wound, making it appear even more inhuman than before, but the resemblance was still there. They knew exactly who that was. That's that guy. Ino mumbled, shaking her head in disgust. Thank you, we're going to need all the help we can get. Kurui said, shaking her head as she gripped her sword tightly, that man is not only immortal, but if he manages to land even a single hit on us, he'll curse us and kill us. No matter how many times we attack him, he's going to live. And all it takes for him is one good to hit to kill us. Amwa muttered to himself, shaking his head, how the fuck are we supposed to beat him? You're not supposed to. Haiden hissed in response as he finally turned back to face his 6 opponents, you're all going to die. Everyone in this wretched village will. All of you will be joining Jashin-sama's eternal mausoleum. He clapped his hands together, you took my scythe away for now, but I'm not going to waste the time getting it and risk you fuckers running away. No, I'll kill all of you without it. New. And there's that behemoth once again. Jiraiya sighed as he arrived in Kumo's business district. If Nu seemed gigantic from afar, getting this close to the monster revealed the extent of how towering he was. The creature seemed even taller than before, its head extending well above the clouds of Kumo. Other than its size, though, the Chimera still contained its other general physical appearance, and seemingly, its abilities. Kumo, Kiri, Suna, and Iwa Shinobi all attempted to attack the creature with various weapons and jutsu, with the Kumo Shinobi leading the charge, but no attacks seemed to properly phase the creature. Nu appeared entirely unfazed as he proceeded to slam its legs into the ground, causing tree trunks to rise from the ground, knocking multiple attacking shinobi up into the air. Nu roared as it launched air bullets from its mouth directly at the airborne shinobi. While a majority of the Kumo and Suna shinobi were able to dodge, the Iwa and Kiri shinobi that attacked were blasted by the bullets, cracking their skulls upon impact, and sending their bodies flying off into the distance. Hokage-sama, thank God you're here. Jiraiya turned his attention to see Shizune and Choza rush over to his side. A sigh escaped his lips as he looked at the 2 shinobi. Shizune, where's Tsunade? Jiraiya asked. Amongst the Edo Tensei that were summoned, Hanzo was summoned. Shizune replied. She went to go fight him right away. Hanzo's here. Jiraiya's fist tightened in response before he shook his head, Tsunade can take care of him. I have faith that nowadays, she'll be the one who can take him down. In the meantime. He cleared his throat, Shizune, assist with medical attention here. A lot of the shinobi are going to need it. If you can support, provide it as needed. I trust your judgment. The medical shinobi nodded her head as she rushed over towards the nearest injured shinobi. Jiraiya then turned his attention to Choza, you chose to engage this thing. I assume I know what you're planning, right? The Akimichi clan head nodded his head as he clapped his hands together, super expansion jutsu. In an instant, Choza's body magnified in size, reaching close to the size and height of Nu. The red-haired man took in a deep breath as he pulled out his staff and swung it around, preparing to strike at the Chimera. Jiraiya, meanwhile, bit down on his thumb before running through hand signs, summoning jutsu. A poof of smoke filled the area as Gamabunta appeared in Kumo, standing directly underneath Jiraiya, bringing the Hokage to the same height as both Choza and Nu. "Jiraiya, what the hell is that thing?" Gamabunta asked as he reached for his Tonto. "Your next wallet, that's what." Jiraiya replied as his eyes narrowed on the creature. "All right, you disgusting beast. Let's do this." Nu. Both Choza and Gamabunta charged forward at Nu, who growled in response as it prepared to attack back. Heavy amounts of steam were released from Han's armor as the man ran through the stadium's inner rooms. The man moved as fast as he could, looking for the boiler that Naruto had mentioned. It did not take long for him to find the room, where he came face to face with a man with long orange hair tied in a ponytail and many piercings on his face, wielding the Rinnegan and wearing the cloak of the Akatsuki. The Rinnegan, this must be Pain. Han's eyes narrowed as he charged forward. The orange-haired man, appearing nonplussed at the Gobage in Churaki's presence, slammed an open palm into the ground, summoning jutsu. As smoke filled the boiler room, a giant ox appeared just as Han reached the man. The ox blocked back against Han's attack on its summoner with its horns before getting locked into a stalemate with the man. "Erg." Han groaned as he pushed back, starting to make ground against the ox. "Think you have me outmatched? Summoning jutsu. Summoning jutsu. Summoning jutsu." Smoke filled the room once more as 3 large red bats with spikes piercing their necks appeared. The first bat grabbed onto Pain's body, pulling him into the air while the remaining 2 started to fly around Han's position. The bats opened their mouths, letting a large screech that formed a sonic blast that rushed into Han's and the ox's body. The ox continued pushing forward, seemingly unfazed, while Han's grip against the beast's horns was starting to lighten, his ears starting to bleed. "Damn it! I need to start channeling now." Han grit his teeth as he started to channel Kokuo's chakra. Reddish chakra formed around his body before it started to reddish-black, merging with his skin and armor. He took in a deep breath as he felt his grip tighten back against the ox and it became easier to ignore the pain from the bat's screeches, more like it. "Now." Han's thoughts died on his lips as he noticed Pain's body, floating next to pipes in the room. A grin developed on Han's face as more and more steam was released from his furnace, floating through the room towards the various pipes in the room. The idea should have been instant. "I'm rarely in an environment like this, might as well take advantage of it," Han told himself as he let one of his hands go from the ox's horns. The summon immediately began to overpower him, sticking the horn directly into Han's chest. The Gobage in Churaki winced in response, but his grin seemingly widened as he clapped his hands together. "Ah!" Pain finally spoke for the first time as his eyes focused on the pipes he was nearby. The orange-haired man placed his right hand on the bat that had grabbed him. The bat immediately started to fly upwards towards the ceiling of the room, flying it with enough force that it broke through the ceiling and created an opening for it to move. "You're not getting away from me that easily," Han declared, Boyle style, overheat explosion. Instantly, the pipes in the room exploded as steam surged throughout the room, creating a massive explosion that melted the giant ox and the 2 bats instantly upon impact. A massive firestorm was sent flying throughout the room, heading upwards through the opening that Pain had created. The impact of the explosion sent Han's body flying upwards, rocketing him upwards through another newly created opening in the ceiling. "That won't kill him, but that surely flushed him out." Han's fists tightened. "No hiding, Pain. You're going to be facing all of us." The remaining Jinchuriki, Gaara, Yagura, Roshi, Yotakata, and Fu, had arrived at the stadium at the time of a massive explosion underneath the battlefield, creating a shockwave that staggered both the Jinchuriki and the monstrous summoned animals. A hole was created in the ground and a bat, still carrying Pain, flew out of it just in time as fire rushed from the opening. "That's the summoner." Yujito's eyes narrowed on the orange-haired man. "Is that?" Another hole in the ground opened up as Han, still in his version 2 cloak, jumped out of the ground and landed next to his fellow Jinchuriki. His eyes briefly glanced around the battlefield, noticing steam starting to rise from the ground, before he turned his attention back to Pain. "That man has the Rinnegan," Han stated sharply. "He is Pain." Pain's response to Han's statement was to clap his hands together, summoning jutsu. A large poof of smoke filled the area as all 9 Jinchuriki prepared for the next onslaught of summoned beasts. Instead, they were greeted by more figures in Akatsuki cloaks. Pain fell to the ground, joining 5 other orange-haired men and one large bulky bald man with spikes on the top of his head. All 6 had the Rinnegan and had identical expressions on their faces. The only differences in their appearances were the style of their hair and the location of their face piercings. The hell? They all have the Rinnegan? Fu asked, her eyes narrowing in confusion. That should be impossible. Yagura shook his head, scowling. The Rinnegan is such a rare ability that it's considered myth rather than fact. The idea that there would be 6 people, all alive and all working together, with that specific dojutsu should be impossible. You speak like you know the capabilities of the Rinnegan. One of the orange-haired men, one with spiky hair and his piercings only on his nose and ears, noted as he took a step forward, I would be curious to hear more of your thoughts on the matter, Karatachi Yagura. Naruto's, Yotaka's, and B's eyes widened in response while Yagura remained still, closing his eyes as he processed his words. The remaining 5 Jinchuriki, however, blinked in response as they stared at the man in confusion. Karatachi Yagura's dead. Rashi stated, Kamui, the new Sanbai Jinchuriki, is nothing like that monster. He hasn't told you, has he? Pain asked, blinking in response. Summoning Jutsu. Another poof of smoke filled the air as the 6 Rinnegan wielders were joined by Yakushi Kabuto, Konan, Toby, and Hoshigaki Kisame. Kisame took a step forward, scowling at the face of Kamui. So, that's the mask you've been wearing since the invasion, huh? Kisame asked, shaking his head, pretty disgusting. The Yagura I always knew was many shitty things, but I never considered him a liar. Looks like you finally became one. Suppose I am, but it is preferable to living like the monster your leader made me into. The Sanbai Jinchuriki replied as he brought a hand to his chest. In an instant, he dispelled the henge he had become accustomed to. For the first time in 3 years, the real Karatachi Yagura revealed himself to the world. What the hell? Yujito's eyes widened as she stared at the man. Kamui-san, why Yuri actually? Fu mumbled. No different than who he was on the island. Naruto said, shaking his head as the other Jinchuriki briefly turned his head towards him. We all met with the real Yagura this whole time. Naruto's eyes narrowed on Toby for a moment, his fists tightening. The Yagura you all think was a monster was created by that monster, who brainwashed him into nearly destroying Mizu no Kuni. Brainwashed. Rashi repeated the word with a frown. He's correct. Yotaka nodded his head, drawing attention towards him. The Rokubai Jinchuriki stiffened as he reached for his pipe. The one responsibility for the destruction of Mizu no Kuni and the bloody civil war in Kirigakure is that man in the mask. Who, me? Toby asked before chuckling. Well, I suppose I did have a reason for wanting to hurt Kirigakure. Perhaps I did something like that for my own petty justice. He then shrugged his shoulders, or perhaps I didn't. Oh no, you definitely did. Naruto snarled, his eyes starting to turn red. You fucking ruin everything you touch, just like how you killed my parents, you dash. Naruto, save your anger for the fight. Kurama's voice echoed in his head. Don't let it cloud your mind so easily. Channel it into your energy, but don't let it consume you. Naruto bit his lip in response to the Kyuubi's words, but did as he was told and remained quiet. Toby proceeded to laugh loudly in response as he brought his hands together. I suppose that all sorts of secrets are getting exposed right now, huh? He stated as his eyes narrowed, the main Jikyo Sharingan visible from the eye holes on his mask. With that in mind, are you all aware you are facing off against Uchiha Madara, alongside some of Akatsuki's top agents and the 6 Paths of Pain? We were aware of your identity, Madara. Gaara said calmly as he crossed his arms and began channeling chakra. That's why we all prepared for this. In an instant, Gaara activated his Biju mode, surrounding himself in his chakra shroud. Gaara's right. Yujito nodded her head. Her eyes briefly glanced back to Yagura for a moment before shaking her head. We're not going to be distracted by any bullshit, nor are we intimidated by any of you. She, too, channeled her own chakra shroud, entering Biju mode alongside the Kaze cage. We're simply going to kill you, kill all of you. Big words. Kisame snorted in response as he pulled out Samehada, pointing it in Yujito's direction before quickly changing direction, impaling himself with the sword and absorbing it. His body proceeded to change shape once more, becoming more shark-like as he started to laugh loudly, but let's see if you all have what it takes to back it up. We do. Yagura spoke up, gritting his teeth as he channeled his own Biju mode and creating his own chakra shroud. His eyes focused briefly on Kisame before narrowing on Madara. This is for Kirigakure. I am going to fucking destroy you. There's more to that story, but I'll have to wait until this all said and done until I can ask about it. Rashi noted before turning to face Kabuto. A glare developed on his face as he channeled his own Biju form. He grabbed the staff that formed alongside his cloak and gripped it tightly. After all, I got someone I'd like to kill as well, some grave-robbing asshole who played a part in Onaki's death. I suppose I did play some role in that, huh? Kabuto noted, adjusting his glasses as he started to channel chakra, his body becoming surrounded by a thick exoskeleton, and you think you'll be able to avenge him? He will. Han spoke softly before his Biju version 2 form faded away, replaced with his own chakra shroud. More and more steam poured from his body as he cracked his knuckles. We have been training for this long enough. I would not underestimate any of us. The mission details were compromised. This was known, and we still chose to attack. Have you ever considered why? Konan spoke as her legs started to break apart, turning into the paper. The paper quickly reattached to her back, forming wings as she started to rise up. You're facing the will of a god. There is no such thing. Yotakata shook his head in response as his body was surrounded by his chakra shroud. Acid started to drip from his feet as he glared at Konan's floating figure. Even if there was one, I'd certainly not recognize any of you as a god. Damn right. Fu nodded her head as her chakra shroud began to take shape. She took a deep breath as she opened her wings, taking flight. We'll stop you all, right here. Right now. You all thought you could take us on, then let's face off. Brawn versus brawn. B exclaimed as Biju cloak took shape over his body. You're facing off against the elite. Us 9 Jinchuriki can't be beat. Your plan was to hunt us down. That's failed every time you tried. Naruto stated sharply as he cracked his knuckles as he channeled his Biju mode. His chakra shroud started to form around his body, and combined with the sage mode that he was channeling. Instead of the form simply merging with his skin, Naruto now appeared like he was wearing a Haori made of the golden fires with the same black markings that ran down his skin. Naruto's pupils dilated and his whiskers became thicker and the black markings on his body and his Haori expanded further. You all failed when you tried to take Hanenii back at Tenchi Bridge. You failed trying to take Yagura after the Kirigakure Civil War. You failed trying to take Fu during the Taki invasion. Every time, your organization has failed. Naruto stated sharply, your organization has been nothing but a failure, and still, you all act like you're gods. Conversation is pointless. Pain spoke as he held out a hand. Our end goal is in sight. Setbacks in the past do not matter, all that matters is defeating you all right now. And the only thing that matters to us is making sure all of you die right now. Naruto replied, crossing his arms. As both Pain and Naruto stated, words finally stopped. The battle between the Akatsuki and Jinchuriki had finally begun. Chapter 123, Defending Kumigakure. With the conversation finally ended, Han got into position to charge forward, channeling chakra throughout his body, Boyle style, steam cataclysm. In an instant, Han rocketed forward towards Pain's animal path body. His body crashed into the animal path, blasting it with extremely hot steam that burnt the body entirely. Within seconds, the body was blasted away into the bleachers of the stadium, completely unmoving and its skin entirely unrecognizable. Whoa! Fu gasped slightly, her eyes focused on the Gobi Jinchuriki. That jutsu he did is really affecting the battlefield. Kisame noted with a scowl, his eyes focusing on the visible steam. I won't be able to flood the battlefield like this. Guess focusing on him will be a waste of time. First one down. Han noted as he immediately turned his attention towards the nearest Pain, the Deva path. Let's go for a round 2. The Deva path Pain, seemingly unfazed by Han's complete destruction of the animal path, simply held out a hand forward. Han's body, again, was coated in steam as he charged forward at him. Shinra Tensei. Before Han could attack Pain, a shockwave directly in front of him, hitting him with such an extensive force that it not only stopped his charge, but sent him flying backwards. He hissed in pain as he flew through the air backwards. Hanani! Naruto called out. Konan and the Azura Path Pain rushed forward, the Azura Path running next to the Gobi Jinchuriki while Konan flew above him. The puppet Pain's head proceeded to open up, revealing a cannon while Konan started to flap her wings directly in Han's direction. Back off! Fu shouted as she flew forward at Konan. Konan managed to fly upwards, narrowly avoiding Fu's tackle, as she changed direction and flapped her wings directly at her, releasing a barrage of paper needles directly at her. Fu's chakra armor took the attack head-on, but the paper still managed to hit at her skin, causing her to hiss in pain. Before the Azura Path's cannon could be launched, Roshi jumped forward, swinging his staff at him. The attack connected, knocking the Azura Path's head slightly, causing the cannon to launch the explosive blast outward into the stands, blowing up a whole bleacher section of the exams. Looks like that would have destroyed one of us. Roshi noted before his eyes narrowed on the Azura Path. I thought your objective was to capture us. Did that change? I'm confident any of you would have survived. Pain answered. That, you are right about. We'll survive anything you throw at us. Yujito hissed in reply as she took in a deep breath, flaming cat roar. Lava style, dragon's breath. Yujito breathed out a massive blue-colored fireball at the same time as Roshi breathed out a stream of lava from his mouth directly at the Azura Path. As the two techniques closed in, the Preta Path jumped forward and held out its hands. A white, translucent barrier formed around it and the Azura's Path bodies. Both the fireball and lava stream connected with it briefly before they were absorbed into the barrier itself. That. Yujito bit down on her lip, her eyes narrowing. That doesn't appear like it's simply protecting them. I think whatever jutsu they're using is absorbing chakra. You really have no idea the extent of what we are capable of. Pain spoke, the Deva Path shaking his head. It's about time you learned to truly fear God. The Azura Path's arms opened up before launching a barrage of missiles from the opening. The other 9 Jinchuriki were forced to jump back as the missiles proceeded to follow them, homing in on their bodies. 10-finger drilling bullets. Paper drizzle. Water style, rain for shark. Kabuto swung his hands forward, launching barrage after barrage of bone bullets while Konan flapped her wings, sending another wave of paper spikes at the group, and Kisame spat out a deluge of water that changed shape into sharks that flew through the air. Within seconds, the Jinchuriki were all surrounded by multiple projectiles, unable to dodge. Ultimately hard defense, shield of Shukaku. Sand rushed from Gaara's cloak, taking the likeness of Shukaku as it surrounded all 9 Jinchuriki and formed a protective barrier. The moment it formed, however, the Shukaku barrier started to shake rapidly and sand started to fall apart as it was bombarded by continuous attacks over and over. They're fighting incredibly aggressive. Gaara said sharply. They don't want us to be on the offensive at all. Most likely because Han killed one of them the second we started fighting. Roshi noted. They don't want to give us even the littlest bit of legroom. Killer Bee nodded his head. The moment will come when we can strike, so for now, we need to stand strong and survive this fight. Right. Roshi crouched down on the ground and started to channel chakra into the earth. Before anyone else could make preparations, a spiraling vortex started to appear on the front of half of the Shukaku shield. Within seconds, the sand was sucked into the Kamui vortex, creating an opening. Bansho Tenin. H-ha. Naruto's eyes widened for a moment. Naruto felt his body stiffen for a moment before he became entirely weightless. His body then was pulled out of the opening in the Shukaku shield, flying directly towards Pain's Deva Path and the other Akatsuki members. Naruto. Yagura called out as he extended his right hand, water style, coral of Isabu. Gaara, too, took a step forward as he extended his right hand. In an instant, a long piece of blue coral rose from the ground and grabbed onto Naruto's right leg. A stream of sand rushed from Gaara's chakra cloak, grabbing onto his leg, and preventing him from flying over to the Akatsuki. Thanks, guys. Naruto sighed in relief before focusing on the Akatsuki. His eyes blinked at the sight. One of them is missing, one of those Pain guys isn't here anymore, worry about that later. He shook his head as a scowl developed on his face. Nice try, but let's see what you all think about this. Nine Tails Beam. 9 tails of chakra formed around Naruto's body as he proceeded to release reddish-orange chakra beams directly from each tail, all aiming at the 8 adversaries. Kabuto and Kisame proceeded to move away, starting to run as the beam followed them. Toby remained still, the beam phasing through his body. The remaining paths of pain positioned behind the Prita path, who created another translucent barrier that absorbed the chakra of the beams. The final beam, however, connected on Konan. The blue-haired woman hissed in pain as her body was frozen in place in the sky, unable to move. I was wanting to hit more than just one of them, but I'll take it. Naruto's eyes focused on Konan's form for a moment as he opened his mouth and began channeling chakra into his palms. Let's kill another. Dance of the Clematis, Flower. Naruto turned his head back in time to see that Kabuto had closed the distance between the two of them, his arm now converted into a large bone drill. Naruto, instead of trying to block the attack, brought his hands forward, forming a large, spiraling red orb of fire. Scorch style, incinerating flare technique. Kabuto's eyes widened as Naruto blocked the drill with the flare orb, creating a massive explosion that sent both flying backwards, simultaneously ending the 9 tail beams and freeing Konan. Both Naruto and Kabuto were burned by the attack, but both appeared unfazed the attack. Kabuto's eyes narrowed on Naruto for a moment as he adjusted his glasses. How did you use that jutsu? He demanded. I learned it. Guess I was naturally able to do it. Naruto shrugged his shoulders as a grin developed on his face. I know I didn't steal it, at the very least. You developed Scorch Release naturally? Kabuto asked, shaking his head. Worried that I know how to do something you worked so hard to add to your jutsu repertoire? Naruto asked, his grin widening. No need to worry, I'm already much better with it than you are. Don't mock my research, Naruto. Kabuto hissed in response as he began to channel chakra into his hands. I'll dash. His words died on his lips as the other Jinchuriki rushed out towards the Akatsuki. Killer Bee led the charge, rushing directly at the Prita path pain. Electricity surrounded his body and the horns on his head seemed to elongate. Lightning style, Lariat. The Prita path pain created a barrier, blocking B's initial push forward at it. B's electricity and traces of his Biju chakra were absorbed by the barrier, but the Hakubi Jinchuriki was able to keep pushing forward and slammed his arm into its neck, the horns on his head piercing its body completely. Heh, well what do you know? It blocks ninjutsu, but taijutsu is too much, though. Shinra Tensei. Before B could strike any further, a strong gravitational force collided with his body, pulling him away from the Prita path. The man's hand went to his injuries for a moment before it jumped back to the rear for a moment. While that one's weakened for a moment, I ought to try something. Yotakata noted as he took in a deep breath and crept his body to the ground. The other Jinchuriki, noticing Yotakata's movements, proceeded to move out of the way. Both Naruto and Fu flew into the air while Gaara elevated himself, along with Yujito, Yagura, Rashi, Han, and B into the air on pedestals of sand. Once they were airborne, Yotakata began channeling chakra. Alkali Bath. The ground of the stadium floor immediately changed coloration, turning into a dark, deep purple. Immediately, a painful, burning sensation rushed through all of the standing Akatsuki members. What? Kabuto's eyes widened as he stared at his feet. This liquid is melting off the exoskeleton of the Shikatsumayaku, what the hell is this jutsu? Kisame growled out in pain as he jumped into the air, trying to relieve the pain. Toby hissed for a moment before his feet began intangible, relieving the pain. The Deva path jumped into the air, reaching Konan, who proceeded to grab onto the body and carried him away safely. The remaining paths started to grow hotter and hotter as their sandals started to melt away. The Azura path was affected the most, as its feet quickly melted off. Good work, Yotakata. But let's see if I can spread the affect of this. Han clapped his hands together before he raised his hands in an upward gesture, boil style, geyser impact. The ground underneath opened up, creating 3 geysers that launched boiling water into the sky, and by proxy, spraying the alkalic liquid into the sky. Konan and the Deva path flew through the air, narrowly avoiding both the hot water and the alkali, while the liquid connected with Kisame's skin, creating burns that started to change his skin's color. Ack! He growled in pain. Perfect. Yotakata grinned in response, let's see if I can kill Kisame while I have the chance. Before he could react, the sky above his head opened up in a spiraling vortex. Within a few seconds, the large chunks of sand from the shield of Shikaka that Tobi had absorbed fell back to the earth, colliding with Yotakata's body. Immediately, the ground turned back to normal. Yotakata! Yujito called out. Damn it! Gaara bit down on his lip as he made a pulling gesture, immediately calling back the sand. The sand returned back to his side, joining with his cloak once more, but Yotakata looked heavily bruised and staggered. Gaara, your sand is most strong, and right now, that's not a compliment. Yotakata grumbled to himself, taking in a deep breath. Gaara frowned in response, my apologies. That's right. We have to be careful of anything that masked bastard sucks into his alternate dimension. Naruto grit his teeth as he turned to face Tobi, at least, until our secret weapon manages to. Shinra Tensei. A massive gravitational force was forced onto all 8 flying Jinchuriki. Gaara's sand pedestals all dissipated as all Jinchuriki on top of them, alongside Naruto and Fu, were sent crashing into the ground, each creating 8 craters. God, what a ruthless jutsu! Roshi hissed as he pulled himself off the ground. Gravity manipulation, never even knew such bullshit was possible. The Rinnegan is really a pain in the ass in the fight. Are you starting to understand how fruitless this effort is? The Deva Path Pain asked, his arms crossed as both he and Konan descended to the ground. No matter how strong you all are, or how cohesive of a group you are, nothing can be done against the will of God. I'm already sick of hearing this God crap. Naruto spat out, shaking his head, I can't believe you used to be a student of Jiraiya, you really learned nothing from him. He has spoken with you about me? Pain asked. I know about both you and her. Naruto replied, turning to face Konan. The woman's eyes narrowed on him, you all are turning your back on him and everything he did for you back in AIM. It makes me sick. Does it now? Pain asked, a soft chuckle escaping his lips, then if I may ask you, where was Jiraiya-sensei when Konoha sent agents to assist Hanzo in his attempts at destroying our organization? Where was he when Yahiko died? Naruto's eyes briefly widened in response. Pain stared at him for a moment, expecting him to respond, before simply shaking his head. No answer. I assume you do not know as much as you just implied you did. He noted. It would be best to not speak of things you are unfamiliar with. Naruto bit down on his lip, I don't know all the specifics of everything that happened, but that doesn't mean dash. You can say that he did so much for us, but in the end, his time with us changed nothing. Konan spoke sharply. If it did, then Yahiko would still be alive with us. No, we couldn't rely on Jiraiya nor his philosophy. In order to obtain the goal we were aiming for, we needed to change our tactics. But dash. Summoning jutsu. Attention shifted away as the giant drill-beaked bird, the same one that Yujito had cut into half, flew forward at the Jinchuriki, flying directly at Naruto. Before it could drill into his body, however, Fu jumped in the way, grabbing onto its beak with her hands, capturing it. The hell? Yujito's eyes widened, I cut that to pieces. Why is it back? Gaara shook his head, even if it somehow survived, it shouldn't have been able to have been brought back, since dash. Before he could reply, the animal path Pain jumped back into the battlefield, standing alongside the remaining Akatsuki agents in the battlefield. All Jinchuriki stared at it in horror. I killed that one. I know I did. Han mumbled, his hands tightening into fists, and it looks entirely unharmed. If it was still alive, it should be burnt to a crisp. What a way to fill us with dread. Did that thing come back from the dead? B asked. It must have. Yagura's eyes narrowed on the animal path for a moment, that must be an ability of some sort of his. He then turned his attention on the Deva path, scowling, gravity manipulation, ninjutsu absorption, these accursed summons, mechanical weapons, revival capabilities, what's even the limit of the Rinnegan's capabilities? Pain noticed the gaze of the Yondaime Mizukage. He chuckled in response, it appears one of you is starting to comprehend the futility of your situation. And by the end of this, you all will understand. His eyes twitched slightly as he clapped his hands together. By the end, you all will truly understand pain. This woman, she's really starting to piss me off. Oya's hero grit his teeth as he jumped backwards, avoiding a strike from Misora's scythe. Oya's hero did not want to risk any chance that either the Terumi or the Hyuga would get away, so he wanted to simply get rid of his opponent as quick as possible, and the fastest way of his disposal would be to simply make eye contact with her and allow the Katsuri Yugan's brainwashing genjutsu do its trick, and simply command the girl to end her own life. This ended up being an impossible task, however, as the moment the battle officially started, Misora closed her eyes and proceeded to fight him without the use of her eyes, keeping up with him as if they were not even needed. I certainly hope there's more to you than what you're displaying right now, Oya's hero. If I were to be honest, I'm disappointed. Misora noted, chuckling slightly, I had assumed that a man who organized an empire in the criminal underbelly of the elemental nations would be able to fight better. Or perhaps you are better at delegating work. Cheeky bitch. Oyashiro's teeth grinding grew harder and harder. It's not like I see you landing a hit on me yet. All you're doing is literally wasting my time, which is the worst thing in the world one could waste. I suppose I shouldn't waste any more of your precious time, after all. You do have an appointment with the devils of hell, do you not? Misora asked as she brought her right hand upwards. Ninja art, hidden mist jutsu. Within seconds, the battlefield became encased in a thick mist that quickly spread over the hallway. As Oyashiro's body was surrounded in the mist, he felt the mist starting to tighten around his neck, almost like a noose. He briefly froze, his hands going to his neck, the blood rings around his body falling to the ground, forming a large pool of blood around his body. Misora quickly reappeared right behind him, gripping her scythe tightly. She then swung her scythe, aiming directly for his neck. Good riddance. Blood barrage. A shiver went down Misora's spine as the blood pool rose up, forming bullets that flew directly at her body. The Kawada tried to jump away in time, but 3 of the bullets hit her body, piercing her right shoulder and right arm and creating holes. She screamed as blood started to drip from her wounds, both hers and his. In an instant, Oyashiro's hands moved away from his neck as a grin developed on his face. Oh, did you think I was immobilized because you were strangling me with that stupid mist jutsu or something? He chuckled as he brought his right hand to his chest, over where his lungs were. Someone who dies from strangulation dies because blood flow is cut off from the brain. Against a normal person, sure, it would be immobilizing, and maybe even fatal outright, but against me, someone with a dojutsu that gives me complete control of my own blood flow and my blood production. His chuckling grew louder and his grin widened as he held out his left hand. I'll say I'm impressed you were in a position to even attempt to strangle me, but let me save your breath, kid. I'm the last person you could hope to kill via strangulation. It was Misora's turn to grit her teeth. A careless observation on my part. Her words cut off as a strong stinging pain developed in her arm. She immediately tensed as she started to channel her chakra into her arm, water style. More and more blood started to pour from Misora's open wounds. She tensed, forcing herself to drop her scythe to the ground, but she continued to channel her water elemental chakra into her arm. A few seconds passed by before the blood stopped pouring from her wounds. Oyashiro's eyes narrowed on the Kiri shinobi for a moment as a sigh escaped his lips. God, first you're not making any eye contact with me whatsoever, and now you apparently are skilled enough with water release that you are able to keep me from draining your blood. He grumbled. Blood is mostly compromised of water, and the blood in my body is still able to be influenced by my chakra. She replied, breathing heavily. At the very least, I'll be able to keep myself from being drained. Great. Just great. This girl really is going to be a time killer. Oyashiro's fists tightened and his eyes narrowed as he turned his head in the opposite direction. Now that's a rather strong chakra presence approaching. He clapped his hands together, running through hand signs, the pink line at the center of his Katsuri Yugan eyes widening slightly. Blood mirage. Oyashiro's body proceeded to glow a bright red coloration before hundreds of images of Oya's hero appeared in the room, all appearing identical. Just as quickly as they had formed, a deluge of molten lava rained down from the ceiling, falling onto the blood mirages. The real Oya's hero was able to slip away, while the majority of his mirages fell apart, reduced to blood puddles that now covered the battlefield. "Misora, thank you for confronting this man and holding him back," Mei declared as both she and Ao rushed into the room. "Great. Now the fucking Mizu cage is here. Can this day get any more difficult?" Oya's hero sighed. He reached into his pocket, pulling out a pocket watch. He shook his head, pocketing it as a scowl developed on his face. "I'm wasting too much time now, damn it. By this point, I'm sure those brats are now dead in the crossfires of some Akatsuki jackass. I trust any of the genin are fine, especially Kinosaka-kun." Mei spoke sharply, taking a few steps forward as she cracked her knuckles, "and he will remain fine. He is not coming with you, and Oya's hero." "No, he is." Oya's hero growled out, his eyes twitching heavily as the pink lines in his eyes started to vibrate, traveling up and down from the top to the bottom of his eye. "I'm getting my reward for this. I already lost a boil release asset for this mission, I'm not losing my chance to reclaim another." "Ah yes. I heard about that. A boil release user under your care was killed here." Mei glared, making sure to keep her eyes focused on his feet. "You had no claim to his life, nor to anyone else's. Fortunately, today is the day you are going to die." Ao commented, his hands tightening. "It won't make up for the lives you've already killed, and the many more you have ruined, but it'll at least be a start." Oya's hero was quiet, trying to keep his composure. His Katsuri Yugan moved from Misora's position, to Aos, back to Mei's. 3 against 1. He noted. "And 1 is a goddamn cage. Not good odds. I need to even the odds a bit more. Ideally, I'll be able to hypnotize one of the others to even the score, but in the event that doesn't work out." Oya's hero pulled out a kunao and stabbed himself in his chest, close to his heart. The 3 Kirigakure shinobi tensed up slightly at the action, but despite the depth of Oyashiro's self-wound, not an extensive amount of blood poured out from his wound. Oyashiro's right hand touched the open wound before he ran through 8 hand signs, culminating in the dragon hand sign. Hidden blood art, blood clone formation. Maintaining the dragon hand sign, Oya's hero moved his hands to his right. Immediately, a splotch of blood moved from his wound to his right. Oya's hero then repeated the gesture to his left, to his front, and to his back, forming more splotches of blood. Blood clone A. Blood clone B. Blood clone O. Blood clone AB. The 4 blood splotches quickly expanded until they formed into near identical copies of an Oya's hero. The 4 clones jumped to their summoner's side, forming a line of 5 variations of Oya's hero. Clones. Aos Byakugan narrowed on the 4 newly formed copies of Oya's hero before he shook his head. "Those don't appear to be normal clones. I feel that as well. They all have a near-identical chakra signature to him." Misora added. She snapped her finger, causing the mist still scattered in the room to grip onto her scythe before it flung it back to her. "I don't quite know if we'll be able to identify which is the real Oya's hero, or if there is any gimmick related to them. Easy solution, kill all 5. Mei said sharply. "Oya's hero, no matter what tricks you attempt on pulling, nothing will work. For your crimes against Mizu no Kuni, all of the elemental nations, and humanity in general, it is my distinct pleasure to sentence you to death." Quite the serious proclamation, Mizukage-san. All 5 Oya's heroes spoke in unison, the voice echoing in the battlefield. "Unfortunately, that's not going to happen. All that's going to come out of this is that Kirigakure is about to lose another cage, and after both that and the fall of Kumigakure, I'm not sure how long your little village is going to last in this giant power vacuum." With those words, Oya's hero and his clones all made identical hand signs. Deidara flew on top of his dragon above Shikamaru's and Kuratsuka's position, reaching into his pocket as he pulled out a series of clay orbs. His eyes moved down on the 2 of them, noticing that they were still staring at Sasori's new puppets, as a scowl developed on his face. "I can't let you assholes be so focused on Sasori no Dana's art. I'm here too, damn it, and my art needs to be appreciated." He internally growled as he tossed the clay orbs downward on top of them. "Let's see how you feel about this." C1. Both Shikamaru and Kuratsuka were forced to turn their attention away from Sasori as they noticed the clay orbs approaching them. Shikamaru immediately got into position, gesturing for Kuratsuka to get close towards him. Shadow Protection Jutsu. Shadows rushed to Shikamaru's and Kuratsuka's side, forming a protective barrier around the two. Deidara's bombs detonated against the shadows, creating shockwaves inside of it that nearly toppled Shikamaru and Kuratsuka from standing. God, he's even more ruthless than I remembered. Kuratsuka hissed. In an instant, the explosions stopped. A shiver went down to Kuratsuka's spine as a similar feeling of chakra around her formed. Shikamaru, cancel your jutsu, now. The Nara nodded his head and undid the shadow barrier. As the shadows dissipated, the two were surrounded by a large, three-dimensional cube of chakra. Hell no! Kuratsuka hissed as she clapped her hands together, forming an orb of white-colored chakra and launched it into the surrounding cube. Dust style. As soon as the orb connected, Sasori's dust release technique was shattered, falling to the ground like glass before it dissipated into the air. Dust release is the most effective counter to dust release. What a cumbersome enemy to have to face, being one of very few shinobi alive who can actually counter Might Tsuchikage puppet. Sasori grumbled as he gestured his left thumb, earth style, erupt. The Kitsuka puppet quickly slammed its palms into the ground, and in an instant, the ground underneath opened up, launching the two into the air as a large rock formation formed. Appreciate that. Deidara grinned as he clapped his hands together before throwing out more pieces of clay. In an instant, clay birds started to fly around Shikamaru and Kuratsuka. Shadow protection was moderately effectful, but maybe puts us at risk of dust release, and I need to conserve more chakra for holy barrier in case I really need it. Let's try a different tactic in combating these. Shikamaru took in a deep breath as he channeled Senjutsu chakra into his mouth. He then began to swirl around in a circle, sage art, slug acid bath. Shikamaru spat out a deluge of acid that rained down all around them. The acid connected with most of the birds, causing them to melt and drip clay onto the ground. Two of the birds, however, avoided the spray of acid and managed to get in close to the two. Thought you could counter that easily, Deidara's grin widened in response as he made a hand sign, not going to happen, brat. Katsu. In an instant, the birds detonated, creating a massive explosion. Seconds passed by before the dust dissipated, revealing both Shikamaru and Kuratsuka unscathed. A golden light surrounded their bodies. Deidara's eye twitched in response. This is getting fucking stupid. I'd almost prefer fighting against Itaki or a goddamn lightning release user to this. Calm yourself, Deidara. Sasori hissed as he gestured with his middle finger, scorch release, incinerating flare technique. The Pakura puppet took a step forward before launching a large reddish-pink orb from her hands directly at Kuratsuka and Shikamaru. The Godame Tsuchikage's eyes widened for a moment before she clapped her hands together, creating another three-dimensional cube of chakra. She sent the cube around the scorch release technique before the jutsu could ignite, causing the massive firestorm to only spread out within the confines of Kuratsuka's dust release prison. Good timing dash. Kuratsuka's eyes widened as she saw both the Kimimaro puppet and the Shirakawa puppet charging at her. Shit. As the Sandaime Kazekage puppet approached, mechanical blades formed on its wrists, while the Kimimaro puppet's arms changed shape, forming into two large bone drills on each. Both tried slicing directly at her, but she managed to dodge just in time. Despite her movement, however, one of the blades on Shirakawa's wrist sliced her arm, creating a deep wound. Damn it! She hissed. Can almost already feel the poison traveling down my body. Going to have to use particle removal to get that out. Kuratsuka closes her eyes as she focused on her body, removing the poison from her bloodstream on a molecular level with her dust release, before opening her eyes. She then breathes in as she ran through hand signs, lava style, ash stone sealing jutsu. The Tsuchikage breathed out a massive cloud of ash from her mouth that connected with both the Kimimaro and Kazekage puppet. The cloud quickly solidified into a solid substance that rooted the puppets into place. Well, that takes care of two. The Kimimaro puppet's body quickly began surrounded with sharp bone that punctured into Kuratsuka's sealing jutsu, dissipating it and freeing both it and the Kazekage puppet. Damn it, that was too much to hope for, wasn't it? She grit her teeth in response. Try as hard as you like, but you'll never ensnare my puppets. Not when I have the puppet of that Kagaya clan shinobi. Sasori's eyes focused on the white-haired puppet, the first of Kabuto's gifts to him, and easily one of his favorites. The Shikatsu Myaku is such a versatile technique that one did not even require much extra prep work to make combat ready. All I needed to do was convert that one to a puppet for it to be ready for use. His eyes then moved to the Kitsuka puppet, but back to business. The Kitsuka puppet jumped into the air for a moment before landing back on the ground, causing a large wall of earth to open up from the ground in front of Kurotsuki and Shikamaru, before it fell on top of them. Both shinobi jumped back just in time, landing on the ground that was marked by the melted clay. Katsu. Neither Shikamaru nor Kurotsuki could react in time as the ground underneath their feet erupted, sending both flying away as burn marks formed on their body and debris scratched heavily into their skin. As they flew into the air, Sasori gestured with his right ring finger, causing the Sandaime Kaze cage puppet to open its mouth, forming a large block of iron sand. The iron sand then quickly separated into tendrils that flew directly at Shikamaru's body. Ninja art, Holy Barricade. Before they could connect, however, Shikamaru's body proceeded to glow a golden color as the iron sand tendrils failed to pierce his skin. The iron sand, however, continued to push back against him, trying to pierce the barrier jutsu. That technique of yours, it's powerful, but it's still got a gaping weakness in that you can't keep it up forever. Sasori grit his teeth as he kept his Shirakawa puppet focused on the iron sand. All it takes is continuous pressure and you'll get skewered, brat. Shikamaru took in a deep breath as he began to channel his Senjutsu chakra into his shadows, Sage Art, Shadow Thread Jutsu. Shikamaru's shadow split apart, forming shadow threads that rose from the ground and sliced forward into the iron sand, cutting it into like a blade and causing it to drip to the ground. Sasori's eyes widened in response. He cut it? The Sandaime Kazekige's iron sand? Just like that. He grit his teeth. What is the extent of Sage Mode? With the iron sand now away, Shikamaru cancelled his holy barricade. He then took another deep breath as he clapped his hands. Sage Art, Shadow Thread Ignite Jutsu. The shadow threads around his body proceeded to ignite, coating themselves in flames. He then sent them flying towards both Sasori and towards Deidara. Deidara flew further into the sky, doing his best to avoid the flying fire needles, while Sasori gestured with his left thumb, causing his Kitsuka puppet to modify the ground and create a barrier of earth around his body. Close. Shikamaru noted, gritting his teeth. Shikamaru. Kurotsuki spoke up, taking a step forward towards her boyfriend. We've been letting them stay on the offense too long. Considering how destructive both of their fighting styles are, that's not a good idea. No matter how defensive our options are, we can't let them keep us on defense the whole time. I know. Shikamaru nodded his head as he turned his attention back to Deidara, who was still flying through the air to avoid Shikamaru's fire-coated shadow threads. We'll be fighting better this time. Damn these brats. Deidara grit his teeth as he continued to fly on his dragon, narrowly avoiding the shadow threads. Thought this bullshit lasted as long as his shadows could extend. How much shadow does he have? His eyes then moved towards Shikamaru's body, noting his eyes, probably some Sage Mode bullshit. Bah. Neither of these two have landed a hit on us yet, but I don't like that they have defensive capabilities to counter our attacks. Deidara and I need to take this more seriously. Sasori noted, taking in a deep breath as he watched the earth barrier around his body start to crack from the pressure of Shikamaru's fire shadows. We need to change tactics. His eyes then moved back to the village around him. In the distance, he could see more and more shinobi fighting. A grin developed on his face, or perhaps, we just need to return to the original mission. Keep your guard up, Abunai called out. The Sandaime and Yondaime Raikage locked themselves into a hand-to-hand fight as the two tried to beat down on the other, lightning surrounding both of their bodies. Es' right fist connected with his father's left arm, blocking it and causing a bolt of lightning to scatter from the clash into the ground, creating a burn mark in a crater as a result. Abunai then attempted to sweep his son off his feet, but he jumped away in time, avoiding it, before jumping back into the air. Guillotine drop. Abunai sidestepped as Es' foot crashed into the ground, creating another collision that scattered lightning around the two. The Yondaime Raikage then blocked as his father tried to punch at him with his right hand, then punched at him again with his left. Yondaime-sama and Sandaime-sama are moving so fast, I can't even see them. One Kumo shinobi bystander noted, "Is this really what a battle between two caged shinobi is like? What can we do?" An IWA shinobi asked, staring intently at the two. "Nothing." A second Kumo shinobi replied, shaking his head, "They're both above our level. If we try and fight, we'll only get in the way of Yondaime-sama." While the other surrounding shinobi watched, trying to figure out how to approach the situation, Masakado kept his eyes focused intently on both Raikage, waiting for an opening. As the father and son continued to fight, he landed a hook on his father that knocked him back slightly more than usual. Masakado immediately gripped his pen tightly and drew on his bronze shield. Uzumaki Fuinjutsu, Unstoppable Offense. 4 golden spears formed once more around Masakado's body before they flew directly at Abunai's body. The Sandaime Raikage blocked another punch from his son and was unable to block the oncoming spears, skewering his body. This time, however, the spears floated into the air, bringing Abunai into the air. Masakado reached into his pocket and pulled out a kunai with a sealing tag attached to it, Uzumaki Fuinjutsu, Binding Winds. The sealing tag lit up as soon as the kunai connected with Abunai's body, causing a ring of wind to form directly around Abunai's body. The wind seemingly blew throughout Abunai's body, dissipating the lightning around him as he struggled to move. "Raikage, be ready in case he breaks free from that," Masakado called out as he took a step forward, pulling out a scroll. "While he's still restrained, I'm going to begin the sealing process." "Impressive as always, I see, Masakado." Abunai noted with a bitter chuckle, "Uzumaki sealing arts are truly revolutionary to face off." "I'm well aware of that," Masakado hissed as he took a step forward, "so revolutionary that you had to try and kill us off." "It is a fact, you know," the Sandaime Raikage replied, shaking his head. "Your clan was the first to experiment with sealing elemental chakra into sealing tags, creating easier to use ninjutsu. And your clan was so secretive about exactly how one was able to create those types of seals, on top of other secrets. And those secrets were so threatening you had to order our village rooted." Masakado snarled. Abunai's eyes narrowed, meeting Masakado's glare. "I regret morally launching the invasion on Kumo, but I would order it again if I ever had to." Uzushio was an enemy of Kumo, and as the leader of Kumo at the time, it was my duty to remove all enemies no matter what. If I could have, Konoha would have been burnt alongside your village. Before Masakado could reply to his statement, Abunai's body became encased with lightning once more. The lightning quickly shifted color, turning black. "Masakado-san, seal me away faster next time." Abunai cursed as he felt his hands overpower the wind ring around his body. He then clapped his hands together, lightning style, black lightning vortex. Immediately, the Sandaime Raikage's body became encased in a spiraling storm of black lightning that rotated like a tornado, scattering bolts of black lightning all around, hitting a few of the bystander shinobi, killing them instantly. Both Masakado and E immediately tensed up as they felt their bodies start to move towards the storm. What bullshit is?" Masakado hissed as he did his best to remain still. "Black lightning," he answered, gritting his teeth. "Father invented this technique himself and only passed it down to Darui, but his version doesn't hold a candle to my old man's." More lightning surrounded the Yondaime Raikage's body as he strengthened his lightning-style armor. "I hope you have some type of defensive seal, because if you don't, a few stray bolts of black lightning should be enough to kill you. It'll take more than this to finally kill me." Masakado hissed in response as he drew a seal onto his bronze shield. Instantly, the same ink seal appeared on his skin, Fuinjutsu, thick skin. A few more seconds passed by before both Masakado and E were pulled off into the ground and sucked into the spiraling black lightning tornado. Upon entering, the two were assaulted by bolt after bolt of lightning. Abunai's eyes narrowed from the top of the vortex. He watched E grit his teeth in response as the lightning continued to strike at him. E's physical condition and the lightning release armor does make him a prime candidate to survive this jutsu, but the Uzukage. Abunai then turned his attention back to Masakado, who was also gritting his teeth from pain. Burn marks were developing on his skin, but that was the only damage that was seemingly appearing. His Fuinjutsu really is hardening his body to the point he can even withstand this. How intriguing. As the Edo Tensei's cognition realized that the vortex was ineffective, the jutsu was cancelled. As both Masakado and Ii began to freefall, Abunai flung himself from the air directly at Masakado. The elder Uzumaki attempted to block, but the raikage struck too fast, punching him directly in the face and sending him face first into the ground, creating a crater. Damn it! Masakado grit his teeth as blood started to drip from his face, his nose broken. I figured he would be strong enough to bypass thick skin, but that was like getting hit by a fucking train. Gods! Lightning style, thunder bomb. He clapped his hands, sending a barrage of lightning discharges flying at his father's body. The Sandaime raikage turned his head towards him and held out his hand, capturing each discharge. Within seconds, he had caught all of ES attack and merged the stray discharges into a single, large ball of pure lightning. Thunder Bomb is a collaboration jutsu, and here you are pulling it off yourself. Abunai noted, chuckling slightly, quite an impressive feat. Don't patronize me, father. It doesn't feel impressive when you literally caught each lightning bolt. He grit his teeth in response. Abunai frowned in response, wasn't my intention, although I suppose it could come across that way. It's becoming more and more clear how accurate history really is. This monster needed the combined force of 10,000 shinobi in order to finally put him down, and even then, he took the majority down with him. Masakado took a deep breath as he gripped his pen tightly. In a battle of attrition, Ii and I have no chance to beat him. If either of us have any hope of stopping him, we have to seal him away now. Damn it! I was way over my head taking this mission. Iruka winced as he rubbed the back of his head, feeling the large bump that was starting to form. Even though he knew he was brought along only for his newly acquired studies in Fuinjutsu as a way to counter the Edo Tensei, he still considered it a major honor to travel with the Hokage and other elite Konoha shinobi on a mission of such important gravitas. He had psyched himself up throughout his time in Kumo, practicing the seals Jiraiya had shown him and prepared for his first job to seal away an Edo Tensei. Unfortunately, he never anticipated his first Edo Tensei opponent to be so beyond his physical level. Walking closer to him was the reanimated Jizo Baiwa, gripping a near-perfect replica of Kyubikurei Basho, the sword he had used back when he was a member of the Seven Swordsmen of Kirigakuer. As he moved in closer to the Konoha Chunin, he stepped over bodies of Kirigakuer and Kumigakuer shinobi that he had just killed. Got to say, it's been a real honor being brought back to life just to see all of this. Looks like that fledgling Akatsuki organization I joined really took off into the big leagues after I died. Jizo noted with a chuckle as he continued to approach Iruka, gripping his sword even tighter. Anyway, it's been fun, but I'd rather spend my time hunting down and Kiri shinobi that are here right now. So, die for me, alright. I'm not going to go down that easily. Iruka growled as he reached for his back and pulled out a Fuma shuriken with a sealing tag attached to it. If I'm going to die, I'm going to spend my last moments sealing you away. Iruka tossed the shuriken directly at Jizo. The man quickly swung the Kyubikurei Basho replica, sending the shuriken down on the ground. As quick as it was sent flying, another shuriken revealed itself, having flown in the shadow of the first. This time, Jizo jumped up, avoiding the attack. Iruka then pulled back with his left hand, revealing string attached to the Fuma shuriken. The shuriken flew back directly at Jizo's head, but the man sidestepped, avoiding it. Iruka frowned as he caught the shuriken with his left hand. Your instincts are good, but they're not enough. Jizo chuckled as he continued his approach towards Iruka. You're years away from taking me on, punk. And unfortunately, you'll never get to that point, because you were a dumbass and chose to take me on. Many hidden shadow snake hands. Before Jizo could chop Iruka's head off, snakes rushed from the side, biting into his body and ensnaring him. The Edo Tensei growled in response as he struggled to free himself as both he and Iruka turned their head to face Mitarashi Anko, the Shivuki blast sword attached to her back, and Sage Mode activated. Anko-san. Iruka called out. Iruka, get this guy sealed up already. Anko hissed. Don't know how long he'll stay put dash. On cue with her words, Jizo managed to pull himself out of the snake's grip, freeing himself. And who the hell are you dash? His eyes widened as he noticed the sword on her back. Is that Shivuki? How the hell did a Konoha shinobi obtain the blast sword? Did you kill Jinpachi? Answers are yes, I'm a member of the Seven Swordsmen, and yes respectively. Anko replied as she pulled out the blast sword, gripping it tightly. He's dead, huh? Good riddance. That asshole was unbearable. Once again, Jizo cut his words short as Anko's second answer dawned on him. His eyes widened further before he shook his head. You can't be a part of the Seven Swordsmen. You're not a Kiri shinobi, for fuck's sake. Nah, I'm a member. Went through the orientation and everything. Anko replied with a smirk, received honorary status as a Kiri shinobi too as a result. Kirigaku really has sunk lower than I thought possible. I'm even more glad I bailed on that shithole. Jizo shook his head before he tightened his grip on the Kubikuri Basho. Well, as a member of the swordsmen, you have become my priority target. Prepare to die, Kiri scum. He rushed forward at Anko quickly, swinging his Kubikuri Basho replica at her. Anko quickly adjusted, blocking with the Shivuki's blade. Upon contact, an explosive tag flung from the scroll attached to her sword, which detonated instantly, forcing the two out of their blade clash. Humph. At least you seem to understand that Shivuki is useless in a clash between two swords. For the third time, Jizo's words were cut short as Anko proceeded to swing the blast sword towards him, like a shuriken. He sidestepped, narrowly avoiding its blade. What the fuck are you doing? On cue, the blast sword unraveled another part of its scroll, creating more and more explosive tags. Anko smirked, explosive blade style, boomerang sword blast. Immediately, the ceiling tags detonated, blowing Jizo's body into two halves, just as the Shivuki flew directly back to Anko's right hand. She gripped the handle tightly before turning to Irika. Quickly already. Get him sealed up before he gets back together. Anko shouted as she held out her left hand. Alright. Irika nodded his head as he pulled out a scroll. Jizo Baiwa's body quickly reformed together as quickly as it was separated. More shadow snake hands rushed from her hands, surrounding his reformed body as Irika prepared the scroll. What a travesty. The Edo Tensei summon gritted his teeth as he struggled to free himself. I'm losing this fast already? What a disgrace. Anko nodded her head in agreement. Suppose it is. Guess Zabuza is a better fit for that sword. Zabuza obtained my sword? That brat. Irika finished unsealing his scroll and, after finishing his prep work, the body of Jizo Baiwa was completely surrounded in the scroll. Irika finished with a sealing tag placed directly on its body, finishing the deed. The reanimation of Jizo Baiwa was no more, his soul returning to its final resting place. Geez. Irika took in a deep breath before turning to face Anko, a smile on his face. Thank you, Anko. Feel somewhat pathetic that you took him down so effortlessly when he was close to killing me, but nevertheless, thank you. It's not pathetic. You sealed him up. That's something only you and a couple of others can do. Anko said, smiling back. You're doing good, Irika. New. Anko's eyes widened in horror as she turned to face the giant chimera in the distance. A sinking feeling developed in her skin as she noticed the air around becoming thicker. The snake sage said that in sage mode, I can sense things better. I can sense what that thing is doing, it's absorbing the natural energy of the village. Her grip on the blast sword tightened. She then turned her head to face Irika. I got to go, so keep yourself safe, alright. Before Irika could respond, Anko rushed off, heading in the direction of the new. Hanabi, Kanji, and Katsumi hurried through the halls of the Dengo Reigo Stadium as Hanabi followed the traces of genuine chakra signatures they could see. As they made their way through the hallway, more and more clones of the Omegakuur shinobi started to rise from the ground, all holding kunao and throwing it at the three genin. The group all sidestepped the barrage of weapons as they made their way, but one of the kunao managed to strike at Kanji's right arm, cutting it slightly. He hissed in pain. Aren't these things genjutsu? The Yamanaka asked, his left hand going to his newly formed wound. How the hell are they actually injuring us? The clones aren't real, but the weapons are. Hanabi shook her head. I can see that they are some type of stone-type weapon. I think one of the enemies is an earth elemental and is able to create realistic rock-shaped kunao for the clones to wield. So one of them has a really long-range earth-type jutsu that they are overlaying with their genjutsu. How fucking annoying. Katsumi grit her teeth slightly. Hopefully these techniques show they overly excel at long-range fighting, but in close range, they're wimps. That's my expectation too, but they might be stronger than that. Kanji noted, shaking his head. We have to be careful. Team 9 grew quiet as they focused on moving through the stadium. After maneuvering their way through the hallways and avoiding the attacks of the clones, the three finally escaped the stadium. Hanabi's eyes narrowed, focusing on one end of the giant storm cloud that surrounded the building. Yes, I know for certain. They're in a building near the entrance to the building, just outside the stadium. Hanabi stated sharply. Katsumi nodded her head, then let's hurry and fuck them up. As the group took a step into the cloud, Hanabi stopped in her place as she noticed a chakra source rushing towards them. She immediately held out her hands. Guys, stop. There's an enemy with a Jonin-level chakra approaching us. She called out. Jonin. Kanji bit down on his lip as he immediately reached into his pocket for seals. Which way is the enemy coming from? Katsumi asked. There. Hanabi grit her teeth, concentrating on the chakra source before turning her head upward, above. Watch out. Sword of the Thunder God, scatter bolts. Hanabi, Katsumi, and Kanji jumped away from their position just in time as their enemy slammed into the ground, causing bolts of bright, yellow lightning to scatter throughout the area. Lightning style, spider web. Kanji held out his hand, causing an electrical spider web to fly from his hands into the air, splitting off into strings that managed to reach his teammates. The electrical strings managed to intercept the lightning bolts, stopping them in their tracks and causing a burst of energy that sent Kanji, Katsumi, and Hanabi backwards slightly. Quick thinking on your part. Upon steadying themselves, the Team 9 genin turned their heads to the center where they had been pushed from, coming face to face with Rokusho Aoi. The man, still wearing a fake Konoha forehead protector, grinned as he gripped the hilt of a sword that was made from pure lightning. A Konoha shinobi. Katsumi snorted, glaring at the forehead protector. Get that shit off your face. You know that's not real. True. I'd never want to be associated with such a shit village more than I already am. Aoi chuckled in response as swung his hilt around in a circular fashion. This is the only thing of value that came from the village. Anything else can go to hell for all I care. Speaking with such venom. Kanji's eyes narrowed. Are you a missing ninja from our village? Perhaps. Aoi shrugged his shoulders. That sword. Hanabi's eyes narrowed on the Raijin no Ken. That's not a real blade, is it? I don't see a physical form other than the hilt. It's literally just lightning. It's not a real dash. Katsumi's eyes widened as a realization dawned on her. That's the Nidame's sword. You recognize it? Aoi grinned in response. I know all about the fighting styles of the former Cage. That sword was designed by Senju Tobirama after being inspired from seeing the Kiba blades of Kirigakure, and was designed to augment his water release techniques. Katsumi said, her eyes narrowing, it belongs back in our village. It does not belong in the hands of some shitty no-name missing ninja. No name? No name. Aoi grit his teeth as his grip tightened. I am Rokusho Aoi, a Jonin of Omegakure. I'm one of Pain-sama's trusted generals, brought here to help destroy the 5 major shinobi villages. Remember that name. He then jumped forward at Katsumi, but most of all, remember it as the name of the man who sent you to hell. Katsumi quickly drew her sword and attempted to block Aoi's strike. The Omegakure shinobi's Sword of the Thunder God, however, overpowered Katsumi's blade, splitting it in half. The resulting clash sent a shockwave into Katsumi's body that sent her flying backwards, electrocuting heavily. Ack. Katsumi. Hanabi called out, her eyes narrowing on Aoi as she took in a deep breath, a gesture Hebihiro imitated, ninja art, poison darts jutsu. Both Hanabi and Hebihiro spat out a barrage of poison darts directly at Aoi. The green-haired man proceeded to sidestep the darts effortlessly before he reached for the umbrella attached to his back with his left hand. He then threw it into the air before making a hand sign. Ninja art, Senbon Rainstorm. The umbrella proceeded to spin rapidly, sending a barrage of Senbon flying around the battlefield, aiming directly for all 3 genin. Kanji made a hand sign, using the headhunter jutsu to sink underground, while Katsumi jumped to Hanabi's side and made a hand sign, creating a large bedrock to rise and form a makeshift shield. Senbon continued to pound into the rock, creating cracks before it broke apart. Shit. Katsumi grit her teeth as she made hand 3 signs, Earth style, rising rock jutsu. Another large boulder rose from the ground and flew through the sky directly at the Senbon umbrella, crushing it instantly. A frown developed on Aoi's face before it was replaced with a grin. "Did you really think you did something?" he asked. He then disappeared in a poof of smoke before appearing directly behind Katsumi and Hanabi. He attempted to stab at them with his thunder sword, but the moment his foot touched the ground, his body became rooted to the earth as electricity poured into his body. "Ack!" he growled out. On cue with his screaming, Kanji rose from the ground, Fuinjutsu, paralysis trap. "Good timing, Kanji-kun." Hanabi smiled at her teammate before turning back to Aoi. She bent slightly and got into a stance as Hebihiro extended his body around her neck. "You're in the field of my divination. Hyaga and Ryokai Cave Combination Art, 8 trigrams, 32 palms." She then took a step forward, slamming her right palm into his body, 2 palms. Upon landing a second strike, Hebihiro extended his head, biting down on Aoi's skin in the same location as Hanabi's strike. The man hissed louder in pain. 4 palms. Both Hanabi and Hebihiro struck in unison once again as she continued to strike at him. 8 palms. 16 palms dash. Before she could land her 16th palm strike, Aoi's Sword of the Thunder God started to grow larger before a giant discharge scattered from it, directly at Hanabi in the face. The Hyaga screamed as the lightning struck her hard, sending her flying backwards. "Hanabi!" Katsumi shouted, her eyes widening in horror. "Humph! Lucky shot!" Aoi growled as he finally forced his body to move. He then turned his head to face Kanji, his sword getting longer as more lightning developed around it. "What a disgusting seal. I don't fuck with Fuinjutsu users, so congratulations brat, you're going to be the first of your little friends to die." Aoi charged forward again before Kanji could react. The Yamanaka's mind shattered for a moment as he braced for oncoming death. Earth style, stone golem. Katsumi opened her mouth as a large earth golem developed from her chakra. Just as Aoi was about to skewer Kanji's body, he was forced to turn around as the stone golem rushed his backside, attempting to punch him. Aoi sliced forward, cutting the golem through its chest and splitting the bedrock in half. The stones, however, proceeded to fly forward directly into Aoi's body, hitting him with enough force that it cut into his skin heavily. Another lucky hit. "You snots seem to know some interesting, painful jutsu. Shit that most genin aren't capable of." Aoi hissed, "However, that's not going to stop me. In the end, you're all still inexperienced genin. None of you 3 have a hope of surviving." Katsumi's eyes narrowed in response as she opened her mouth, creating a second stone golem. Aoi crouched slightly, preparing to strike at it once more, but he stopped as he felt a chakra presence approaching him. He jumped backwards, avoiding a barrage of shuriken. "Are you 3 alright?" Ebisu jumped down into the battlefield, landing directly side by side to Katsumi's stone golem. "Ebisu-sensei." Kanji nodded his head in acknowledgement. We're fine. We're still alive." "That man, he's got the Nidame's sword," Katsumi warned. "I see. I recognize him, too." Ebisu's eyes narrowed from behind his sunglasses. "Rokusho Aoi, what a displeasure to see you." "Ah, the closet pervert from Team 14. Did I just heard them call you sensei?" Aoi snorted, a grin developing on his face. "Probably the biggest indictment of Konoha I've ever heard. The fact that you of all people are considered a jonin of that village." He then crouched again, tightening his grip on his sword. "But I suppose if you're here too, guess I should go all out. No need to toy around with some genin, I'll show all 4 of you exactly what I'm capable of doing." Kanji rushed over to Katsumi's side just as Hanabi pulled herself off the ground, her forehead heavily burned from the close quarters lightning strike. The 3 genin prepared for another strike as Ebisu briefly glanced back at them. "Aoi's a ruthless man. I know he'll prioritize chasing after you if you all try to leave, even more than simply fighting me, so it's best if you all just stay put and help me put him down." Ebisu stated, just be careful. Understood. We understand. Katsumi nodded her head as she brought her hands together. The stone golem she had formed seemed to adjust itself, as if it was preparing to strike. We'll follow your lead. Let's kill this bastard. Masakado-san. You need to hurry this before it gets too late. Abunai shouted as the reanimated Kage brought his left hand to his right shoulder. Immediately, black lightning started to surround his fingertips before it traveled through his whole body. Damn, it may already be too late. Brace yourselves, gentlemen. More of this black lightning. Masakado grit his teeth slightly at the sight. What is he going to do? Before he could respond, he watched his father raise both his hands to the sky. The black lightning proceeded to rise into the air before entering some of the low-bound clouds above the village. Horror crossed the Yondaime Raikage's face as he turned to look around the village. The village gates were still teeming with his village's shinobi, while the majority of the bystanders had wised up and moved away from the crossfires after Abunai's last attack. There were still plenty of Kumo shinobi, along with other shinobi from the other major shinobi villages, engaging with the Akatsuki's numbers. Furthermore, he could still get a good glimpse of the village as a whole. I know what he is going to do. My father is about to use the technique that allowed him to take down his last enemies in his last stand. He grit his teeth for a moment before he turned to face Masakado. Please. I'm going to need to spend every amount of energy I can muster trying to save my village. I need you to seal him as fast as possible. He closed his eyes for a moment as he clapped his hands together. I am begging you. Masakado's eyes narrowed on the man for a moment before he nodded his head. Do your job, and I'll do mine. We'll keep this village safe. The Yondaime Raikage nodded his head back in response as his lightning-style armor appeared to develop even more. Lightning style, Black Lightning Armageddon. Abunai brought his hands downward as hundreds of black lightning bolts began to rain down onto the village gates and the surrounding area. The black lightning first struck the guard towers adjacent to the village gates, destroying them instantly and scattering wood, stone, and metal debris around the area. What is that? One Suna shinobi noted, making distance between himself and the Akatsuki affiliate he was fighting. It's Sandaime-sama's ultimate technique. A Kumo shinobi answered, his face growing pale as his eyes turned to look towards the black lightning bolts. That lightning is second only to the lightning of Shodai-sama's weather release. One hit, and... Wait, is that shit going to hit us? One Akatsuki affiliate, a missing ninja from Kumogakure, asked with wide eyes, I thought they said those dead guys were on our side dash. A black lightning bolt fell from the sky directly at the man. The lightning strike killed him instantly, the force splitting his body apart into 4 pieces. Before the lightning bolt could strike at the Kumo shinobi, however, he jumped in the way. Lightning-style armor, break. With a chopping gesture, he slammed his hand directly into the black lightning bolt. He scowled as the force of the bolt tore into his skin, but his act managed to redirect the lightning bolt back into the sky. Despite the burning sensation in his hand and the enemy electricity running through his body, he proceeded to jump towards the next lightning bolt, redirecting it with his other arm this time. He grit his teeth as the pain doubled once more. Tsuyoi, what are you doing? Abunai shouted, a frown on his face. You are not strong enough to withstand my black lightning like this consistently. And let you destroy my village. He snorted in response, you should understand better than anyone exactly what I am doing. The Sandaime Raikage's eyes widened as his body, on autopilot, continued its barrage of black lightning bolts from the sky. As more bolts flew rapidly down towards the shinobi and toward the village, his son would continue to jump in the way, redirecting the bolts of lightning away. With each passing hit, the Yondaime Raikage became slower and more injured, his skin burning heavily and his nerves starting to act up. ES movements were starting to cut it close, only narrowly managing to hit oncoming lightning bolts, but nevertheless, he continued to move and throw himself in the way of his father's onslaught. At this rate, he'll die. The Sandaime Raikage bit his lip, watching his son destroy his body bit by bit. The lightning armor around ES' body started to lighten slightly, which only caused Abunai's expression to drop even further. Damn you, Senju Tobirama. Why did you create this accursed reanimation jutsu? As the reanimation became so focused on his black lightning strikes, Uzumaki Masakado closed the distance between himself and the reanimation. Abunai finally turned his attention towards Masakado just as he finished drawing a seal onto his bronze shield. Uzumaki Fuinjutsu, Spiral Rotation. 4 large, golden rings formed around Masakado's body that quickly rushed over to Abunai's body. The 4 rings surrounded his body, forming bindings over his ankles, knees, waist, and torso. Abunai, in response, looked upward. Masakado-san, hurry, and seal me away. The Sandaime Raikage requested. Don't need to tell me. Masakado replied as he pulled out the scroll. One final black lightning bolt fell from the sky, directly at Masakado's position. He, once again, jumped towards the lightning bolt. He attempted to chop at the bolt once more and redirect it, but upon impact with his skin, the lightning bolt clashed in a stalemate with the Yondaime Raikage. Arg! He growled as the black lightning tore into his skin. Masakado finally finished wrapping the Sandaime Raikage's body up in the scroll. He then created the final seal on the newly wrapped body. Finished just in time. Abunai sighed in relief. As his consciousness began to return to the afterlife, he recalled the image of his son, Tsuyoya, the 4th E, jumping throughout the village and personally blocking his Black Lightning Armageddon technique. A small smile developed on his face. I think I can rest better this time, though this jutsu was horrible, but at least I have confirmation that my son is keeping the village safe. With the Sandaime Raikage sealing, the black lightning in the clouds finally dispersed into nothing. The bolt that he was clashing with, too, faded away. The Yondaime Raikage proceeded to fall to the ground, landing on his knees next to Masakado, breathing heavily. The lightning armor around his body had completely dispersed. Damn! That jutsu of his was worse than I ever heard. He growled to himself, I don't know if I'm even in condition to help more. I need medical attention now, and I need my chakra to restore, before I can do anything. Rest for now, E. Masakado suggested. He attached his bronze shield back to the holster on his back before he lifted up the Raikage's body, pulling him over his shoulder. The aged Uzumaki winced at his weight on his body, but nevertheless, he started to move. I'll get you to medical. The Yondaime Raikage was unable to argue back. He was quiet as he took in the sight of the allied shinobi in the area that he managed to save from his father's technique before he took in a deep breath. Thank you, Uzukage-san. He noted. Masakado's eyes widened in response at the words, but he said nothing in response, focusing on getting the Raikage to the nearest medical shinobi he could find. Hopefully I won't be out for long, for now, though, I'm trusting my village to you all. He closed his eyes for a moment. Jiraiya, Kuratsuki, Mei, Gaara, and all of you Jinchuriki. All of the shinobi under all of you, and all the Kumo shinobi under me. I'll trust the protection of my village to your hands. Summoning Jutsu. Another poof of smoke filled the stadium ground. All 9 Jinchuriki tensed up as a massive, 3-headed dog appeared, all 3 sets of eyes possessing the Rinnegan. The beast growled loudly as it took a few steps forward towards the Jinchuriki. That one gives off a particularly dark, strong energy. Yagura noted, staring intently at the multi-headed dog, I have a feeling that of all those horrendous summons, this one might be the worst. They're coming after us with everything they got, it's about time we show off the skills we brought. B declared sharply, no more playing defensive. Time to go on the offensive. B's right about that. We got a little taste of what they got, and have seen some things that the Rinnegan is capable of. Now we need to respond appropriately. Rashi noted, a grin on his face as he crept down to the ground, and I think I got the setup just for it. Lava style, Monkey King's Vortex. The ground underneath proceeded to open up as 4 lava clones of Rashi jumped out of the underground and started to spin rapidly in a circle, creating a jade-green vortex of lava that ensnared the paths of Pain and the other Akatsuki shinobi. In response, both the multi-headed dog and the drill bird rushed forward at the Jinchuriki. The bird squawked loudly as it dropped egg bombs directly onto the Jinchuriki, forcing them to jump away in separate directions as the eggs blew up more of the stadium ground. The multi-headed dog jumped directly towards Yujito, who extended her hands outward, causing her claws to grow more. Cat Claw. Yugito sidestepped the giant dog trying to slam its paw into her and proceeded to jump at a diagonal angle, severing all 3 heads. Immediately, however, 2 dog heads sprouted from each neck, now creating 6 snarling dog heads. These creatures just don't want to die, it seems. Yugito grumbled as she jumped back, avoiding the giant dog as all 6 of its heads tried to bite into her. Her eyes then moved back to the giant drill bird in the sky. They're basically giant distractions. Distractions that can kill us. Yotakata reminded, his eyes narrowing as he took a step forward as he watched an opening in Rashi's lava vortex start to form at the top. We need to remember to keep on our toes. Water style, bubble hell. Pulling out his pipe, Yotakata blew out a flurry of bubbles that flew directly towards the top of Rashi's lava vortex just as both Konan flew out, seemingly uninjured and carrying Pain's Deva path once more. She proceeded to fly carefully, avoiding each of the bubbles as she made her way to safety. The Deva path then extended its right hand. Bansho Tenin. Immediately, Yagura's body started to pull itself towards the sky, heading directly into the sky. Konan's eyes narrowed as she flapped her wings, sending a barrage of paper needles flying towards him. Mistake to have chosen me. Yagura smirked as he began to channel chakra throughout his body. Immediately, sharp coral sprung from his chakra cloak, surrounding his body and forming a shell spear. Yagura's shell immediately crashed into Konan's jutsu, crumpling the needles as if they were normal paper. Pain was forced to undo his jutsu and Konan flew upwards just in time, causing Yagura's spike-covered body to narrowly miss crashing into both of them. Now directly above them, Yagura's eyes focused on the paper in Konan's wings and recalled the paper needles before he reached for his staff and swung it forward. Water style, water mirror jutsu. In an instant, Yagura formed a mirror of water from the hook of his mirror, reflecting the image of Konan's paper needles. The mirror then released the paper needles directly at Konan and Pain. The sharp needles dug into both of their skins before they could get away, causing Konan to wince in pain as blood started to pour from wounds in her shoulders and her arms. Pain's Deva path had open wounds on its body, but appeared to have no reaction whatsoever. Yagura's eyes narrowed. None of these orange-haired men are living humans, are they? I can see how deep that wound is and it's not even bleeding. Taking into consideration the fact they all possess the Rinnegan and that one of them was seemingly revived. These must all be vessels for the real Pain. The Yondaime Mizuki's grip on his staff tightened, and if that's the case. Within a moment, a large adamantine sealing chain rushed upwards from the vortex of the lava vortex. Yagura's eyes widened as the chain surrounded his waist. On cue, the lava vortex was finally extinguished, revealing the remaining Akatsuki members. The remaining paths of Pain and Tobi appeared physically unharmed entirely and, while Kabuto and Kisame appeared to be mildly burned, neither seemed to be too injured. Kabuto made a gesture with his right hand, pulling down on the sealing chain he created, pulling Yagura downward. Kisame grinned as he clapped his hands together before he jumped into the air, rushing towards Yagura's falling body. Come here, little turtle. He opened his mouth as his teeth seemed to grow and sharpen. Shark bite. Before Kisame could chomp into his former teammate, Naruto held out his hand and released an adamantine sealing chain, grabbing onto Yagura's waist as well and pulling him back slightly. The movement was enough to cause Kisame's attempted bite to miss. The Hoshigaki glared intently as both Naruto and Kabuto got into a stalemate as they both pulled onto Yagura's body. Your chains aren't strong as mine, Naruto. Kabuto noted, hissing slightly as he pulled. I have the blood of Uzumaki Mito running through my veins. Stolen blood. Might I remind you that I am an actual born Uzumaki? Naruto replied, scowling, I don't give a fuck whose blood you actually have, your borrowed bullshit can't compete against my natural skills. As they both proceeded to try and pull back and forth on Yagura's body, the Yondaime Mizukage grit his teeth at the pain of the chains pulling on his waist. He tried to break free on his own accord, but the chakra sealing aspects of the chain were making it increasingly difficult to break free. As he continued to struggle, he noticed the Azura Path hold out its wrist, releasing a barrage of missiles directly at Yagura's ensnared body. Wind style, drilling air bullets. Before the missiles could connect, Fu flew forward, breathing out a series of air bullets from her mouth. Her projectiles connected with the missiles, creating an explosion before they could reach Yagura. Don't worry, Kamui-S, Yagura-san. Sorry. Fu said, rubbing her head as she flew past his body, aiming directly at Kabuto's body as she began to spin rapidly in her approach. Just don't worry, I'll get you busted out. Komei Hurricane Dash. Shinra Tensei. Before Fu's spinning body could connect with Kabuto's, a sharp gravitational force propelled against her body, sending her flying back into the sky. She hissed in pain as she was sent flying back into the sky. That took more force than I'd like to admit. Pain noted, the Deva Path looking at its palm. The Jinchuriki really have gotten stronger that they're requiring me to use this much chakra to propel their attacks with Shinra Tensei. The animal path's eyes then narrowed on the giant drill-beaked bird in the sky. We need to handle this quickly. On cue with his inner commands, the drill bird screeched as it rushed itself through the air towards Fu's body. The Nanabe Jinchuriki, still staggered in the air, was quickly impaled by the bird, its drill piercing her stomach. She growled out in pain. Fu! Yujito shouted, her eyes widening. I'm fine. Fu grit her teeth as she slowly reached out for the beak, holding the giant bird in its place. Komei, how's the damage? It pierced the chakra armor, as I'm sure you feel, but just barely missed any vital organs in your stomach. I'd say you were lucky, but this pain guy is trying to avoid killing you, so I guess that checks out. I need to take advantage of that. They can't put in that bit of lethal force on us, but we sure as hell can. Fu noted as she opened her mouth, releasing white powder fragments from her mouth. The powder quickly covered the bird's body as Fu proceeded to flap her wings rapidly. Ninja art, demonic firestorm. The white powder on the bird's body ignite, creating a massive firestorm. The bird shrieked in pain. Fu was able to pull the bird's beak out of her body on time as the bird fell to the ground hard, crashing into the battlefield once more before disappearing in a poof of smoke. Try to take a breather, Fu. Komei suggested. Being in your Biju mode will heal your body at a much faster rate than normal. Understood. Fu nodded her head as she started to fly further up, trying to place distance between herself and the others. As she got higher into the sky, she noticed an orange-haired man hidden in a crevice amongst the bleachers. Her eyes narrowed. Her gaze was forced off as a spiraling vortex appeared behind her body. Within a second, Toby appeared directly behind her, a wooden spear protruding from his wrist. Wood release, cutting sprigs jutsu. Before Fu could turn around, Toby stabbed the wooden spear directly at Fu's open wound on her shoulder. She hissed in pain as the wooden spear seemingly dug into the wound even further. Immediately, the wood on the spear started to spread, forming branches that quickly surrounded her body. Ugh! She growled in pain as she was completely encased in the branches. Her body then fell back to the earth, creating a crater. Fu! Yujito called out as she rushed over to her side, her claws extending once more as she proceeded to slash at the wooden branches. Toby chuckled to himself as he watched the Nibi Jinchuriki fail to free Fu. She's incapacitated for now. That'll give us the upper hand. The Uchiha's thoughts were interrupted as he noticed the spear of Shikaka flying through the air towards him. After turning his head towards the weapon, the spear flew straight through his body. He chuckled again before turning his attention towards Gaara, who was rising on a platform of sand towards him. Surprised to see you are so willing to part with such a unique weapon, Kazekage-san. He noted. What a waste dash. Toby was interrupted as the spear of Shikaka flew back towards him. His eyes widened briefly before the spear, once again, passed through his chest. Close. I didn't expect that thing to be a remote weapon. The masked man noticed, watching the end of the spear pass through his body. Now, too. Arg. Suddenly, a sharp pain developed on Toby's chest. He started to bleed heavily from his mouth and he felt like lightning was rushing through his body. Who did that? Was that Killer Bee? The Uchiha's eyes moved to the Hakusabi Jinchuriki, who was busy fending off and distracting Pain's multi-headed dog summon. No, impossible. This pain is coming from my chest. I couldn't be injured there, unless... Toby's eyes widened in thought. His main Jikyo Sharingan twitched for a moment before his body disappeared in a spiraling vortex. The moment Toby's full body was sent to the dimension connected to his Kamui, he found out the source of his pain, a lightning-covered hand that had pierced the bit of available skin of his chest. Blood was pouring from the wound and scattered lightning bolts were striking all around the area. He also entered the world in time to see a second lightning-covered hand try and pierce his newly appeared face. Rakery. Toby quickly forced the hand out of his chest and jumped back in time just as the rakery nearly connected with his face. Stray lightning bolts from the jutsu were sent flying directly, connecting with Toby's mask, shattering it in an instant, revealing the Uchiha's face. Damn it! He grit his teeth for a moment as he looked to face his combatant. In the parallel dimension of Kamui, two former teammates and rivals stood face to face for the first time in over a decade. So, this is how they close to plan ahead for me, huh? Obito noted, a scowl developing on his face. How long have you been in hiding here? The moment your invasion happened. Was waiting for the first sign of your presence here. Kakashi replied. His eyes narrowed on the man in front of him. He took in a deep breath for a moment. It really is you, Obito. Hokage-sama was right. Kakashi had prayed that Jiraiya was wrong. He had hoped that Itachi had gotten the wrong identity. He had hoped there was any other Uchiha with the Kamui ability. He knew deep down that his hopes were unfounded and delusional, but he had to hold on to the image of his friend, the boy whose death left a permanent scar on his heart, whose ideologies shifted Kakashi's. And as he subconsciously knew, Jiraiya's report was right. The masked man aiding the Akatsuki was none other than his deceased teammate, Uchiha Obito. Call me that if you want. Obito replied, his scowl deepening, I've been going by Toby and Madara lately. But sure, for old time's sake, you can use my old name. Obito. Kakashi repeated the name, taking in another deep breath. Why? Why are you doing this? Now's not the time for words, Kakashi. The Uchiha shook his head, as he leaned down, preparing to rush forward. I have a mission I need to get back to. So, do your old friend a favor and die already. Before Kakashi could respond, Obito charged forward at him. Chapter 124, Red Cloud Onslaught. Obito, why? Kakashi asked. The Uchiha ignored the silver-haired man as he rushed over to him and attempted to punch him in the face. Kakashi blocked with his right arm before trying to swing his left fist. Obito blocked, forcing the two into a stalemate. Obito then tried to sweep Kakashi off his feet, but he jumped into the air just in time. Answer the question, Obito. Why? Kakashi repeated, his eyes narrowing. I already said it's not the time for words. Obito scowled in response as he brought his hands together in the Tiger Seal, Fire Style, Bomb Blast Dance. In response, Kakashi ran through hand signs before slamming his hands into the ground, Earth Style, Mud Wall Jutsu. Obito took in a deep breath as he breathed out a massive burst of fire that approached Kakashi in a spiraling fashion. Just as the fire was about to reach him, a large wall of earth rose from the ground, blocking the blast. Instead of fully blocking the flames, however, the fire began to spiral further, going around the edges of the wall before converging directly at Kakashi. An explosion sounded throughout the Kamui dimension as flames completely surrounded the earth wall before it fell to the ground, debris scattering. Obito's eyes narrowed for a moment before he turned towards the ground. Just as he looked downward, Kakashi jumped out of a hole, lightning surrounding his fist. Obito managed to jump away just in time, avoiding the attack. You got away, but you still look burnt. Obito noted, taking note of the heavy burn marks on Kakashi's clothes and on his visible skin. When was the right time then? Kakashi shouted, you never came back. I thought you were dead this whole time. Unfortunately, I'm not. Obito shook his head, scowling, we're the only ones alive, you know. His scowl morphed into a twisted grin, and we're the reasons why. You killed Rin, while I killed Minato-sensei. Kakashi stiffened for a moment. Rin. I didn't. He then shook his head, his fists tightening. Don't compare what you did to Minato-sensei to what happened to Rin. Yeah. I know about everything that happened that day. I was there. Obito replied, gripping his hands tightly. Kakashi's eyes widened in response, but before he could reply, Obito started to laugh as he brought his right hand to his chest. But it's okay. After all, I'm so close to bringing her back. Both her and Minato-sensei had to die in this twisted reality, but they'll both be alive and well when I create a brand new reality for the world. Alive and well? New reality? What are you talking about? Kakashi shook his head, as he made a hand sign. In an instant, a shadow clone joined him side by side. Don't kid yourself, Obito. Such a feat is impossible for anyone. Is it, now? Obito grinned in response as he brought his hands together into the ram sign. Well, it's not like you're going to live long enough to see it, but you too will be revived in my new world. He sounds demented. Obito, what the hell happened to you? Kakashi bit his lip under his mask before steeling himself. Both Kakashi and his shadow clone jumped away from each other as they both began to channel lightning. Raiden. Wood style, underground roots technique. Kakashi and his shadow clone charged forward at Obito, creating two separate Reikiri in their hands that proceeded to connect to one another, creating a large lightning cable that connected the two lightning blasts. As they moved forward, large tree roots started to grow from underneath the ground. Both Kakashi and his shadow clone proceeded to jump around, avoiding the roots and still maintaining their lightning connection. Wood release. Kakashi scowled behind his mask, his Sharingan eye briefly studying the roots as they rose from the ground. How do you have this ability? Did you have Orochimaru experiment on you when he was a part of your organization? And why the hell should I answer that? Obito snarled in response. Obito's grin then widened as he clapped his hands together. Are you jealous? That you only have a Sharingan, one that I gave you, mind you, whereas I have both the precious Kekkai Genkai of the Uchiha and the fabled wood release of Senju Hashirama. Jealous. Kakashi repeated the word, shaking his head. Why would I dash? Don't lie to me, Kakashi. I know it must hurt to finally see me being stronger than you. Obito laughed as he finished running through hand signs. This time, I will be the one to defeat you. Wood style, Wood Dragon Jutsu. As Kakashi and his shadow clone were finally about to reach Obito, the wooden roots scattered around the battlefield began to change shape, forming into 10 large wooden dragons. The first dragon flew directly in front of Obito, guarding him from Kakashi's Raiden. The lightning cable severed the neck of the wooden dragon, but the creature's body quickly regrew again. It then smacked itself into Kakashi's head, forcing him backwards and ending his connection to his shadow clone. Damn it! Kakashi grit his teeth in response as a second wooden dragon quickly flew down into his shadow clone, dispelling it. He then jumped upwards, narrowly avoiding a third dragon. As he was in the air, he was quickly surrounded by the remaining 7 wooden dragons. What a lethal combination, but perhaps there's a way to do something about this. With that thought in mind, Kakashi's body became surrounded in a spiraling vortex. Within seconds, Kakashi disappeared from the Kamui universe, returning to the real world just in time as the 7 wooden dragons closed in on him. They collided with one another, triggering a massive explosion that sent shockwaves throughout the Kamui universe, which staggered even Obito. He retreated. Bet he joined the battle with the other Jinchuriki. Obito shook his head as his main Jikyo Sharingan began to activate. I can follow you out there too, you know. Before Obito could get away with his own Kamui, another portal opened up directly behind the Uchiha. He turned around just in time to see Kakashi rush forward from the opening, a Reikiri active in his hand. The Uchiha attempted to jump away, but just as he was getting away, Kakashi extended his hand outward. Reikiri Senbon. A single, screeching bolt of lightning rushed from Kakashi's hand directly at Obito's body. The Uchiha shifted slightly to try and avoid, but the lightning strike managed to connect with his waist, piercing skin. Blood poured from the open wound as Obito screamed, matching the screeches of Kakashi's lightning. Be bastard! Obito snarled, his hand immediately going to his wound. Since when can you throw your Reikiri? It's a little weaker variant of it, but I was impressed with my student Sasuke's ingenuity when he learned the Chidori. So much so that I decided to incorporate his Chidori Senbon technique and mix it with my Reikiri. Kakashi explained. His eyes narrowed on his former teammate. Give up before it gets too late, Obito. I already struck you once with Reikiri in the chest, only missing vital organs because of what you sent to the Kamui universe at the time. Now I struck at you again. Pretty soon, you may die of blood loss. Me? Die of blood loss. Obito shook his head, chuckling, you have no idea of what I'm capable of anymore, nor of who I am. I won't die so easily, Kakashi. Within a moment, he pulled himself together, as if open wound was no longer bothering him. Come. I'll admit I have been enjoying this catching up session we're doing, but I really got a mission I need to get back to. So die already, Kakashi. Damn it, Obito. Kakashi grit his teeth behind his mask as he watched his former teammate charge at him once more. You're nothing but a shell of my former friend, the Obito I knew would want me to kill you. So, no, you're going to be the one who dies here. With that resolve in mind, Kakashi rushed forward towards Obito as well. Madara hasn't come back yet. Pain noted. The Akatsuki leader briefly turned his focus towards the piece of air that Tobi had once occupied. The Uchiha often abused his Kamui ability in combat, so him disappearing periodically in a battle was to be expected. Him disappearing for longer than a few seconds, however, was unusual. He did appear injured earlier. Did something happen? He wondered. The leader then turned his focus back towards the other Jinchuriki. That concern can be addressed later. The mission needs to be the focus for now. Alright, looks like Hatake-san was able to neutralize him. Yujito smirked, coming to the same realization as Pain. Now, let's turn this up a notch then. Her eyes then turned towards Yagura, who was still captured in a stalemate between Naruto's and Kabuto's adamantine sealing chains, but that needs to be taken care of first. Han's eyes narrowed on Yujito, catching her thought. He nodded his head as he turned his head towards Kabuto. Steam started to flow from his chakra aura before he sent himself flying towards the Yakushi. Shinra Tensei. Just as fast as Han reached Kabuto's side to attack, a gravitational force crashed into his body, sending the Goba Jinchuriki flying backwards into the stadium bleachers as fast as he had launched himself. He crashed into the bleachers, creating a crater where he landed. I really need to figure out how that jutsu works. Kabuto smirked as his eyes turned to focus on Han's distant figure. The limits of this Shinra Tensei seem limitless. Powerful enough to stop even some like Yuji no Han's rampage. His words died on his lips as Killer Bee rushed forward towards him, channeling his chakra into a horn at the top of his head. He then crashed into Kabuto's body. Kabuto grit his teeth as he took a step back slightly, his layer of iron and bone defenses both starting to crack. He glared at Bee for a moment, who was still trying to push the horn on his head into his body. Fruitless efforts, Bee-san. The combined efforts of Iron Release and the Shikatsu Myaku are too much for an attack like this. Maybe so, but how about this? 'Cause up close like this, I sure as hell won't miss. Bee grinned as he opened his mouth, channeling chakra into his lips into an orb. Kabuto's eyes widened. Shit. Mud style, mud transfiguration jutsu. Bijutama. Kabuto's body immediately turned to mud, falling into the ground just in time as Bee launched a Bijutama forward at him. While the Bijutama now flew forward hitting nothing, the resulting retreat Kabuto made cancelled his chakra chains, allowing Naruto to pull Yagura back to their side. Woo. Finally. Naruto grinned as the Yondaime Mizukage joined their side. Glad to have you safe and sound, Yagura. Yagura smiled back, resisting the urge to wince. I appreciate that, although I will say that tug of war hurt exponentially worse than I was expecting it to. We got Yagura out, now let's get back on the offense. Yujito stated as she turned her head to face Naruto, you ready to give our jutsu a go? Ah. Naruto grinned as he nodded his head in response, let's do it. Allow me to help as well. Gaara spoke up as he made a one-handed sign. Wind style, flowing current. A sharp gust of wind was released from Gaara's body. While not an overpowering burst of wind, the wind was now currently fixed blowing away from the Jinchuriki and towards the Akatsuki. Naruto ran through a few hand signs before he slapped his hands together. As he split his hands apart, a large pinkish-red fireball formed in his hands. Yujito then took in a deep breath, channeling her chakra into her mouth. Embers of blue flames began to slowly escape from her lips just as Naruto launched his fireball. Yujito then proceeded to spit out her fire, sending a massive stream of blue flames into Naruto's jutsu. Scorch and fire combination style, Azure Conflagration. Upon impact, the fireball exploded, sending a wave of blue flames skyrocketing through the air towards the Akatsuki, with Gaara's recently formed air current propelling the blue flames even further. Konan flew forward and grabbed Pain's Deva Path body. Kisame jumped to the side of Pain's Preta Path as the body created its barrier, shielding both it and Kisame from injury. Pain's animal, Asura, and human paths, however, were unable to get away from the blast. Upon impact, the Asura path's body was broken apart into multiple pieces and was sent flying backwards, a sizzling sound effect coming from each. Both the animal and human paths were encased in flames. While the two appeared as if they were trying to resist the fire, eventually their bodies were completely encased in flames that burnt away at their skin entirely until they, too, fell to the ground, unable to get up. Upon the death of the animal path once more, the large multi-headed dog was dissipated once more. Damn. I saw you all working on that in the Biju training hall once, but I didn't realize it was going to be that destructive. Rashi whistled in approval before grinning. Nice job, brats. You all took down 3 of those guys. As soon as Rashi said it, the bodies of the human and animal path, as well as the parts of the Asura path, sank into the ground. The remaining Jinchuriki stared intently at the remnants. Remember, though, that the last time we killed the summoner one, it respawned. Yagura noted. Expect to see them again, until we figure out how to combat this gimmick. Gimmick, Sounds so condescending when you say it like that, Yagura-san. Mud style, bottomless mud hole. The Jinchuriki, Seifu, who was still in her wooden prison from Obito's jutsu, tensed up as the ground underneath them opened up, turning into a large sinkhole of mud that quickly pulled them not the ground. Naruto tried to pull himself out of the mud, but found his feet were stuck to it. This mud, it contains the qualities of quicksand. Gaara noted, shaking his head as he tried to pull himself out. Well, let's not deal with this shit for any longer than we have to. Rashi stated as he turned to look towards Han, ready to melt this shit away. Han nodded his head. The 2 Iwagakuer Jinchuriki were about to channel their lava and boil release techniques when Konan flew directly above the group, carrying the Deva Pain Path's body as it held out its hand. Shinra Tensei. Immediately, all the Jinchuriki were forced into the ground by a massive gravitational force. All felt the rest of their bodies crash into the mud's surface. The mud, in that moment, was as hard as cement, creating massive bruises upon impact. Immediately after the impact, however, the mud returned to its quicksand-like composition, forcing the group into the mud once more. Damn it! We really need to figure out how to deal with that gravity technique of his. Naruto noted, gritting his teeth. The amount of times Pain has been able to spam it. His words died on his lips as he noticed the presence of paper-like worms digging through the mud. He blinked for a second before noticing that they were explosive tags, folded into the shape of worms through origami. On cue, thousands of paper worms flooded through the mud, quickly navigating the mud towards each Jinchuriki. Shit. Naruto tried his best to shake his head, but the mud was holding it in place. Leave this situation to me, Gaara said, as he closed his eyes. Sand rushed from Gaara's chakra cloak towards his fellow Jinchuriki, surrounding their bodies, and the wooden prison around Fu's body. Paper burial. The paper worms detonated, creating massive explosion after explosion throughout the mud sinkhole. The resulting explosion sent enough force that the Jinchuriki were pulled out of the mud hole, sending them flying into the air before they crashed into the stadium ground, creating more craters. Upon landing on the ground, Gaara's sand dissipated. Yujito, Yagura, Rashi, Han, Yotakata, B, and Naruto all were breathing heavily with light burns on their bodies. Gaara, on the other hand, fell to his knees as his body was covered in burns, with a chunk of his chakra cloak having been blown off. Damn! That dash, Gaara's words died out for a moment as he started to cough out blood. Gaara! Naruto called out, his eyes widening in horror. He spent more of his focus reinforcing the sand armor he gave to us rather than the one he made for himself. Damn it, Gaara! Yujito grit her teeth for a moment before she turned her head upward towards Konan. That was her technique, right? When did she have time to prep all those explosive worms? Were you trying to kill them, Konan? Pain asked, the Deva Path turning its head to face his partner, If not for the Kazekige's quick timing, I believe that blast could have killed all of them. It would have incapacitated them, not killed them. Konan shook her head. It already appears that the technique is doing its job. Damn right it did, but thanks for the help. Both Pain's and Konan's attention turned towards the wooden block that Obito had created around Fu's body. After a loud growl, the wood was finally broken apart, shards scattering the battlefield as Fu pulled herself out. The Nanabe Jinchuriki was breathing heavily as she flew back towards the other Jinchuriki. You alright, Fu? Yotakata asked, a frown on his face. That sucked, but I'm fine. Fu said, shaking her head, but never mind that. You all know there's another one of those weird orange-haired guys hiding inside the stadium, right? Another. Rashi repeated before his eyes widened in clarity, ah yes. One of them did vanish early on in the battle. And it's hiding from direct combat. Yagura rubbed his chin in thought before his eyes widened, and it disappeared roughly around the same time as the animal summoner body did prior to its revitalization. That must be it. He then turned towards Fu. That hidden one is the priority. It must be the one reviving those Rinnegan wielders. Sharp. As expected of the Yondaime Mizukage. And the Nanabe Jinchuriki has impressive sensory abilities to notice. Pain internally acknowledged as both the Deva Path's and Preta Path's eyes narrowed on the group, but little good will that knowledge aid all you if you can't reach the Naraka Path. Upon Ebisu's arrival, Aoi focused intently on the man. His eyes briefly flickered to the Team 9 Genin before focusing intently on Ebisu. A few seconds passed by before Ebisu ran through 7 hand signs. Aoi, in response, made one-handed signs before pointing his index finger towards the ground. Fire style, Fire Dragon Bomb. Water style, Surface Slicer. Ebisu breathed out a stream of fire at the same time as Aoi launched a wave of water from the ground. The water rose, crashing into the fire and extinguishing it, creating steam that quickly surrounded the battlefield. Aoi's body quickly vanished inside the steam. I can't sense him. He's good at hiding his chakra signature, it seems. Unfortunately, he's not against the right set of opponents. Ebisu immediately turned to face Hanabi. Hanabi-san, what direction is he coming from? Hanabi's eyes narrowed. He's to the right. He's actually dash. Earth style, Mud Wall Jutsu. The 3 Team 9 Genin's eyes widened as the ground around them rose, forming an earthen wall just in time to block a barrage of lightning bolts. Aoi emerged from the right, jumping directly on top of the earth wall and falling towards the ground towards the Genin, gripping the Raijin no Ken tightly. Sword of the Thunder God, Falling Lightning. Wind style, Wind Release Stream. Aoi's body became encased in lightning as he fell closer towards the 3 Genin. Before he could collide with them, however, Ebisu breathed out a stream of wind that connected with his body. The wind struck him with enough force that it changed Aoi's trajectory, causing him to barely miss Team 9. The 3 Genin proceeded to jump backwards, narrowly avoiding scattered lightning bolts that resulted from the collision. Damn. This guy's moving so much faster than he was before. Katsumi noted, her eyes focusing on Aoi for a moment before moving to Ebisu. We'd be dead just then if it wasn't for Ebisu-sensei. Use of earth, wind, and fire release, huh? Bet you got some water and lightning release techniques up your ass, don't you? Aoi said with a snort, of course, they're all basic level attacks. For a basic-ass shinobi. Ebisu let out a bitter chuckle, come now, Aoi, we were in the academy together. Do you really think I'm that easy to get a rise out of? No. I'm just reminding myself exactly the type of shinobi I'm dealing with. I'm fighting the master of the basics after all. Aoi replied, a grin developing on his face, a real jack of all trades, master of none. You just know a collection of things, you're no master of anything. I don't need to master anything. Having a variety of skill sets is what gives me balance as a shinobi. Ebisu noted. He adjusted his sunglasses as he stared at his former classmate. I'd rather be this way than you, a man whose only skill is in Kenjutsu. Aoi's eyes narrowed, only skill. It's apparent even through your actions. Ebisu smirked in response, when you fled the village, it would have been more prudent and useful to try and run off with the Forbidden Scroll and try and master the vast ninjutsu and its contents. But instead, you went for the Nidaime Hokage's sword, because Kenjutsu is all you're good at. You're doing what you accused me, you're trying to get under my skin. Aoi said quietly as he gripped the Raijin no Ken tightly, and unfortunately for you, it worked. Sword of the Thunder God, after image lightning. Multiple bolts of lightning shot upward all at once from the Raijin no Ken. When the bolts entered the sky, hundreds of copies of Aoi appeared. He, alongside all of his copies, rushed forward at Ebisu. This technique. I can tell those copies of him aren't real clones, but I can't even tell which one is the real enemy. Hanabi bit down on her lip hard, he's moving too fast to keep up with it all. Ebisu tensed up as he pulled out a kunao, his eyes focusing on the oncoming strikes. He sidestepped just in time, avoiding one after image rushing towards him before he jumped to the right, avoiding a second one falling towards him. He then tried to jump again to avoid a third strike, but Aoi managed to land the attack, slicing into his right arm. Ag. Ebisu hissed. Gotcha. Aoi smirked, tightening his grip, let's show you all I can do with only Kenjutsu. Within a second, Aoi's after images charged into Ebisu one after another, covering the man's body with cuts. With each cut from the thunder blade, Ebisu's body was becoming covered with both blood and burns from the lightning shocks. The Konoha Jonin tried to pull himself away, but no matter what he tried, Aoi's after images always managed to strike at him. Earth Style, Rising Rock Jutsu. The ground directly in front of Ebisu's body opened up as a large boulder rose. The boulder rose just in time as another after image tried to slam into Ebisu. Upon it connecting its blade with the boulder instead of Ebisu, slicing it in half in the process, the remaining after images all faded away, leaving only the original Aoi. Nice timing, Katsumi. Kanji nodded his head before he held out his hands, Mind Destruction Jutsu. Aoi's body stiffened for a moment as he was forced to drop his sword, the lightning returning back into the hilt. A scowl developed on his face as he quickly channeled chakra throughout his body. Within seconds, Kanji was sent backwards as his jutsu was forced cancelled. Fucking brats. You can't separate me from my sword that easily. Aoi growled as he quickly grabbed the Raijin no Ken and rushed towards them, summoning his lightning blade once more. Honestly, I need to kill you brats so you'll stop interrupting my little reunion with Ebisu. So die already. Stay back from them. Ebisu shouted as he ran through three hand signs, lightning style, thunderclap arrow. Ebisu generated 3 bolts of electricity in his hands that he sent flying towards Aoi. The former Konoha shinobi turned his head briefly back towards him before swinging the Raijin no Ken directly at the oncoming electricity. The resulting strike redirected Ebisu's lightning-style jutsu backwards towards him at a rapid pace. Ebisu sidestepped the redirected lightning before he pulled out a shuriken. He then threw it towards the green-haired man. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. The shuriken Ebisu threw quickly multiplied, creating 100 copies of itself that flew directly at Aoi. The Omegakuer shinobi gripped the Raijin no Ken tightly in his hands as he created a massive shockwave of lightning that rushed around his body. The resulting shock stopped the oncoming shuriken. That's not all you got, right Ebisu? Aoi's eyes narrowed as he turned towards where Ebisu had been, only to find the Jonin had vanished with a flicker. He then turned to his right to see the man next to him, gripping a kunao. Is that all you got, jackass? As Aoi's Sword of the Thunder God collided with Ebisu's kunao, Aoi gained the upper hand instantly and overpowered him. In response, Ebisu's body dissipated. What dash? Earth Style, Earth Flow Spears. Ebisu reappeared a few feet behind Aoi, his hands locked in the bird hand sign. Immediately, the ground underneath Aoi's feet rose, forming into stone spears that quickly impaled the man. Aoi did his best to maneuver out the way, but earthen spears dug their way into his legs and his side, locking him in place and causing blood to pour from wounds. Ack. You, bastard. He growled out. Am I now? Ebisu chuckled in response as he proceeded to run through more hand signs. At least I'm not a traitorous bastard. Ebisu-sensei has got this. Hanabi took in a deep breath for a moment before she made hand signs. Perhaps we can help finish this. Katsumi nodded her head in response as she, too, ran through hand signs. Kanji, having finally composed himself from Aoi overpowering his mind destruction jutsu, reached for a kunao and threw the weapon. Aoi grit his teeth in response as he tightened his grip on the Raijin no Ken. He had managed to keep his arms away from being impaled, giving him free rein to swing his sword. As his grip grew tighter, his sword became encased in lightning. Fire style, Fire Dragon Bomb. Ninja art, Poison Darts Jutsu. Earth style, Earth Dragon. Sword of the Thunder God, Rumble and Flash. Ebisu breathed out a large stream of fire just as both Hanabi spat out a barrage of poison darts from her mouth and Katsumi created a giant dragon head of dirt. As all three jutsus, and Kanji's kunao, flew towards Aoi, the green-haired shinobi proceeded to swing the Raijin no Ken rapidly in a slicing manner, aiming directly at Ebisu. With each slash of his blade, more and more electricity began to surround his body. Within a few seconds, a makeshift barrier of lightning formed around his body, forming a blockade that blocked Hanabi's poison darts, Kanji's kunao, and crumbled Katsumi's earth dragon. The lightning also shattered the earth spears holding Aoi in place, freeing the man. Ebisu's fire stream continued to fly towards him, but Aoi continued to slice at the air with the Raijin no Ken. Within seconds, bolts of lightning rushed forward from his blade, aiming directly at the man. The first bolts of lightning pierced the flames, hitting them with enough force that the flames dissipated. More and more bolts continued to fly forward at a rapid pace, however, flying directly at Ebisu. The Konoha Jonin tried to jump away, but he was unable to move fast enough as the first bolt of lightning struck him in the neck. He choked out in response, coughing up blood, as more lightning bolts flew towards him, impaling him in his chest, stomach, and his arms. His body was zapped with so much electricity that his body began to become covered with burns, the force of the bolts singing his clothes and shattering his sunglasses. Within seconds, the man fell to the ground, blood starting to pour from his wounds. Ebisu-sensei. Katsumi called out in horror. There, happy, bastard. You wanted to see why I chose to leave Konoha with the Raijin no Ken? Well, you got a taste of why. Aoi snarled before turning his attention away from Ebisu's body to the Konoha Genin. Now, where were we brats? He continued his charge forward towards the Konoha Genin, the Raijin no Ken crackling in his hands. Baijutama. Hinata jumped to the side just as Kido unleashed a massive Baijutama, causing the orb to strike at one of the buildings. The blast created a massive explosion, scattering flames as the building was vaporized. Well, it appears my Baijutama is already stronger than it was in my last trial run against the Kyuubi and Nanabi Jinchuriki. Kido noted, nodding his head. Good. It's more evidence that my research is nearly perfect. Hinata's Byakugan focused on the rubble from the explosion before a shiver went down her spine. That. I can't mess up. One hit from that jutsu and I'll be dead. She took in a deep breath before she clapped her hands. The aura around her body began to form into a cyan-colored chakra cloak, forming into what appeared to be chakra snakes. Hinata clapped her hands, causing the newly formed chakra snakes to rush forward from their body towards Kido. The root researcher smirked as he quickly sidestepped, avoiding the fist snake. He then continued to jump around as the snakes proceeded to try and follow him, slowly inching his way closer to Hinata. While her snakes kept rushing forward, Hinata pulled out her bow. Instead of reaching for an arrow, however, she channeled Senjutsu Chakra into the bow. As she pulled back on the bow, a cyan-colored arrow appeared. Sage Art, Nature's Arrows. Taking in a deep breath, Hinata released her arrow, causing it to fly through the air directly at Kido. Just as Kido sidestepped and avoided the attack, the arrow erupted, creating a burst of nature energy that connected with Kido's body. The man hissed, staggering slightly. Immediately, the snakes of Hinata's chakra aura capitalized, biting down onto Kido's skin. The root agent's hissing grew louder as each snake bit into his body, injecting him with poison. He proceeded to raise his tails, slamming them into the ground. Lightning style, Tailed Beast Storm. Red-colored lightning shot from his tails outward, crashing into the oncoming snakes and dissipating them, turning them back into nature energy. The lightning continued towards Hinata, striking at her before she could jump away. She hissed in pain, dropping her bow in the process. Kido's smirk returned as he rushed forward, closing the distance between the two of them. He swung his claw directly at Hinata, who dodged just in time. He then swung his other claw at her, this time forcing her to block with her arm. Beyond just comparing the skills of someone who stalemated Tanuki, you also provide a good secondary source to compare my skills to the Kyubi Jinchuriki. Kido noted as he attempted to stab Hinata with his other claw. She jumped backwards, avoiding in time. You are his lover, right? Tell me, how does my fighting stack up to Uzumaki Naruto? Don't you dare bring up Naruto-kun. Hinata hissed. You have no right to even talk about him. And why's that? Kido's smirk was replaced with a quizzical stare as he disappeared. Hinata immediately turned around, protection of the 8 triangles, 64 palms. The Hyuga released chakra streams from her hand just as Kido appeared behind her, attempting to slice at her again. Upon impact with his Biju-enhanced claws, the chakra streams exploded, sending both Hinata and Kido backwards. I suppose Biju chakra-enhanced attacks might be too much for my protection of the 8 trigrams, even if they're pseudo-Jinchuriki, damn. Hinata bit down on her lip. She immediately tensed up as she noticed Kido disappear once again. She jumped backwards just as Kido jumped out of the ground, channeling chakra into his mouth. Within seconds, he released another Bijutama that Hinata dodged barely, forcing the orb to strike at another building and vaporize it once more. You still haven't answered my question. Kido reminded, a frown forming on his face. Why exactly am I not allowed to mention to Uzumaki Naruto? He shook his head. It's not something frivolous like, you're not a real Jinchuriki, so don't even think about comparing yourself to Naruto-kun, is it? Hinata's eyes narrowed in response at his impression. No, it's because of how you have that chakra. Naruto-kun and Fusan mentioned how you experimented on his mother. Ah. So, it's something even more frivolous. Kido sighed, shaking his head once more. I fail to see what the issue is. Uzumaki Kushina's cadaver was not doing anything other than slowly decomposing. Are you insisting that it should just go to waste? Hinata scowled in response. You're just like Kabuto. Almost too much so. It disgusts me. Yakushi Kabuto. Well, I suppose that's accurate. Despite his unfortunate hatred for Danzo-sama, I actually do identify with that man. Kido confessed, chuckling slightly. A young boy who started out with nothing, with no talents, rose to great heights on the backbone of science alone, becoming a true force to be reckoned with as he grows older and gets more time for experimentation. A small, sad smile developed on Kido's face as he looked at his own palms. His story mirrors mine in an uncomfortable way, to be honest. Kido tightened his hand, forming a fist once more as he turned back to glare at Hinata. Feels odd to be criticized by a former clan heiress, admittedly. Both Kabuto and I used our methods to grow stronger and get ahead in life, and we're disgusting, but you and others like you are able to grow and benefit off the resources of your precious clan. Hinata's scowl deepened. What point are you trying to get at? That I'm from the Hyuga clan, so I can't possibly understand or critique your experiments. Kido grit his teeth in response. Nothing you or anyone in your precious Hyuga clan have done anything worthy of praise, so I'm not going to idly take your shit judgments about me, my research, and my accomplishments. With a defiant growl, Kido swung his fists outward, Nine-Tails Twister. Immediately, a tornado was released from Kido's hands and flew directly at Hinata's body. The Hyuga heiress was unable to get away in time and was encased in the tornado. She hissed in pain as the winds started to tear into her skin, causing her to bleed. Damn it! How am I supposed to get out? An idea entered Hinata's head. Her eyes widened as her Byakugan focused on the bow she dropped outside of the twister. She then began to channel from afar. This should work. Kido grinned as her swung his hands a second time, creating another twister that replaced the first before it could dispel. He prepared to swing his arms a third time before 2 chakra snakes appeared at Hinata's bow. The first notched itself in the strings while the second proceeded to pull back on the string. Sage Art, Poison Snake Arrow. Hinata's bow was launched, sending the chakra snake directly at Kido. The root agent had not sensed it in time, causing the snake's body to connect with his head. Kido's eyes widened as he immediately fell to his knees and started to choke. Blood started to pour from his lips just as Hinata was released from the twister. Upon stepping foot onto the ground, Hinata charged forward at the man. Kido, in response, immediately pulled his head upwards and channeled another Bijutama. Hinata jumped into the air, avoiding the orb for a third time. Immediately after, Kido started to cough more and more. That arrow you just hit me with, what an impressive amount of poison. He acknowledged, growling slightly, unfortunately for you, my former partner Magire was a poison expert who I allowed to experiment on me. He steadied himself as he rubbed the blood off of his chin. Natural immunities I've developed, combined with the healing factor of a Biju, are going to make me hard to poison to death. I don't really care if I poison you to death or if you die some other way. Hinata replied, shaking her head, all that matters is that you die. Heh. Kido snorted, good footwork, by the way. In regards to dodging my Bijutama. I hope you keep up with that, for your sake. After all it takes for me to hit you with one of those and you're dead. Hinata's only response was to narrow her eyes as she planned her next stage of attack. Nu. The giant chimera roared loudly as it watched Gamabunta and Choza charge towards it. Its volume grew louder, creating shockwaves that rocketed forwards them. Both Gamabunta and Choza were momentarily stopped, the boss toad gritting his teeth in response while Choza's ears started to bleed slightly, but the two persevered and continued to rush at the giant chimera. Choza attempted to swing his staff at Nu's body, but its snake-like tail rushed forward, catching the tail. Nu growled again as it was caught into a stalemate with the giant Akimichi. D-damn, it's strong. Choza grit his teeth as he felt the chimera push back, starting to gain the upper hand. Hokage-sama. Already ahead of you. Jiraiya called out. Gamabunta gripped his tanto tightly as it rushed at Nu, stabbing its body. The chimera screeched loudly before it stopped its hind legs into the ground. Immediately, sharp wooden logs rushed from the ground underneath. Choza separated in time, jumping away from the logs, but Gamabunta was unable to jump away in time and the bottom of his feet were stabbed. The toad hissed from the pain. It has your Shodai's accursed wood release, huh? This monster is a lot more dangerous than I had initially assumed. Gamabunta noted. Unfortunately, yes. Jiraiya scowled. Nu's eyes moved back and forth from Jiraiya and Gamabunta to Choza for a moment as it quietly grit its teeth for a moment. After a while, its eyes steeled themselves and the creature opened its mouth. Nu. Ninja art, negative emotion manipulation, gluttony. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed. That voice, that was Shigaraki Tanuki's. What's going on? His thoughts were interrupted as in Nu's mouth, an orb of dark energy began to form. Jiraiya, Gamabunta, nor Choza could see where the energy was coming from, but they could see the few trees that were still in the area began to wilt. The clouds in the sky became smaller and some of them started to darken into a black coloration. Furthermore, the air around became denser, almost becoming harder to breathe. That feeling. Gamabunta, while unable to see fully what was happening, could sense it. His eyes narrowed on the creature. It's literally ripping out natural energy from the environment. Give the Toad Clan's boss summon a prize, will you Nu? Jiraiya's eyes narrowed on Nu. Tanuki, where are you hiding? Nu opened its mouth, but instead of a monstrous growl, a human-like chuckle escaped its lips. I'm not hiding anywhere. I am Nu's creator, it's only fitting I can speak through it. What a disgusting jutsu you developed. Gamabunta stated sharply, stealing natural energy like that, you're destroying the environment around you without a goddamn care. Is that not what Sage Mode is? Tanuki asked, a hint of irritation developing in his voice as Nu turned its focus towards the boss toad. A sage converts the natural energy around into Senjutsu Chakra to manipulate. Is that any different than what I am doing? You just gave away the difference. Gamabunta snorted in response, a sage converts nature energy around them carefully, so as neither to disturb the natural environment around nor to overwhelm their own body. It's a careful art built around a deep understanding and connection to the world around them. This gluttony technique you're using, however, is literally stealing the energy around you. Look at the environment around you, you're literally suffocating nature itself. I fail to see what the concern is. Tanuki nearly growled in response. After all, when shinobi fight at this level, there is usually collateral damage. On a physical level. Choza spoke up, his eyes narrowing. I understand what Gamabunta-san is saying. When a shinobi burns a forest, the forest may one day grow back. What you are doing, though, is stealing from the environment as a whole. The vegetation affected by your gluttony will never grow back. The clouds affected will never be the same. He shook his head. We Akimichi have particular diets suited to our clan's abilities, but we would never partake in such a display of grotesque gluttony. What a sinful technique. Sinful? Sinful. Tanuki growled out. Nu growled out with his own monstrous voice, creating another massive shockwave. This resulting shockwave, however, sent both Gamabunta and Choza backwards and forced them to their knees as they struggled to pull themselves up. We are goddamned shinobi. How dare you criticize me, you self-righteous bastards? His voice. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed on Nu. One of the big warnings with using senjutsu and absorbing nature energy is to make sure you are careful to not let it overwhelm you. The way he's stealing energy. I doubt he'd turn into a toad like I would if I messed up, but I'm sure the way he is literally forcing it out of the environment is doing irreparable damage to his psyche. He then tightened his hands. Maybe we can use that. Sage art, negative emotion manipulation, wrath. Nu opened its mouth as the black energy started to form once more. Within seconds, thousands upon thousands of black bullets were sent flying around the battlefield in various directions. Gamabunta and Choza quickly moved out of the way as the bullets went flying, crashing into the ground and buildings, creating craters, and sending debris everywhere. Both Gamabunta and Choza continued to keep moving, doing their best to avoid the onslaught of dark bullets, but Nu continued to release more and more. It's feeding off negative energy. I suppose theoretically, if Tanuki has enough hate in his heart, this jutsu could last indefinitely. Jiraiya bit his lip hard. We need to end. Ag. Jiraiya's attention moved towards the side of the battle. The various shinobi that had been dispersed earlier, that had been battling Nu before he got there, were impaled with the bullets. Many of them were screaming in pain as they continued to get assaulted until the screams finally stopped. Sh shit. Shizun cursed as she was sent flying backwards away from a shinobi she was trying to heal by a bullet which impaled itself into her shoulder. Blood started to pour heavily from her wound. Monster. This monster. Jiraiya grit his teeth as he took in a deep breath. Jiraiya, act like the goddamn cage you are. End this now. Gamabunta-san, what's the best approach? Choza asked as one of the bullets hit his leg, staggering him. He grit in pain as bullet after bullet began to finally hit his large body. We can't let this go on for too long. I don't know dash. Gamabunta's words died as Jiraiya jumped off his head. Jiraiya, where are you going? Ninja art, needle Jizo. As Jiraiya ran towards Nu, his hair started to elongate and surround his body before starting to form spikes, creating a makeshift barrier. Nu's dark bullets proceeded to pound into Jiraiya's body. While the needle shield around his body appeared to cushion the blows somewhat, Jiraiya winced, as each bullet felt akin to getting punched hard by Guy. Despite the pain, Jiraiya persevered and continued running until he reached Nu's side. Upon getting in front of the beast, he ran through hand signs before slamming his palms into the ground. Ninja art, toad mouth trap. A large toad esophagus formed around Nu's giant body, trapping the creature. Jiraiya took a deep breath as he heard bullet after bullet slam into the toad walls, unable to break through it. If it didn't break out immediately, then the raw destructive power of this creature isn't like Sarutobi-sensei's. Thank God for that. Jiraiya sighed in relief before he jumped back. However, I know it's going to break out in a moment. I need to get ready. Gamabunta. Choza. Keep me safe for a moment. Jiraiya replied as he clapped his hands together and began to channel nature energy. Entering Sage mode? About damn time. Gamabunta noted. As Jiraiya turned his attention to focusing on channeling natural energy, a blackish-purple hole began to form in the sky. Nu. Within seconds, the giant chimera fell from the sky once more, creating another crater upon impact. The creature growled loudly before it rushed over towards Jiraiya's body. As the chimera attempted to strike at him, Choza jumped in the way, again blocking with his staff and getting into another stalemate. It's useless to try and trap Nu. Tanuki spoke through the beast, laughing loudly. The creature's eyes then focused on Jiraiya, trying to enter Sage mode. I see. A bit late for that. You're not going to get the opportunity. You'll have to get through me first. Choza said sharply, pushing back against the beast. And me. Gamabunta hissed as it rushed to Nu and stabbed the creature with his tanto again. Nu, however, did not react to Gamabunta's attack, nor was it failing to push back on Choza. From the creature's mouth, the sound of Tanuki's laughter grew louder and louder. Neither of you are hardly presenting a challenge for my masterpiece. Watch and observe as Nu rips you all to shreds. Sage art, fire style, sea of flames. Within seconds, a massive firestorm rushed through the air towards Nu's body. The creature finally shrieked loudly in pain as it was forced to jump backwards. Blue fire remained on the beast for a moment before blackish-purple energy formed on the creature's body and extinguished the flames. As Nu finally recovered and began looking for its assailant, Mitarashi Anko jumped into the battle, landing directly next to Choza and Gamabunta. Yo! She waved, her eyes focusing on the creature. Don't mind me. Just here to help out. Anko. Gamabunta pursed his lips for a moment before chuckling slightly, not used to seeing a Snake Clan summoner coming to my aid, but I suppose I can get used to it. His eyes then narrowed on the woman, noting the aura around her, as well as the minor snake-like changes to her appearance. You are in sage mode. Yup. She nodded her head. It appears like your attack worked well. It actually seems to have affected that beast. Chosen noted. Perhaps it's because of sage mode. Gamabunta's eyes widened. Perhaps Senjutsu is the secret to defeating it. A chuckle escaped his lips as he turned his attention back to Jiraiya. Alright Jiraiya, hurry the hell up with your sage mode. Mitarashi Anko. Tanuki growled out from Nu's body, your presence is unwelcomed, but I suppose it gives me another chance to compare my research to the sage mode of a summoning clan. With another defiant growl, Nu charged forward once more. Where is he? Hyuga Hayashi made his way throughout Kumigakure until he reached the business district, doing his best to avoid the crossfires of various battles. He tried to keep his focus on searching for a dark chakra source similar to the presence of Nu in the distance. I would imagine that Tanuki must be somewhere nearby to it. I am sure his connection to his summon is better the closer he is. Hayashi noted as his Byakugan studied the contents of every building he came across. A scowl developed on his face as he looked through each building. I feel like I should be able to see it from a distance, even if faint. That damn blinding light jutsu from Tsumaiki Kido is still affecting me somewhat, I imagine. Hayashi continued to push forward, gritting his teeth as he focused on scanning the streets of the business district. As he made his way through the streets, he saw two large chakra sources nearby. The first belonged to Haswin, the Yatsuki clan shinobi that he, Hinata, and Niji had met with not too long ago. The second, however, belonged to an Edo Tensei, a tan-skinned man wearing the Kumigakure shinobi uniform. The man had a black goatee and had small trace of black hair poking out of the bandages he wore over his head. He also wore a Kumo forehead protector over his right eye. That man, it can't be. Hayashi's eyes widened for a moment before he scowled. It seems the Akatsuki felt it right to bring forth all the filth possible in hopes of improving their chances with this invasion. The Hyuga clan head had intended on ignoring the skirmish, but with his Byakugan, he noticed the Edo Tensei's body stiffen momentarily before it turned to face his direction. It then started running towards him. I must have stepped foot in range to be sensed. Damn. Hayashi scowled as he turned his head in time. He then extended his right hand forward, 8 trigrams Mountain Crusher. Hayashi unleashed a massive burst of chakra just as the Edo Tensei jumped into the battlefield. The man proceeded to sidestep the attack just in time before he clapped his hands together, running through 6 hand signs. Ninja Art, Neon Beacon. Within seconds, a blinding light made from a mixture of colors, red, blue, and green, filled the area. Another blinding jutsu? And this one's even worse than Kido's. Hayashi cursed as he closed his eyes for a moment, deactivating his Byakugan. When he opened his eyes, the neon lights around were still affecting him, but not to the same extent. Instead of being completely blind, he was able to see the figure of the Edo Tensei summon rushing towards him, a kunai gripped in his hand. Hayashi immediately sidestepped just in time before slamming his palm against the Edo Tensei's palm, forcing him to drop the kunai. Hyuga Hayashi, huh? This really is some twisted irony, running into you here like this. The Edo Tensei noted, shaking his head. Trust me, I had no desire to ever see you again, Yatsuki Kashikoi. Hayashi stated sharply, staring intently at the former head ninja of Kyumigakur, the man who had attempted to kidnap Hinata. You and me both. And you just happened to interrupt my reunion with my son. Kashikoi grumbled, his hands tightening. Unfortunately for the both of us, the asshole who revived me has my body on autopilot to fight the strongest opponent in my general area. Guess in this moment that's you. I suppose your subconscious must register that fact rather vividly. Hayashi noted as he tightened his stance, after all, I stopped you once before. I can do it again. Bah, I'm not so certain you'll be able to do it so easily this time. Kashikoi said, shaking his head, I will confess you got the jump on me and killed me rather easily, but in a straight fight like this? Hayashi-san, you don't stand a ghost of a chance against me. He then ran through the same 6 hand signs as before, ninja art, neon beacon. Once again, the area around Hayashi was colored with an even brighter mixture of colors as neon gas filled the air. The Hyuga clan head hissed as he jumped backwards, Kashikoi once again becoming nothing more than a blur in his vision. As he tried to concentrate on the Edo Tensei, however, a voice screamed in his head. Hayashi, help me! Hisashi! Hayashi's eyes widened at the sound of his brother's voice, sounding panicked and afraid. He took in a deep breath as he tried to ignore the voice, only a genjutsu, calm yourself. Why couldn't you just restrain him? I'm being tortured here, brother. Please. Save me. Hisashi's scream grew louder in his mind, causing Hayashi's body to start to twitch. His breathing grew heavier, which only caused the screams of his brother to grow louder and louder. He could see a figure rushing towards him once more, barely. Hayashi sidestepped and attempted to block the strike once more again with his palm, but his strike missed Kashikoi. The Edo Tensei then turned back and stabbed him, connecting to his chest. Irk! Hayashi gasped in response, blood starting to pour from his wound as his hand reached forward with his right hand, grabbing onto the Edo Tensei's hand, preventing him from digging the kunai deeper into his wound. He then channeled chakra into his left hand as he held out it directly in front of himself, 8 trigrams Mountain Crusher. Hayashi blasted Kashikoi's Edo Tensei body with an enhanced blast of chakra head-on, using his right hand to also hold Kashikoi's body still. The chakra blast connected with the body head-on, hitting it with enough force that Kashikoi's body imploded, scattering body parts. Upon the destruction of the body, the neon gas in the air started to fade away. Hayashi finally stopped hearing the screams of Hisashi, causing him to sigh in relief. He activated his Byakugan as he began to assess his wound. Stopped him from stabbing any deeper and reaching my heart. Good timing on my part. As it is right now, it's actually superficial enough that I can safely remove it. Hayashi noted, finally pulling the kunai out. He winced as he began to bleed more before his attention moved towards Kashikoi's body parts, which began to slowly come together. His eyes narrowed as he extended both his palms just as the body came together once more. 8 trigrams Vacuum Wall Palm. Ninja Art, Neon Lasers. Hayashi unleashed a massive vacuum palm from his hands just as Kashikoi reformed. The Edo Tensei, in response, brought his hands together before creating a laser of greenish-blue light that collided with Hayashi's vacuum wave. The jutsu clashed against one another as both shinobi fell into a stalemate. Even that laser is blinding. Hayashi's Byakugan twitched and watered as the Hyuga clan head was forced to cancel his dojutsu once more. Starting to see why in a straight-up match, I'd be a bad match for you. Kashikoi asked. These techniques are my invention after I tried to make a replacement of the lasers of storm release, using neon gas and liquid as the basis. Neon's a pretty bad counter to someone like you, who heavily uses your eyes. And in addition to the blinding element, your neon gas is also about to send someone into a genjutsu, yes? Hayashi asked, gritting his teeth. I'm surprised you even knew what happened to Hisashi to have done such a specific genjutsu. I told you I just ran into my son. Yes? He mentioned the aftermath of my death on both our clans. Kashikoi answered. The two shinobi grew quiet as they focused on their jutsu, trying to overpower one another. As Kashikoi's neon laser continued to collide with Hayashi's vacuum palm, the Hyuga clan head was exposed to more and more blinding light. His eyes started to twitch rapidly. He closed his eyes just as they began starting to bleed, but he took in a deep breath as he remained focused on his own jutsu. "For what it's worth, I am sorry about what happened to your brother," Kashikoi stated, frowning. He noticed Hayashi's hands tighten as his vacuum palm grew stronger. The Edo Tensei bit his lip as he poured more chakra into his neon laser, making it stronger. "I'm sure that's the last thing you want to hear from me, but it is the truth. I may curse you for killing me, but I understand why you did. I would have done the same to anyone who would dare try to lay a hand on my Haswin. I'm surprised that Raikage-sama tried to use my death in such a way. Your Raikage-sama ordered you to kidnap my daughter and you are surprised to hear how he tried to strong-arm my clan and get me killed." Hayashi snorted in response, "I know there's following orders and blind faith in one's commanders, but you are a special kind of naive, Yatsuki Kashikoi." "Maybe so." Kashikoi sighed in response, "Perhaps my willingness to take such a mission is an indictment of the major shinobi village system as a whole. I'm not here to debate philosophy and politics with a walking corpse," Hayashi stated sharply, shaking his head. "I'm here to fulfill a mission, and right now, you're in my way. So for the last time, get out my way." With a deep breath, Hayashi channeled more chakra into his vacuum palm, finally overpowering Kashikoi's neon lasers. The vacuum palm connected with his body, tearing it into it once more and splitting him apart once more. Once again, the neon in the air faded away, allowing Hayashi to open his eyes once again. His hands went to the blood, wiping it away as he started to move towards the man's severed body parts. "I need to constrain it fast before the Edo Tensei reforms." Before the Hyuga could do anything, Yatsuki Haswin rushed into the battlefield, holding a scroll. Just as Kashikoi's body began to reform once more, his son finished unraveling the scroll and surrounded the man's body with it. Hayashi crossed his arms, staring at the Yatsuki. "You are proficient in Fuinjutsu." "Proficient is the wrong word, but I was taught how to seal away Edo Tensei by your Hokage, along with other Kumo, Kiri, Iwa, and Suna shinobi," Haswin answered before his eyes narrowed on his father. He took a deep breath before tears started to form. "Heh. I can't believe Hyuga Hayashi interrupted my reunion with you. Even to this day, he's still taking you away from me." "Heh." Kashikoi snorted in response, before shaking his head. "Jokes aside, though, leave him alone, Haswin. He's as much a victim of this circumstance as you are." Haswin was quiet in response to his father's words. He reached for the final sealing paper before turning his head to Hayashi. "Thank you for handling my father like that, but I'll finish the sealing process by myself if you please. Whatever objective you had, please return to that," Haswin said. Hayashi nodded his head in response before turning back and continuing on his path to find Tanuki. As the Hyuga clan began to leave, Kashikoi's eyes focused on the retreating figure. "This whole thing is a nightmare, but I suppose I should be somewhat grateful, all things considered. I was able to get some closure about that kidnapping incident." He then turned his head to face Haswin. "And I was able to see the kind of man Haswin has become." Kashikoi smiled as he watched his son choke through goodbyes before he was finally sealed away, able to return to the afterlife in peace. "Damn, you!" one of Oyashiro's minions hissed as he fell to the ground. Uchiha Sasuke looked down at his opponent, making sure he was dead. Once he confirmed that, he turned his attention to Kiba, Akamaru, and Sakura, his main Jikyo Sharingan staring intently at Kiba. "You still haven't found Itachi?" he asked. Both Kiba and Akamaru shook their heads in response, a whine escaping Akamaru's lips. "I'm wondering if Edo Tensei summons have any particular scent. I've been trying to find a single one, but I haven't really noticed anything from them," Kiba admitted, frowning. "I mean, the Sandaime Raikage had the smell of no one in particular, and I got a good look at him back when we were up at the front." The former members of Team 7 had been on the lookout throughout Kumo, looking for any signs of Uchiha Itachi. While Sasuke would be the first to admit it was an emotional move, the decision did have logic behind on it. Itachi was one of the biggest threats Akatsuki could revive as an Edo Tensei, and it would be imperative to neutralize him. The group had hoped that Kiba's and Akamaru's strong sense of smell would be able to identify Itachi amongst the enemies. Unfortunately, the Edo Tenseis did not have any identifying scent that distinguished them from living shinobi. As a result, the three shinobi proceeded to wander the village, fighting off any enemies they found while still looking for Itachi. I guess there's a chance they never brought him here, Sakura said, sighing. We're wasting time. We need to focus on the actual objective. No, I know he's here. Akatsuki wouldn't waste a resource like him, Sasuke said, biting his lip. Sakura frowned in response, which caused him to sigh. But you're right. Looking for him is a waste. We need to dash. Akamaru growled, interrupting Sasuke. Kiba shared a look with his dog for a moment before he took a step forward, sniffing in the same direction that Akamaru was staring in. Yeah, I recognize that scent, though. Kiba noted, those IWA guys aren't too far from here. IWA guys? You mean Kurogen Irisho and his teammate? Sakura closed her eyes in thought before a name came to her, Yaomuzi Roto? You mean those two? Yeah. They're fighting someone. Someone's that doing a good job, cause their scents are mixed with blood. Kiba frowned. Akamaru barked in response, which caused Kiba's frown to turn into a smirk as he cracked his knuckles. Well, guess I got to bail out some IWA punks. Hope you guys don't mind me hurrying ahead, but these guys are going to need some help. With those words, Kiba hurried off ahead. Sasuke and Sakura stood still for a moment as their third teammate rushed off. Humph. Kiba rushing off to help out the same IWA shinobi that nearly killed him in the Chunin exams, not even waiting for us. Sasuke noted with a chuckle, guess it's a sign he's grown. I'd hope so. Sakura giggled in response, before her face grew serious, we should follow, though. In case if something happens. Sasuke nodded his head, right dash. Finally, there you are. Both Sasuke's and Sakura's eyes widened in response at the sound of the voice. Before they could move, two sets of snakes rushed forward towards each shinobi. Sasuke managed to jump away in time, but Sakura was grabbed around the waist by the other set of snakes, tying around her arms as well as they pulled her down to the ground. She grit her teeth in response as she tried to break free. Sasuke's eyes narrowed, following the snakes all the way to the man they were connected to. His main Jikyo Sharingan flared upon seeing an Edo Tensei approaching them. That. Sakura grit her teeth as she struggled to free herself, that's the man who attacked us all those years ago in the Forest of Death. That's Dash. Orochimaru. Sasuke scowled. I can see that you've grown stronger, Sasuke-kun. Your Sharingan has evolved. I cannot wait to claim it as my own. Orochimaru stated. His eyes then moved from Sasuke's face to the sealed cursed mark on his neck. However, there's something I'm after more. On cue with his words, Sasuke's body twitched in pain. His curse mark began to throb heavily, causing him to bring his right hand to his neck. Kahihihi, it's finally time. Today's the day I make my return to the land of the living. Orochimaru, now, do me a favor, Sasuke-kun, and stand still. With those words, Orochimaru charged forward at Sasuke and Sakura. Katsumi, Kanji, and Hanabi all tensed up as Aoi rushed them, the Raijin no Ken crackling. Kanji took in a deep breath as he made a hand sign, revealing signs on his and his teammates' bodies. Fuinjutsu, protective winds. The seals activated, releasing a flurry of winds that formed a protective barrier around their bodies. Is that it? Some shitty gusts of wind. Aoi snorted, his grip on his sword growing tighter. Allow me to show me how useless that such a technique really is. Aoi rushed towards Kanji and swung the Raijin no Ken directly at him. The sword crossed with the protective wind barrier, facing brief resistance, before the lightning managed to pierce the barrier, causing the winds to scatter. Wadesh Kanji's words died as the lightning blade struck at his stomach deep. Arg. The Yamanaka was flown backwards, nearly crashing into the storm cloud around the Dengo Reigo Stadium. Aoi crouched downward, adjusting his grip on the sword of the Thunder God, before he rushed him again. Get the hell away from him. Hanabi hissed as both she and Hebihiro took in a deep breath. Ninja art, poison fog. Both the Hyuga and her snake companion breathed out a large purple cloud of poison from their mouths. The poison smoke connected with the wind barrier around them, propelling the clouds directly at Aoi's body faster than he could move. Within seconds, the green-haired shinobi was surrounded. The Fu-Aoi started to cough loudly. A scowl developed on his face as he held up his blade as lightning started to fly from the sword. Within seconds, the poison cloud was dispelled. Bitch. The man disappeared in a flicker before reappearing directly above Hanabi. The Hyuga sidestepped just in time as he fell downward, his sword crashing into the ground. She then jumped backward as the resulting lightning from the crash scattered, narrowly missing her. Aoi scowled as his grip tightened on his blade before he pointed it directly at her. Sword of the Thunder God, rumble and flash. Aoi proceeded to swing the Raijin no Ken, slashing into the air. With each slash of his blade, lightning bolts shot forward from his blade at rapid speeds. Hanabi tried to jump away in time, but the first lightning bolt struck her in her side. She hissed in pain as she fell to her knees before she was impaled by another bolt, this one piercing her right shoulder. Ack. She began to choke in response. Aoi grinned in response as he began to swing his sword harder, sending more and more bolts of lightning towards her. Earth-style, Rising Rock Jutsu. As the Hyuga braced herself for the oncoming attack, multiple boulders rose up from the ground, getting in the way of Aoi's attacks. The lightning bolts shattered each boulder, sending debris flying away everywhere, but in the process, the boulders blocked every one of his attacks. Humph. Aoi scowled as he noticed Katsumi rushing towards him. You're years away from taking me on, kid. And you're a whole lifetime away from deserving to wield that sword. Katsumi growled in response as she ran through hand signs. Really? Why don't we dash? Aoi's words were interrupted as he started to cough loudly. His grip loosened on the Raijin no Ken for a moment. What the? He shook his head, steeling himself once more. Die. Aoi swung the Raijin no Ken forward, creating another thunderbolt that flew forward at Katsumi. The genin, however, managed to sidestep it barely. Aoi's eyes widened in response. Hanabi's and Hebeihiro's poison must be starting to take effect. That one jutsu was slower than his other strikes have been. Katsumi noted, as she ran through hand signs. Perfect. Time for payback then. Earth-style, Stone Golem. Katsumi opened her mouth, creating a giant golem of stone from her mouth. The golem rushed forward from her body, attempting to punch at Aoi, but the green-haired shinobi managed to sidestep just in time. He then swung his Raijin no Ken at the creature, slicing it to bits with his Sword of the Thunder God. This thing again? I'll admit your boulders and shit are good at blocking my technique, but you can't honestly expect to me beat with your earth release jutsus, right? Not when I am holding the most powerful tool of lightning release in existence. Aoi noted with a snort. Katsumi's response was to bring her hands together in the monkey hand sign, earth-style, boulder wave. The stones of the earth golem that Aoi just cut to shreds started to rise upwards, pelting him from various angles. The green-haired man was unable to jump away as he found himself caught up in a whirlwind of stones impaling him. More bruises and cuts formed on his body. Bitch, fucking bitch. He growled, tightening his grip on Raijin no Ken, don't mock me. Another shockwave of electricity rushed out from his body, crashing into each of the stones and causing them to fall apart into dust. He then turned his head towards Katsumi, who had opened her mouth once again, creating another stone golem. Make as many of those damn golem as you want. Aoi grit his teeth, waste whatever chakra you got left as I tear them to pieces once again dash. Mind Destruction Jutsu. Aoi's body froze for a moment as he dropped the Raijin no Ken once more. Kanji had pulled himself up, blood pouring from an open wound in his stomach. The Yamanaka was breathing heavily and appeared to be struggling to remain standing, but he kept his hands locked in place, looking directly at Aoi intently. Katsumi, I don't know how long I'll be able to hold him down. Finish him. He shouted. Hanabi's poison slowing down his abilities to push back against Kanji's mind techniques like he used to. Katsumi nodded her head in response as she clapped her hands together. Right, let's finish this. Give up. Aoi growled out as he struggled against Kanji's control. This didn't work the last time. It won't work now. Kanji's breathing grew heavier. Katsumi, hurry. Earth-style, Stone Golem technique, Stone Prayer. Katsumi released more stone from her mouth that combined with the stone golem, increasing its size. Within seconds, the golem was now standing over 16 feet. No. I refuse. Aoi's eyes widened as he began to pump chakra throughout his body. I refuse. I'm an elite Jonin of Omegakur. I'm one of Pain Sama's elite. I refuse to die at the hands of pitiful Konoha genin. With a loud shout, Aoi sent a burst of chakra throughout his body that finally freed him from Kanji's control. The Yamanaka, in response, fell to the ground, exhaustion taking over his body. Before Aoi could do anything with his newly found freedom, the stone golem brought its palms together, completely crushing his body. A few seconds passed by before the stone golem opened its palms, revealing the splattered remains of Rokusho Aoi. Katsumi's attention remained solely on Aoi's body. She inched slowly, maintaining the stone golem's figure as she waited to confirm her thoughts. As seconds passed by and she got a close-up at the fully crushed corpse, she knew for certain that there was no trick, Aoi was dead. She took a deep breath, finally cancelling her jutsu, causing the stone golem to crumble into dirt. We did it. Finally. She sighed as she reached downward, grabbing the Raijin no Ken next to Aoi's remains. The lightning receded, turning back into a hilt once more, but the sword appeared to be unscathed somehow. Guess Nidaime-sama's sword would be pretty resilient, huh? We can return this back to Konoha where it belongs. You, alright. Katsumi? Kanji asked as he pulled himself up, walking slowly towards her. A few seconds passed by before the Yamanaka fell to his knees. Before he could fully fall to the ground, however, Katsumi rushed to his side. He fell onto her back, causing her to wince slightly. I'm fine. Heavily injured and very chakra drained, but fine. Katsumi noted. It's you, Hanabi, and Ebisu-sensei I'm dash. Both Katsumi's and Kanji's eyes widened in response to her words, Ebisu-sensei. The two turned their attention towards Ebisu. Hanabi, having recovered from Aoi's final attack on her, had hurried over to Ebisu's body, dripping blood along the way. She was now lying on the ground, tending to his wounds with her medical ninjutsu. Katsumi rushed over to her side, carrying Kanji along the way. Is he okay? She asked. He's barely alive. But he won't be for long. She exclaimed, her eyes moving back and forth. I seek install his death though. Katsumi-san, please go and find any available medic. Any? Katsumi nodded her head, alright dash. Please, don't. The three Konoha genin turned their attention towards Ebisu. The Jonin sensei of Konoha Gakure Team 6 smiled at them, a small trail of blood dripping from his lips. Ebisu-sensei, please don't speak. It's only making it worse. Hanabi pleaded, shaking her head, just focus all of your energy on your own recovery. I can keep you alive until a better medic comes dash. Hanabi-san, why you can see my internal organs, right? Ebisu asked, chuckling slightly. He proceeded to choke up some blood in response, which caused Hanabi to press her chakra-covered hands on his chest tighter. Why you should know it's too late to do anything. No. It's not. She shook her head, biting her lip. Tears started to fall from her eyes as she shook her head, just wait dash. Please. Preserve your chakra. Ebisu choked more and more blood. His light brown eyes flickered back and forth from the three genin as a smile developed on your face, beating a jonin, all on your own, what marvelous students Naruto-san was gifted with. I know, you three will be destined for great things. Ebisu-sensei, Hanabi's right. Katsumi stated, shaking her head. Please stop talking and focus dash. Katsumi's words died on her lips as she felt a squeeze on her shoulder. She adjusted her head to look at Kanji. The Yamanaka had a solemn look on his face as he shook his head. The civilian-born shinobi immediately started to shake. No. Don't. If you may. Please, do me a favor, tell Mogi, Udon, and Kano Amaru I'm sorry, for dying like this. Tell Kano Amaru. I'm sorry if I overstepped in our last talk. I'm sure he'll understand. Ebisu's eyes slowly started to close, and for one last favor, please, survive this hellish invasion. With those words, Ebisu finally closed his eyes. Hanabi finally stopped channeling her chakra and proceeded to loudly sob into his chest. Katsumi bent down to the ground next to her, bringing Kanji alongside her, tears in both their eyes. The genin of Team 9 knew they could not afford to stay still for long in the middle of the invasion. They had an objective they still needed to accomplish. Nevertheless, they took a few seconds to mourn the life of one of Konoha's finest Jonin sensei. So, if there's a hidden Rinnegan wielder that's reviving the others, that one needs to be the priority. Otherwise, this battle will never end. Yotakata noted, bringing his hand to his chin. One of us needs to kill it before it can revive the three that Naruto and Yujito-san just managed to defeat. Fu, you said it's hiding in the stadium. Han asked. Fu nodded her head, which caused the Gobijin Churiki to stiffen. Then, allow me to rush in and kill it. Bansho Tenin. Han's body stiffened immediately before it flew through the air directly towards the Deva Path Pain's body. Konan stood next to the Deva Path, holding out her hand as paper began to form and spiral around her head, forming a sharp disc. Paper Chakram. Konan launched the Paper Chakram directly at Han's floating body. The Gobijin Churikis surrounded itself in steam, forming a protective barrier around himself. The Chakram then redirected itself, instead flying through the outer edges of the steam, cutting it to pieces. What? This jutsu is paper, isn't it? My steam should melt the paper. Han's eyes widened as he watched the Paper Chakram slowly tear through the steam around him. He tried to move his body around, but Pain's Bansho Tenin technique was still preventing his body from moving. Damn it. Before he could do anything, the Paper Chakram had finally pierced his steam barrier, creating an opening to his body. Immediately, the weapon flew toward his body, digging into his chest like a saw. He choked up blood in response. Han-ni. Naruto called out. Such a lethal technique. Han managed to choke out as the Paper Chakram dug itself further his body. His eyes briefly focused on Konan, and this is with the Biju cloak activated, enhancing my steam. How strong is her paper? Keep him immobile for a little longer. Konan's eyes briefly flickered over to the Deva Path Pain before narrowing once again on Han. Just a little longer and I should be able to incapacitate. Using one of his octopus tentacle-like tails as a springboard, Killer Bee launched himself forward at Konan and Pain with rapid speeds, his body spiraling towards both of them. Fuinjutsu, Octopus Hold. Bee's tails released ink that flew towards Konan and the Deva Path. Both tried to move away in time, but Bee's jutsu connected faster than they could react and blotches of ink touched their skin. Instantly, the ink began to travel up their bodies. Konan tried to move, but the ink was already starting to heavily affect her movements. The Deva Path also became similarly constricted, but seemingly had no reaction to the ink traveling up its body. In response to the ink traveling Pain's body, Han was finally released from the Bansho Tenin. The man proceeded to run off into the stadium bleachers, looking for the hidden Pain. Your main jutsus use paper, so hopefully you won't be a hater. But it's only natural mine stick around glue. Ink on paper is natural, it's only true. Bee noted, smirking. This technique functions like sealing. Konan said, scowling, even a single drop was enough to immobilize. What a careless mistake. Shinra Tensei. A gravitational force rushed through the area, connecting with both the Deva Paths and Konan's body, sending the ink flying off of them. The ink splattered on the ground around them, no longer restricting them. Konan immediately flew into the air as Bee glared up at her. Okay, that ain't fair, ya fool. Relying on your partner's gravity is bull, ya fool. He called out as he quickly turned his head towards the Deva Path and charged forward, getting real sick of your gravity, so let me leave you in agony. Bee charged at Pain, but the Deva Path jumped away in time. Bee's eyebrow raised slightly. There's got to be a reason he switches between using his GRS of ID jutsu and trying to dodge. Bee wondered. At the rate he's been spamming his techniques, I doubt it's a chakra issue. It must be something else. Maybe a charge time. The Deva Path remained focused on Killer Bee before he abruptly turned around in time, blocking a cocoon-covered fist from Fu. The Nanabe Jinchuriki's eyes narrowed. Think you've got good reflexes, huh? Let's see you dodge this. Fu shouted as the cocoon strings around her fist unraveled themselves into individual strings that connected to the Deva Path's body. They immediately stuck onto its body like puppet chakra strings. The Preta Path began to rush over, and Konan flew down towards Fu, flapping her wings and creating a barrage of paper needles that flew directly at her. The Nanabe Jinchuriki Ki ignored both, however, as she focused on the string that connected to the Deva Path. Seven-tailed string blast. The strings detonated, creating an explosion that sent the Deva Path Pain backwards, burning off parts of its cloak around its stomach and chest. It continued to fly backwards until the Preta Path managed to jump and catch it in its arms. Before Fu could continue to rush after the two paths of pain, the paper drizzle managed to connect with her body. The needles skewered her, piercing her armor and covering her body with major injuries. Blood started to drip from her body as she flew backwards, getting out of Konan's onslaught. "Damn it!" she growled. "No need to be upset, Fu. You covered a lot of ground for us already." Rashi called out as he charged forward. The Yonbai Jinchuriki was followed alongside by Gaara, Yujito, Yagura, and Yotakata. Rashi's fist was covered in lava, Gaara gripped the spear of Shukaku tightly in his hand, Yujito's claws sharpened, Yagura gripped his hook tightly, and Yotakata brought his pipe to his lips. As the five Jinchuriki rushed towards him, Pain held out his right hand. Shinra Tensei. A massive gravitational force rushed around Pain's body, propelling each Jinchuriki backwards with enough force that all five crashed into different segments of the stadium walls, bringing down some of the bleachers onto their bodies. And there it is again. Killer Bee's eyes lit up. That's it, that's it. There's gotta be a cooldown for that thing. It hurts worse each time. Yagura grit his teeth as he pulled himself off the ground. If you think that hurts, then just you wait to see what I got in store for you. The Sanbai Jinchuriki steadied himself in time to see Kisame standing directly above him. Before he could react, the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist member kicked Yagura in the chest, sending him flying further inside the stadium, creating a hole as he crashed into an inner room. "Hey Pain, Konan, if Toby is really going to be out, then let me also take a moment to step away for a bit," Kisame said with a grin as he took a step forward into the hole. "I got a grudge match to win and a turtle to beat into unconsciousness." Neither Pain nor Konan responded as they watched Kisame hurry behind Yagura. They then turned their heads towards the remaining Jinchuriki, who had managed to regroup together once more, just as the ground underneath their feet opened up. Within seconds, Kabuto rose from the ground. "I got your other bodies to the Naraka Path in time and guarded it while it revived them," Kabuto told the Deva Path. "They'll be here in a moment. I'm aware." Pain spoke, the Deva Path closing its eyes for a moment, however. Boil style, steam cataclysm. Summoning jutsu. A massive explosive sounded throughout the stadium bleachers as steam rushed through the air. Smoke quickly appeared alongside the steam as the giant drill-beaked bird flew away from the bleachers, with the animal path, Asura path, and human path flying on it. The bird flew above the remaining Pains, Konan, and Kabuto for a moment before the recently revived Pains jumped down, joining their allies. As the steam finally subsided, Han jumped from the bleachers, landing on the ground alongside the other Jinchuriki. The Iwa Jonin gripped the body of the Naraka in his hand, which had a hole straight through its chest where its heart would have been, its body completely covered in burns. "So, this thing was how you were bringing back the other Rinnegan users, Han asked before he finally dropped the Naraka path. It remained motionless for a moment before Han stepped forward, slamming his foot into its stomach. Steam began to rapidly release from his foot as the body began to slowly melt away. "Well Pain, I'd like to see how effective you are without your ability to keep coming back to life. I will confess, I did not want the Naraka path to die, but that doesn't change anything." Pain spoke through his Deva path. "You are all putting forth a marvelous effort, but it does not matter. In the end, you all will fall and we will be close to creating peace." "Peace?" Naruto snorted in response. "Trying to hunt us down is peace? Invading Taki and brainwashing Yagura to destroy Mizu no Kuni is peace? This invasion right here in Kumo is peace." The Uzumaki cracked his knuckles. "You're delusional, just shut the hell up." Pain chuckled in response as the Preta path began to speak. "Our methods may appear contradictory, but I assure you, Our goal is to establish peace. Your deaths will serve as the catalyst for it. You're still so certain of all this? How? Roshi asked, his eyes narrowed. In case you haven't noticed, you were dealt a major blow to your power. He pointed to the animal, Asura, and human paths. We already killed those three before and your method of reviving them is now gone. We'll just kill them again. We clearly have the upper hand in this. Do you, now? Pain spoke as the Deva path clapped its hands. Conan's eyes widened. Pain, are you certain of this? The one thing the Yonbai Jinchuriki is right about is that they have been matching us more than I would like. It's about time we turn the tables in this fight. Pain spoke through the human path. This chakra. Kabuto's eyes widened. What jutsu are you planning, Pain? Have you really not shown the full extent of your capabilities yet? In response to Kabuto's internal question, the Deva path pulled its hands apart, creating a black orb. Chibaku Tensei. Chapter 125, Pain of Loss, Pain of War. Gee gods! Yagura groaned as he pulled himself off the ground. He always knew Kisame was strong, the man was considered the Biju without a tail, for a reason, but he was not expecting his kick to be strong enough to send him flying into the stadium like that. The Sanbai Jinchuriki briefly glanced around the battlefield, noting that he had been sent flying into a large entry hall where he imagined people bought tickets to attend the Chunin exams regularly. Stop looking around, Yagura. Yagura turned around in time to see Kisame charging towards him from the direction he had been sent flying. He raised his hand, causing Coral to rise from the ground in a rippling fashion towards Kisame. The swordsman disappeared in a flicker before appearing right behind Yagura. He swung his claws at Yagura, but the Yondaime Mizukage grabbed his staff, blocking the attack. Still alert. Good. I'd hate to beat you without a fair fight. Kisame noted, grinning. I think we each other that much, a genuinely good fight. Hoshigaki Kisame. Yagura grit his teeth in response as he pushed back against Kisame's claws, trying to overpower his teammate. I owe you nothing, you traitor. Harsh accusation, coming from the former leader of a failed state. Kisame snorted in response. Then again, Kiragaku's always been shit. Nothing changed when you took over, and nothing is any different now that Mei controls it. Yagura was about to respond, but Kisame opened his mouth, water style, exploding water shock wave. Yagura jumped back just as Kisame spat out a deluge of water from his mouth. The water quickly filled the entire room, flooding the entire room from the floor to the ceiling. Kisame swam around the room, using his newly created gills from merging with same hada to breathe. Yagura had tensed up upon the water flooding the room, expecting to be struggling to breathe, but he quickly realized that he was breathing underwater like normal. I'm fine. He blinked, looking at his body as he started to flutter kick slightly, staying afloat. How? You and I are connected more than we have ever been, Yagura. Isabure responded in his mind, I can breathe underwater. It's only natural that you, with your chakra cloak active, can do the same. Yagura's eyes widened in response, that makes sense. Yagura quickly swam to his right, narrowly avoiding Kisame rushing forward him. A scowl was on the shark-like shinobi's face. So, seems like you're a bit more functional under the water than I thought. But that's not going to change anything. Kisame said with a snarl, you're definitely no expert at fighting under the water, which is something I am rather skilled at. Water style, water prison shark dance. Kisame quickly jetted backwards at Yagura. Yagura attempted to move in time, but Kisame tore into his skin. Yagura hissed in pain, blood pouring from an open wound on his right arm. Kisame then turned back around, charging at Yagura once more, but as he was about to close in on the former Mizukage, coral pieces developed around Yagura's skin. Kisame swam backwards, narrowly avoiding getting caught in the coral. Yagura's eyes narrowed as he held out his right hand, launching a chunk of coral from his right arm directly at Kisame. The shark-looking man swam upwards, avoiding the attack. Yagura scowled as he snapped his finger, causing the coral to explode, sending more fragments flying throughout the underwater battlefield. Kisame scowled as he watched the barrage of coral fragments fly through the water. That little piece of coral was enough to create this bullet hell. Yagura smirked in response as he watched Kisame swim around the battlefield, trying to avoid the coral blasts. You should know that even the smallest of attacks can be as dangerous as more grand, larger techniques. Heh, still trying to overcompensate for yourself, are ya? Kisame snorted as he continued to swim throughout the battlefield. The Akatsuki member started to swim forward, avoiding the coral fragments as he rocketed towards Yagura's position. As Yagura's body became surrounded by coral, Kisame's right arm became surrounded by the prickled scales of Samehada. He swung his arm like his sword directly at Yagura's body. Upon impact, the coral on Yagura's skin started to crack slightly as the scales threatened to pierce the Jinchuriki's body. Just like old times, right, little turtle? Kisame asked, grinning. Silence. Yagura hissed as he gripped his hook and swung it at Kisame. The Hoshigaki swam backwards, avoiding it. The two men then stayed stationary for a moment, glaring at one another. What happened to you? You were always a bloodthirsty man, Kisame, but I always considered you a loyal confidant. Does our time fighting together in the Third Shinobi World War mean nothing to you? What do you mean by that? That we bled and nearly died for a failed state? That's our common bond? The memory I'm supposed to stay loyal to and be willing to die for. Kisame snorted, glaring at the man in front of him. You were supposed to change Kirigakure and make it a better place, and all you did was lose your goddamn mind and cause our village to fall apart. He then started to laugh loudly. Well, good riddance to a failed village and to its failed leader. That. Yagura bit down on his lip. So many deaths can be attributed to your name alone. The fall of so many ancient Mizu no Kuni clans with Kekii Genkai is our fault. Everything is our fault. Yagura deserves to die. Stop. Yagura's bite grew harder, drawing blood. You know better, Yagura. You faced your inner darkness and confronted this. You will not be chained by the past any longer. You really can't respond to anything, huh? Kisame shook his head, still laughing. Then stay silent, forever. Clapping his hands together, multiple water clones of Kisame formed. All the Kisame clones began to swim around Yagura in a circular pattern before closing down towards him. Water style, feeding frenzy. As the Kisames rushed directly at Yagura, the Sanbai Jinchuriki brought his hook to his side and sliced around his body, forming a 360-degree spin, water style, water mirror jutsu. A lighter layer of water formed around body, resembling a mirror that reflected the school of Kisame clones. The mirrors then released a separate barrage of Kisame shark clones that swam directly into Kisame's clones, tearing into one another. Within seconds, the original Kisame and Yagura were all that was left. Yagura's eyes narrowed intently at Kisame. You hate me for failing Kiri, but then you turned to side with the man who brainwashed me? The man who destroyed Kiri. Yagura shouted, where's the logic in that? Kisame torpedoed towards Yagura, swinging his same hate-fused arm directly at Yagura. Yagura, once again, blocked with his hook. The logic is that Madara is trying to change the world. Kisame replied. To create a world without lies. And unlike you, he has the powers to actually fulfill his promises. A world without lies? That man isn't even Uchiha Madara. Yagura retorted, pushing back against Kisame's attack. His whole claim is built on a lie. When did he ever claim to be the genuine Madara, though? Kisame asked, chuckling. As far as I'm concerned, he inherited the name and will of the real Uchiha Madara. I don't give a fuck who he is, all I care about is his agenda and his power to accomplish it. You goddamned hypocrite. Yagura snarled. Oh, careful little turtle, you're using vulgar language. Kisame noted, grinning, don't the gods damn religious pissants like you for talking like that dash. The gods can go to hell. Yagura growled as he applied more pressure onto his hook, channeling chakra into it, as can you fucking bastard. Turtle hook shatter. Within seconds, Yagura's hook became encased in coral as he finally slammed forward with it enough force that he overpowered Kisame's Samehada, forcing the blade to retreat back into his body. Kisame tried to swim away, but the hook managed to cut into Kisame's chest, delivering a deep wound into his chest. Arg. Kisame growled. He swam back as his blood began to pour from his wound, giving the water a pinkish tint to it as it began to float. Kisame's eyes then narrowed on his wound as a large coral developed on his wound. The coral began to spread throughout his body for a moment before Samehada's scales appeared on his body, cutting off the coral. Well, I can see when you came back to reality, Yagura, you gained a bit of an edge. Gained? It was always there, Kisame. You just never knew me. Yagura retorted, just like how I never truly knew you. Guess we both played our parts in this horrible world of lies well, then. Kisame said, shaking his head, then, let's shut up and fight like the strangers we are. We're getting close, I can tell. Kaguri noted, chuckling, we're about to kill all of those genin. Damn right. Surprised it took us this long, though. Mubi noted, what do you think, Oboro? Think we got them? He was still for a moment, waiting for a response, but he never received one. He then turned his head to face his teammate, Oboro. The three Omegakuurchinin had set up camp in a bar in Kyumegakuur close to the stadium, the Jigoro Brewery, and began their plan of tormenting the genin. They had intended on killing off all the genin participants in a rather slow manner just to have some sort of fun during their mission, but their plan already came to a halt as 3 genin, Team 9 of Konoha, managed to escape. Fortunately, though, their former Jonin sensei, Rokusho Aoi, was there to intercept the genin before they could reach them. Unfortunately, though, Oboro, the one most skilled in his chakra sensing abilities, learned the result of that battle. Aoi-sensei is dead, and they're coming. They're going to come for us. Oboro noted, his breathing growing heavier. Oboro, what's going on? Kaguri asked, his eyes narrowing, did something happen? I can't die. I refuse to. Oboro shook his head, gritting his teeth behind his gas mask, I have so much I need to do. Dying like this here would be pathetic. His eyes then focused on Kaguri and Mubi, but if we all get away, they may hunt. No, they need something to kill, otherwise they may go out looking for me. What's going on, man? Mubi asked, frowning behind his gas mask, we're partners, Oboro. Answer dash. Apologies. Oboro shook his head as his body began to sink into the ground, it's been a pleasure. Hey. Kaguri called out, his eyes narrowing, Oboro, where the hell are you going dash? The door to the Jigoro bar opened up. Kaguri and Mubi turned their attention as they saw Team 9 rushing in. Mind Destruction Jutsu. Before either could properly react, their bodies shut down as Kanji held out his hand towards them. They tried to struggle against his control, but they were both at his mercy. They had spent far too long toying around with the other genin to do any meaningful fighting. As Hanabi and Katsumi rushed towards Kaguri and Mubi respectively, the two Omegakuurchinin tried to turn their head towards Oboro to ask for help. Despite being unable to move their bodies, however, they knew it was a fruitless hope. Oboro had left them to die while he escaped with his life. It was the last thought in both Kaguri's and Mubi's minds as both Hanabi and Katsumi, with a kunao in their hands, slit their throats and killed them. Almost too easy. Especially compared to that other guy. Katsumi mumbled. Her eyes briefly moved to the Raijin no Ken attached to her side before she turned her head back to Hanabi. Well? See any more of those weird illusions? No. Now that we killed them, the illusions are gone. The others in the infirmary should be safe. Hanabi replied. Katsumi sighed in relief, but Hanabi's eyes narrowed. However, I can see there was a third shinobi with them. I can see him using some earth-style jutsu to run through the earth to get away from us. How far is he? Kanji asked. Should we follow? He's making a surprising amount of distance. Hanabi acknowledged, shaking her head, from what I can see, I believe he's running towards the exit of the village. I don't believe he'll be involved in the rest of this fight. But he might be a problem later. Katsumi bit her lip in thought before shaking her head, we shouldn't hunt him down. We need to do what we can to help keep the village safe. Tracking one fleeing enemy isn't going to change that. With those words, Katsumi, Kanji, and Hanabi rushed out, preparing to help out in the invasion however they could. What's going on out there? Was today the day of the invasion? Throughout the central prison of Kyumegakuur, built directly into a series of caves inside the mountains, the inmates thrashed around in their cells, trying to bust free. No actual fighting was occurring near the prison, but all the shinobi prisoners knew that something was going on and were desperate to try and get out. Unlike the other prisoners, however, Amuda sat down on the bed in his prison cell. The chaos around him started to get to him, causing him to close his eyes as he tried to ignore the negative emotions he could sense around him. It must have been for today. Time has gotten irrelevant in these walls that I forgot the date. Shame. He sighed. I presume Oyashiro and the others are amongst the numbers right now. Amuda remained still, trying to drown out the energy around him. Seconds passed by at an irreconcilably slow pace. In his mind, it felt like this wretched day was already lasting longer than his entire lifetime. He was so focused on ignoring everything around him that he failed to notice the sound of footsteps approaching his cell, nor the familiar chakra presence. Everything okay, Amuda? You look like you have a headache. The voice echoed through his mind, causing him to open his eyes. He gazed back into the warm, inviting eyes of Chino, a wide smile on her lips. Chino, what are you doing here? He asked. What does it look like? I'm busting you out. She said, her smile turning into a grin as she pulled out a kunao. She brought the kunao to her right arm, causing her to bleed, piercing blood. A stream of blood rushed from her open wound, cutting through the prison bars. She then skipped into the room as she rushed over to Amuda's side. Creating another sharp stream of blood, she shattered the chains holding him down before removing the chakra suppressant seals. I assume Oyashiro ordered you to break me out while the security is weakened from the invasion. Amuda asked. Bah. Forget Oyashiro. We're done with him. Chino scoffed. Amuda raised his eyebrows in response. Before he could respond, though, Chino grabbed his hands, her grin widening. Come on. Yakumo and Naoki are waiting for us. We're going. Going. Amuda blinked. Go where? Away. Chino stated, a giggle escaping her lips, although, depending on the results of this invasion, we may be going somewhere Akatsuki can contact us. Did you know that their end goal is the destruction of all the major shinobi villages? Amuda's eyes widened in response, which only caused Chino's giggling to turn into laughter. Yeah, I didn't know either. But that sure is an agenda I'd be down for. We're leaving Oyashiro. Amuda blinked a second time. You're really slow on the uptake today. His fellow bodyguard noted, rubbing her chin in thought. Does prison really change a man? 'Cause you sound a lot dumber than I remember. Amuda scowled slightly in response before he shook his head. We're just going to leave and Oyashiro won't follow us. Truth be told, I kinda sent the Mizukage on his ass. Chino admitted, her grin starting to grow dark as she pulled her hands away. Her right hand rubbed her cheek slightly. I know Oyashiro is a cage-tier shinobi himself, but I'd imagine the Mizukage should be able to kill him. If this all works out, he'll be gone. She then shook her head as she crossed her arms. Anyway, we're burning daylight, and like I said, Naoki and Yakumo are waiting for us. Let's get out of here. Amuda was quiet for a moment before he nodded his head. He took a few steps forward and picked up Chino, bridle carrying her. He then took a deep breath as he channeled his chakra throughout his body. Swift style, shadowless flight. With those words, Amuda and Chino vanished from the prison. What's the deal exactly with these clones? Mei wondered, her eyes narrowing on Oyashiro before moving to the other 4 clones standing by his side. Blood clones, I can tell, but they have a different chakra feeling compared to both elemental clones and shadow clones. How exactly do these function differently? Oyashiro smirked, seemingly in response to Mei's thoughts. The Mizukage, Ao, and Misora stiffened in response as the arms dealer finished his final hand sign. He, alongside his 4 blood clones, were all making the same dragon hand sign. Blood Dragon Ascension. Streams of blood poured out from the bodies of Oyashiro and his clones, growing into massive sizes and forming what appeared to be large serpentine-like dragons of blood. The dragons screeched loudly as they flew through the air towards the 3 Kiri shinobi. Mei clapped her hands and took in a deep breath. Boil release, skilled mist technique. The Godame Mizukage breathed out a thick cloud of corrosive mist that quickly formed a barrier around her, Ao, and Misora. The blood dragons continued to fly through the air until they connected with the barrier, causing it to shake. The blood dragons, however, appeared to quickly push back against the mist, slowly inching their way forward through it. What? May's eyes widened. How? Were you thinking that because blood is mostly liquid that you'd be able to evaporate it or something? Oya's hero asked, his smirk widening as one of his clones chuckled. You do know that blood has iron in it, right? This particular jutsu of mine has a rather high level of iron in the blood, just so you know. Not quite certain if you made your mist here hot enough to do anything about that. Shit. May grit her teeth in response before she turned her attention to her allies. We need to move. Now. Misora nodded her head as she raised her hands into a singular hand sign, ninja art, hidden mist jutsu. The brown-haired shinobi released an overpowering amount of mist just as the blood dragons finally tore apart May's jutsu. They continued to fly through the air into the mist before they collided with each other instead of the Kiri shinobi. Upon impact, the blood dragons fell apart, causing blood to drench the whole battlefield. Oya's hero, again, chuckled in response, hidden mist jutsu isn't going to work on me dash. Water style, water forge jutsu. The arms dealer turned his head in time to see Ao directly behind him, holding a kunao. The kunao became encased in water, which then generated a spiraling stream of water just as he was about to strike. Before he could plunge the knife in, one of Oyashiro's blood clones jumped in front, taking the hit. The clone had a scowl on his face as blood started to pour from the wound. Because of Ao's close proximity to the clone, blood squirted out onto his cheeks. A scowl developed on his face. I see your clones are quick to defend, but it's not going to change anything dash. Ao's eyes widened in response as he started to choke in response. The veteran Kirigakure shinobi jumped backwards. He watched the blood on his cheeks started to glow lightly before they started to burn. He grit his teeth as he fell to one knee. Ao, right? The right hand to the Mizukage? You're a smart man, can you figure out what you're feeling? Ao gripped his stomach slightly and tightened his mouth, resisting the urge to vomit. Suppose I can give you a little bit of a science lesson. I can tell you got a blood, by the way. I'm sure you, as a qualified shinobi, know that means you can only get blood transfusions from someone with A or O blood types. Oya's hero explained, unfortunately for you, the clone you just had a little spat with was my B-type blood clone. Allowing my clone to bleed on you was a major mistake, and now your immune system is registering the B antigens in your body. Been told that could be fatal medical condition. You only got a little blood on me, and it only touched my skin, not entered my body. I shouldn't get such a severe reaction like this. Ao hissed in response as he tried to rub away the blood on his cheek. Unfortunately, the blood stuck to his skin. Well, you're getting one, because it is my blood. The blood of Shinoik clan is accursed, tainted blood after all. Stronger than most. Oya's hero said with a chuckle. Certainly stronger than dash. Ninja art, decapitating mist jutsu. Oya's hero turned his head in time to see a blade of mist resembling a guillotine blade flying towards him. It was difficult to see, but his eyes noticed it approaching him. He sidestepped in time, causing the mist to connect with his B-type blood clone's head, severing it instantly and causing the whole thing to melt back into blood. Nice try, but nice enough. Oya's hero replied, looking back at Misora, unfortunately for you, that was my B-type clone. Ao-san learned how deadly that thing was for him, but considering you, Kawada Misora, are B-type yourself, I doubt that one would have done much. His grin returned, now my A-type blood clone, on the other hand, that one might do some serious damage to you. You talk way too much. Misora hissed in response. Oyashiro's grin turned to a frown. He was about to respond, but May appeared directly behind him. The Mizukage attempted to breathe out a stream of lava directly onto his body, but the man jumped into the air just in time, causing the lava to hit the ground instead, creating a hole in the ground. While her aides will be easy to finish off with their blood types, of course Terumi May has to be difficult, with her a blood type. Universal recipient, my ass. Oya's hero noted, biting his lip slightly. But no matter. I can simply overwhelm her. A Cajun war veteran she may be, but she's still a few years away from being able to kill me. Oya's hero made a hand sign, which his 3 remaining blood clones mimicked. Let's have some fun with this, Mizukage-san. I doubt your assistants will survive this, but I hope you'll fare better than they surely will. Oya's hero noted, his smirk returning, hidden blood art, plague of blood. As he finished his jutsu, the blood puddles scattered around the room began to bubble. Within seconds, the blood evaporated, forming a thick, pinkish-red-colored cloud that began to float around the battlefield. What kind of jutsu is this? AOS words died on his lips as his Byakugan focused intently on the cloud. Mizukage-sama. Misora-san. Whatever you do, do not allow yourself to step into that cloud. Ah, why not? It'd be fun. Oya's hero chuckled as he snapped his finger. In response, his 3 blood clones charged forward at their 3 enemies. Both Ao and Misora jumped back, keeping distance from their opponent, while Mei blocked the punch of the Oya's hero clone that targeted her. Keeping things into consideration, with Misora's B-type, I'm certain the A blood-type clone went after her. Likewise, the A blood-type clone must be going after Ao. Meaning this one is Oyashiro's O blood-type clone. Mei noted. The clone raised its fingers, causing a thin, sharp layer of blood to develop on its fingertips. Mei sidestepped, narrowly avoiding its strike. I'll still need to be careful, but this one's not going to do any real damage to my body. I don't have conflicting antibodies, after all. The O-type clone, again, tried to cut at her again with its blood-coated hands, but Mei stepped to the side. She then breathed out a stream of liquid lava from her mouth directly at Oyashiro's blood clone. The clone's side was hit, causing it to melt off, but it managed to jump away in time before it entirely melted away. You'll find my blood clones are a tad more resilient than standards clones. I'd say they're even more durable than elemental clones or shadow clones, at the very least. Oya's hero spoke up, bringing his hands behind his back. Misora is right, you do talk way too much. Mei noted, briefly turning to face the original Oya's hero. Why do you waste your time explaining your jutsus like that? I just thought it was common courtesy. Oya's hero shrugged his shoulders in response. I know it's not one you or anyone else returns, but hey, isn't the old saying, treat others like you'd like to be? Ah. Mei's eyes widened as she noticed the blood cloud growing closer and closer towards her. The Mizukage immediately jumped backwards, avoiding the cloud. Her eyes briefly glanced towards it before looking back to the original Oya's hero. I get it now, you're simply trying to distract. Giving out crucial information about your jutsus in an effort to disarm your enemies and make them forget things such as positioning. Mei realized. The Mizukage continued to move away, avoiding the blood cloud more. Oyashiro's O blood-type clone charged forward once again, but Mei continued to jump backwards, creating more and more distance. Within a few seconds, she was standing alongside Ao and Misora, who also had been avoiding their blood clones. You two, stay behind me for a moment. Mei stated as she ran through 6 hand signs, ending in the bird sign, lava style, melting apparition jutsu. Let me assist. Ao's eyes lit up as he took in a deep breath, wind style, drilling air bullets. Mei breathed out a massive stream of liquid lava, forming a large wall between the Kiri Shinobi and the Oya's hero blood clones. At the same time, Ao breathed out a barrage of air bullets from his mouth directly into the lava wall, causing chunks to go flying forward. The first blasts of lava smacked into the O blood-type clone's body, hitting it in the head and causing it to melt slightly. More and more lava blasts connected with each of the blood clones, causing them to fall apart into more piles of blood that splattered forward. Well, looks like that did it. Mei sighed in relief. Her eyes then focused on the original Oya's hero as her lava wall started to fade away, only one left to kill dash. Hidden blood art, grip of hell. Before any of the Kirigaku or shinobi could react, a whip of blood rushed out from the newly formed blood pools that the clones had created. Mei jumped back in time, but the blood whips connected with both Aos and Misora's right ankle, holding them both down. Arg. Misora grit her teeth in response. This dash. What the hell? Ao hissed as he tried to pull the blood off of him. This is dash. Pain coursed through their bodies, as Misora's body was exposed to the blood of the A blood clone, and Ao exposed to the blood of the A blood clone. Both hissed as they struggled to fight back as the whip quickly brought them to their knees. "Welp, it's as I predicted, Mizuki-san. Caught both of your aides." Oya's hero noted with a smirk. "Now, say goodbye to both of them." The blood whips holding both of them back proceeded to extend forward, dragging both Ao and Misora closer to the approaching blood cloud. "Ao! Misora!" Mei shouted as she spat out rocks of molten lava from her mouth at the blood whips. To her chagrin, the blood whip contorted, avoiding the attacks as it continued to drag both Kirigaku or Shinobi towards the blood cloud. The cloud inched slowly towards them as they both tried to pull themselves away. "Move, Misora! Move!" Misora shouted in her mind. Forcing her body to ignore the pain in her body, she reached for her scythe. "Don't die like this, Misora. Fucking move!" With a loud shout, Misora sliced at her leg, just above her ankle, right above where the whip was holding her. She screamed loudly in pain, blood spilling from her open wound, but in the process, freed herself from the blood whip. She immediately crawled on the ground, rushing away from the blood cloud and creating distance. Ao, unfortunately, was unable to do anything as the blood whip finally dragged him into the blood cloud. Within an instant, his nose inhaled the blood cloud, causing his whole body to go limp. "Mizu, Kage, Sama." Ao forced the words out before blood started to pour from all pores on his body. His body collapsed to the ground, deceased. "Ao!" Mei shouted. "Ao-san, damn it." Misora grit her teeth in response as she shook her head. "I'm so sorry." "Welp, there's the first one. 2 more to go." Oya's hero noted, chuckling as he took a step forward, towards Mei. "Well, one really. That one girl crippled herself to avoid the blood plague, which was admittedly pretty quick thinking, but it means she'll be a secondary priority now. Finally, I can focus all my attention on you, Mizuki-san." Mei was still for a moment before she turned her attention back to Oya's hero. "Ao, will be the last life you take, you parasite." Oyashiro's response to Mei's promise was to charge forward at her. "Deidara! Return focus to the mission." Sasori's shout pulled Kuratsuka's and Shikamaru's attention away from Deidara for a moment back to Sasori. The red-haired puppeteer's eyes focused on Deidara's, who was still flying away avoiding Shikamaru's last attack, before they both nodded. "Fine with me." Deidara replied, grinning. "I was getting kinda pissed that a lot of my explosions haven't done shit. Just allow me to join you." Sasori requested as he gestured his right thumb, causing his Kitsuka puppet to bring its palms to the ground, Earth-style, erupt. The ground underneath Sasori's feet up, creating a massive rock formation that sent Sasori flying up into the sky. He gestured with his hands, bringing all 5 puppets with him as Deidara managed to catch him. They're both airborne now. Kuratsuka's eyes narrowed. This is going to be difficult to dash. Her words died on her lips as both she and Shikamaru watched Deidara's clay dragon change direction, turning their attention away from them and flying further into the civilian district. As the two flew further into it, Deidara clapped his hands together before making multiple clay birds while Sasori gestured with his index and ring figures, causing the puppet bodies of Pakura and Kimimaro to prepare. Katsu. Scorch style, incinerating flare technique. 10-finger drilling bullets. Deidara launched the clay birds into nearby homes and detonated, creating massive explosions while Sasori used his Pakura and Kimimaro puppets to attack. Pakura's launched a massive pinkish-red fireball that detonated, creating a firestorm that brought a large building down to ashes while Kimimaro sent bone bullets into the sides of homes, causing them to fall apart. They're just trying to cause destruction. Shikamaru realized, his eyes narrowing, they don't care about anything else, just destroying. The Raikage did do measures to evacuate as many civilians as possible, but there's probably still some out there. Kuratsuka's eyes focused on the rubble before she noticed a few shinobi corpses scattered, each with heavy burns from the explosions and flames, and any shinobi out here are going to get killed in the crossfires. We need to stop them. Kuratsuka said sharply. I know. Shikamaru nodded his head, bringing his hands together. The hard part, though, is forcing them back into fighting us. We'll need to take the fight to them. Both Kurotsuki and Shikamaru started to run after the Akatsuki members. As they ran towards them, Kurotsuki ran through hand signs before coming to a standstill and slamming her open palms onto the ground. Earth style, erupt. Using the same jutsu Sasori used through Kitsuka's puppet, Kurotsuki opened the ground upwards before creating a massive rock formation that launched both herself and Shikamaru into the sky. The two flew through the air, directly at Sasori and Deidara. Idiots. Sasori chuckled as he gestured to Deidara. I wouldn't call them that. They just wanted an up-close look at some of my C1. Deidara grinned as he began to morph clay in his hands, creating multiple clay hummingbirds. Shikamaru. Kurotsuki called out. Shikamaru nodded his head as he made the monkey hand sign. Sasori seemingly grinned in response as he gestured with his puppet strings. The Kimimaro, Pakura, and Sandaime Kaze cage puppets stiffened slightly. What's he? Shikamaru's eyes widened as he noticed, on the ground, was a Kyumigaku or civilian family, probably one of the last families that needed to be evacuated, running away alongside two Kyumo shinobi that were guiding them. Shit, I get what they're really doing with this. But even still. Sage Art, Holy Barrier Jutsu. Shikamaru took a deep breath as he created a golden light that surrounded his body, Kurotsuki's body, and the bodies of the Kyumo citizens on the ground. The resulting light protected both him and Kurotsuki from Deidara's explosions, while simultaneously keeping the Kyumo citizens safe as Sasori launched bone bullets from the Kimimaro puppet. Ah. What the hell? One of the Kyumo shinobi's eyes widened as the strange light that had formed around him seemingly reflected the bullets that had flown directly at him. The puppets, however, continued assaulting the fleeing group, attacking them from a distance with a mixture of jutsus from the Kimimaro, Pakura, and Sandaime Kaze cage puppet. That's the goal. They're looking for people to attack to divide my attention. To make me waste my chakra. Shikamaru noted, gritting his teeth as he did his best to maintain the jutsu covering both him and Kurotsuki as well as the people. An image quickly reappeared in his mind, of the 5 Kekii Genkai wielders dying at the hands of Karatoriki and Mizu no Kuni. He shook his head, and the problem is, it's going to work. I can't stop myself from helping them. Not if there's something I can do to help. Kurotsuki's eyes narrowed on the fleeing Kyumo citizens as well before focusing back on Sasori and Deidara, having reached the same conclusion as Shikamaru, even if he is using Sage Mode, fighting like this is going to kill him from chakra exhaustion. No, we need to change this. She clapped her hands together, creating a 3-dimensional cube of chakra in her hands. And quickly. Switching to dust release. Sasori smirked as he gestured with his left pinky, alerting the Oniki puppet, which started to form a 3-dimensional cube of chakra in his hands. Two can play at the game. Both Kurotsuki and the Oniki puppet launched their chakra cubes forward at the same time. The two jutsus collided with another, causing the cubes to shatter. Kurotsuki, in response, narrowed her eyes further as she raised her right hand. The shattered pieces of her jutsu, instead of dissipating like normal, flew upwards in the shape of shards. What? Sasori's eyes widened in response. The dust shards flew directly into the clay dragon, stabbing into it at multiple points all over its body. One shard flew just past the dragon, flying directly towards Sasori, but the Kitsuka puppet got in the way, causing the shard to connect with its wrist instead. Dust style, partial atomic dismantling jutsu. In an instant, the dust shards glowed a bright color before they detonated. The clay dragon immediately vaporized into dust, causing Deidara, Sasori, and his puppets to start free-falling. The hell? Deidara growled out as he immediately formed clay in his hands. Before they collided with the ground, Deidara created a large clay owl that managed to catch both himself and Sasori. The owl floated low to the ground as Sasori's puppets collided with the earth before pulling themselves up with minimal damage. The puppeteer's eyes moved from puppet to puppet before focusing on his Kitsuka puppet. His eyes narrowed, the Kitsuka puppet was now missing its right hand, just above where the dust shard connected. He then turned to glare at Kurotsuki, who alongside Shikamaru, were now standing on the ground across from them. How did you manage to use your dust release like that? He demanded. Our techniques should have cancelled each other after collision, you should not have been able to still utilize it. And why the hell would I answer that question? Kurotsuki asked back. I mean, I think it's pretty obvious why. Deidara said, shaking his head. She obviously was expecting that Kabuto would revive Oniki, so she must have trained with the intention of fighting against Dust Release. Kurotsuki's eyes narrowed, which only caused Deidara to smirk in response. I'm right, aren't I? After all, I do know you. Fuck you. She hissed as she cracked her knuckles. You have no right to claim familiarity with me, Deidara. Not after you turned your back on IWA. Deidara shook his head in response. I had a vision and I couldn't afford to slow my pace down. Staying in IWA and being some dumbass sycophant like you would not have moved me or my art forward at all. Moved forward. Kurotsuki grit her teeth in response. My Gramps was your fucking teacher, Deidara. You were considered probably the best user of explosion release ever recorded in our village. Hell, you probably could have become Tsuchikage if you wanted to. En route myself to one place? A place that would stifle my art. Deidara replied as he held out right hand, revealing a clay statue with large hands that were placed over one another, as if he was going to be nothing more than a memory one of these days. Just like this pathetic village. Sasori's eyes widened for a moment as he watched Deidara grip the statue tightly. Deidara, right here dash. Hey, you said return focus to our mission dash. Deidara's eyes widened as he watched Shikamaru's shadow rush towards him. The clay owl he and Sasori were on started to fly up into the sky once more, creating distance. Sasori tugged on his puppets, pulling them up into the sky alongside him as Deidara let the clay statue down. Asshole, don't try and interrupt my art show. Now, go ahead, and enjoy a nice, in-person view of my art. This is bad. Kurotsuki shook her head as she held out her hands. Dust Release. A three-dimensional cube of chakra formed between her hands. After it finally formed fully, the clay statue disappeared in a poof of smoke, turning into a much large clay figure. Her eyes widened in horror as she launched the dust release jutsu she prepared. The cube expanded, completely encasing the statue. Nice try, but this particular piece was designed to be dropped on IWA one day. Well, this one and one another that I'll be saving for a little bit. Deidara chuckled to himself as he made a hand sign. Art is an explosion. C3. The giant clay statue detonated inside the dust release jutsu. The resulting explosion quickly shattered the cube, evaporating the dust shards before sending shockwaves, flames, and explosions all around the area. Sage Art, Holy Barrier Jutsu. Kurotsuki and Shikamaru were surrounded in a golden light just as the resulting explosion spread around them, completely encasing the whole area they were in flames. Sound Wave Technique. After running through 5 hand signs, Orochimaru slammed his hands together, generating a massive sound wave that echoed throughout the battlefield. Both Sasuke and Sakura tensed in response, Sasuke reaching for his ears while Sakura, for a moment, stopped her struggle against the snakes holding her. He's stronger, but in the end, he's still immature. Allowing such a simple jutsu to hinder him so. Orochimaru chuckled to himself as he continued to rush towards Sasuke. He licked his lips as he watched the curse mark seemingly vibrate on Sasuke's skin. That's it, my essence senses me. And it's a much more recent curse mark than the one on Anko's. This is truly my ticket back. Amaterasu. Orochimaru jumped back just in time as black flames materialized from the air. The flames quickly approached him, forcing the Edo Tensei to take steps backwards. Amaterasu. Orochimaru frowned as he watched Sasuke turn his head back towards Sakura and use the Amaterasu black flames to burn off the snakes, freeing her and causing his summons to dissipate. My ignorance of the main Jikyo Sharingan must be showing. I had always assumed that the Amaterasu was a technique unique to your brother. Sasuke's eyes narrowed in response. Perhaps other Uchiha may not have it, but I am Itaka's brother. It makes sense I'd have it. Suppose it does. Orochimaru admitted, shrugging his shoulders. As much as I'd like to probe for more information, I am on a time frame. I would like to hurry this up. He then fell to his knees, bringing his mouth close to the ground. Formation of 10,000 snakes silk. Orochimaru spat out countless snakes from his mouth that quickly flooded the battlefield, rushing towards Sasuke and Sakura. Sakura immediately got directly next to Sasuke, her body almost pressing up against his just Sasuke's Sharingan tensed up. A purple, skeleton outlined mass of chakra formed around his and Sakura's body, keeping them protected. Susanoo. The snakes tried to bite into Susanoo and squirm through the skeletal mass to reach either Sasuke or Sakura, but no snake was able to break through. Orochimaru grit his teeth in response as he stared at them. The Susanoo will definitely keep us safe for the most part, but we'll need to do more than just hide from his attacks. We'll need to be more aggressive. Sasuke stated sharply before looking to Sakura, "Do you have a sealing scroll ready?" "I do." Sakura nodded her head, "Just help me get close, and I'll get this monster sealed up." Summoning Jutsu. A poof of smoke filled the area, causing Sasuke and Sakura to turn their attention back towards Orochimaru. The man was now standing on top of the boss summon of Ryokai Cave. "I recognize this wretched scent." Manda mumbled to himself before a scowl developed on his face. "Orochimaru, it seems even in death, I am still burdened by your presence. Saying it like that hurts my feelings." Orochimaru chuckled in response before gesturing towards Sasuke and Sakura, "However, I do think I have a way you can make up for that. Death has done little to humble you, you have some nerve ordering me anything. Once again, you summoned me without making a sacrifice to me. In addition, I still remember how you summoned me as no more than a distraction in Konoha." Manda growled out. Orochimaru's chuckling stopped. "However, for nostalgia's sake, I will comply." A grin developed on the snake's face as he stared intently at the Susanoo. "I see there's at least one thing here that appears interesting. I'll enjoy crushing it." With those words, Manda rushed at the Susanoo. Sasuke's eyes narrowed as he brought his hand down, causing the Susanoo to strike at Manda with its sword, but the giant snake managed to slither out of way in time as it inched closer. Within seconds, Manda surrounded the Susanoo's body, wrapping around it and starting to squeeze. Sasuke grit his teeth as he watched his Susanoo shake. "I only just learned how to create this thing. I'm hoping I can maintain its shape as long as possible." Wind style, immense breakthrough. Orochimaru breathed out a massive gust of wind directly at the Susanoo's head, pushing back against it. The resulting pressure from the attack caused Sasuke to step backwards slightly, wincing slightly from the pressure. "They're going to overwhelm it. Way too fast." Sasuke shook his head as his eyes narrowed. "Sakura, I'd recommend getting out of here and try and do what you need to do." She nodded her head as she crouched down, preparing to charge out. He took in a deep breath as he focused his eyes on Manda's head. Amaterasu. A black flame formed directly on Manda's face. The snake growled in pain as more flames spread, quickly spreading around its body. The snake was forced to let go of the Susanoo and slithered back slightly. He tried to extinguish the flames himself, but the flames were not extinguishing. "Accursed fire." Manda growled for a moment before his eyes narrowed. "But if you think this is enough to stop me, you're surely mistaken, brat." Before Sasuke could respond, Orochimaru made a hand sign, forming 3 more shadow clones that took a formation around the Susanoo. He, along with his clones, all ran through the same hand signs. 4 black snakes formation. A large, purplish-black colored barrier began to form around the Susanoo. Just as the barrier was about to finish, Sakura ran out of the Susanoo's protection, rushing straight towards Orochimaru. As soon as the barrier had completed, the inside of it was covered in flames. The 1,000 snakes on the ground that Orochimaru had summoned previously started to lunge towards her, biting down on her ankle and leg. "You really are foolish to rush at me, girl." Orochimaru's eyes widened as he watched Sakura continue to move towards him, as if the snakes were not slowing her down in the slightest. Those snakes bite with a similar poison that is imbued in the Kusanagi. How is she still able to move around like that almost effortlessly? Sakura's response to Orochimaru's words was to continue her approach towards him, tightening her hands into fists. She jumped at him, attempting to punch him in the face, but the man caught her fist with his right hand. "Interesting. I did not recall you leaving much of an impression on me when I attacked your team in the Forest of Death. You appear to have grown into a shinobi as well." Orochimaru stated, a small smirk on his lips. "What is your name, girl?" Sakura's eyes narrowed as she began to apply more pressure onto her first, trying to overpower Orochimaru. "Harano Sakura." "Well, Sakura-chan, allow me to inform you that I am now taking you seriously." Orochimaru chuckled as he made a hand sign with his left hand, release. In an instant, he dispelled the jutsu, causing the Sakura in front of him to vanish and revealing the true Sakura approaching him with the sealing scroll. Orochimaru opened his mouth, elongating his tongue and causing it to reach out and grab her by the waist. Sakura shrieked in response, but did her best to hold on to the scroll. You have an aptitude for genjutsu, I can tell, but I have been placed under much more complicated, difficult to break variations. Such a petty illusion won't stop me. Orochimaru stated sharply as he held out his hands. One of the snakes on the ground opened its mouth, spitting out the Kusanagi sword. Orochimaru gripped it tightly, spinning it in a circular fashion before pointing the blade at Sakura. Now, suffer the consequences for your mistake. Orochimaru then tossed the Kusanagi blade directly at Sakura's body, aiming for her face. Blaze release, fire lightning. Before the blade could connect, spikes of black flames were sent flying through the air and intercepted the Kusanagi, causing the blade to fall to the ground. Orochimaru frowned as he gestured with his right hand, causing the sword to return back to his group to see Sasuke approaching him, his Susanoo still standing with burn marks on the bones of his summon. I certainly wasn't trying to kill you yet, Sasuke-kun, but I most confess to being disappointed to that your Susanoo is still functional. Orochimaru noted, frowning, I'll have to work harder to pry it off then. I have much I need to do and the longer it is still around, the more difficult it will be to obtain my true goal. You are not the only one disappointed, Orochimaru. Sasuke admitted, gripping his hands tightly, with where I intend to be, with what I intend to do. I should have destroyed you already. Oh. Orochimaru's grin returned to his face, mighty overconfident, aren't we, Sasuke-kun? How is able to talk and grin like that with this tongue out? Sakura wondered, briefly acknowledging that the thing restraining her was, in fact, Orochimaru's tongue. A shiver went down her spine at the thought. On second thought, I'm going to do my best to ignore that. A determined expression developed on her lips, and do my best to get out of here. Call me overconfident, but I know myself. And I think it's about time to take this to the next level. Sasuke said sharply as he began channeling lightning chakra. The chakra rushed from his body before being transferred into the Susanoo, and now, let's show you exactly what I am capable of. His Susanoo then extended its left hand outward, Chidori arrow. Nu. With a loud, deafening scream, Nu jumped into the air. Anko, Gamabunta, and Choza tensed up in response as they watched the Chimera disappear for a moment. Seconds passed by before it started to fall back down to the ground, directly above Jiraiya's position. Choza immediately rushed over to Jiraiya's side. As Nu descended, it tried to crush the Hokage with its weight, but the Akimichi clan head managed to block just in time, grabbing the Chimera by its claws. Immediately, Choza's feet skidded backwards, digging into the earth as Nu roared, its weight digging into him. Choza grit his teeth in response as he did his best to push back against the weight of the beast. We're not going to let you touch the Hokage, you ugly bastard! Anko exclaimed as she clapped her hands together, channeling blue fire into her hands, Sage Art, Fire Style, Hellfire Rain. Anko proceeded to toss large fireballs of blue flames from her hands directly at Nu's body. The creature roared in pain as each fireball connected with its body. It tried to jump away, but Choza tightened his grip onto the creature, forcing it to stand still as it took each of Anko's attacks. Nu. Yeah, stand still like that, you ugly beast. Gamabunta stated as it gripped its Tonto tightly, toad blade cut. With a swift leap, Gamabunta closed the distance between himself and Nu and sliced with his blade, cutting Nu's head off. The head fell to the ground, creating a crater upon impact before it disappeared in a cloud of dark purple mist. In response, Choza sighed in relief as he dropped the body, allowing it to crash into the ground and creating another crater. Anko frowned in response. Akimika-san, restrain it again. It's not going to go down that easily. Anko's words were cut off as Nu's head reformed from the end of his neck. A scowl developed on her lips. Yup, called it. Nu. Wood style, deep forest bloom. With a loud roar, Nu slammed its feet on the ground, causing large trees to rise from the ground with flowers growing on them. The flowers opened up, releasing pollen that spread throughout the air quickly. The instant Anko inhaled a bit of the pollen, her body started to relax. What the hell? Anko's words began to drag out before she quickly fell to the ground. Anko-san. Gamabunta called out as the pollen spread higher into the battlefield, reaching his nose. The Toad boss dropped his tanto in response as he fell to the ground as well. This technique, how do you? His words were cut off as he succumbed to the pollen, falling unconscious alongside Anko. So, I was able to knock out both a sage and a boss summon like Gamabunta-san with the deep forest bloom jutsu. The pollen had spread in such a way that neither of them were able to react in time. Marvelous! Tanuki exclaimed, laughing loudly from Nu's body. It seems like the incorporation of the Shodei's blood cells have worked even more than anticipated. While a regular human like Tenzo is not even half the user of wood release that Senju Hashirama was, a non-human weapon like my Nu has become a genuine successor to his Kekkei Genkai. Excellent dash. Tanuki's rambles as Nu was pulled upwards. The beast, and its creator by proxy, came face to face with Akimichi Choza, still conscious and now much taller than earlier. The Akimichi was now towering over the entire village, his head entirely through the clouds, at a massive 170 feet tall. He used his super expansion jutsu to increase his size again, to prevent himself from unconsciously breathing in the air of the pollen. He's now towering above the pollen, as well as Nu. As well as the whole village. How much chakra did this take? Tanuki observed, scowling. He began to channel chakra, causing Nu to grit its teeth as it prepared a technique. You're not going to stop this, Akimika. Stop talking. Choza demanded. Tanuki's words were silenced as Choza brought his hands towards the Chimera's head and squeezed as tightly as he could, channeling all his chakra into his hands. Within seconds, Nu's head was crushed, turning back into purple mist once again. Choza then immediately changed his grip, grabbing onto Nu's body tightly, squeezing onto it. He looked downward, noticing the flowers still open and breathing out pollen. He noticed the pollen flying upwards still, heading towards him, as he shook his head. Shigaraki Tanuki, I know you can hear me. Choza called out, his voice booming throughout the area, I'm aware your creature will regenerate its head, but can it regenerate its whole body if I completely destroy it? Call off this jutsu now, unless you want your precious experiment to be nothing but dust. The body of Nu squirmed in response, trying to break free. Choza immediately tightened his grip before he squished its torso apart, causing the arms, legs, and tail to fall to the ground. It still hasn't dissipated. Choza's eyes widened as Nu's body parts came together once more, creating the Chimera once more, that fast. Nu. You didn't even wait long enough for me to consider your ultimatum. Tanuki's voice shouted back alongside his creation's roar, you degenerate, unremarkable man. You'll pay for your attempts at destroying Nu. Before Choza could reply, Nu's tail swung forward at him. Choza tried to move away in time, but the tail quickly collided with his knee. The Akimichi clan head hissed as the snake-like tail bit down on his body. Your jutsu and the accompanying size does make you a dangerous physical threat, but a larger enemy is a larger target. It's much harder to dodge like this, isn't it? Tanuki noted, chuckling. His chuckling stopped as an epiphany entered his head. Although, I suppose Nu has been at the mercy of you all because of his size as well. Interesting. I'll need to make adjustments in order to allow him to become smaller in necessary situations. This was an interesting oversight I never considered. You have my gratitude, Akimika-san. Choza was about to respond, but his words died on his lips as the snake tail that had bitten into him began to morph into a wooden spear that dug into his leg, causing blood to spout from his wound. Arg. As thanks for that realization, I'll make this quick. Tanuki stated bluntly. Wood style, seed of the death plant. Choza's eyes widened further as the wooden spear lodged itself further into its leg before, while inside his leg and in his bloodstream, turning upwards. Within seconds, a seed entered his bloodstream and began to quickly move its way upwards, absorbing nutrients from Choza's blood. Nu pulled out the wooden spear, which quickly regressed back into its snake tail, now coated with Choza's blood. The Akimichi clan head took a few steps backwards in pain, before his body shrank back to its normal size before freezing entirely. No, what's happening? He closed his eyes tightly as blood began to leak from his mouth. Damn it. Koji. I'm sore dash, his eyes then shot wide open, Beautiful, red-colored chrysanthemum flowers bloomed from Chosa's body, appearing out of his eyes, mouth, nose, ears, and other parts of his body, tearing holes out as they appeared. The man's body collapsed in a pile of blood as more and more flowers began to grow from his death. That was quick, but it seemed rather painful. Intriguing. I'll have to collect Chosa's body and study the flowers that bloomed. Tanuki note with a chuckle. Using its tail, Nu grabbed onto Chosa's corpse, pulling it up. The beast then turned his heads back towards the unconscious forms of Anko and Gamabunta. Before I go study this though, I do have a job to get back to. Now, let's how long it takes to kill a boss summon dash. Sage Art, Toad Crater. Within seconds, the ground underneath was ripped open. The flowering trees that had formed quickly sank back into the ground and were torn apart by sharp stalagmites as they descended into the ground. Nu's body, too, sank into the ground slowly, forcing it to drop Chosa's body as the Chimera sank into the earth, getting torn apart by the ground. Jiraiya was now conscious, his meditation complete and his sage mode now activated. The man took in a deep breath as he made his first few steps towards the battlefield, not breathing in the air. He clapped his hands together before he exhaled heavily, breathing the pollen out of the environment. As soon as the pollen was gone, both Anko and Gamabunta pulled themselves up. What happened? What kind of dash? Anko's eyes widened in horror at the sight of Chosa's corpse. Akimika-san. Jiraiya, what just happened? Gamabunta asked, rubbing his head with his left hand while he grabbed his tanto with his right hand. Tanuki managed to use the cells of Hashirama Senju in that creature's body to use one of the Shodei's most dangerous techniques. We all fell unconscious. Jiraiya stated, biting his lip. Thankfully, though, my body never stopped channeling natural energy. Although I think I would have been knocked out like Anko if I were already in sage mode, having my body enter it in my unconscious state forced me into consciousness, giving me a brief window of opportunity to dispel his technique. I see. I suppose that was good timing on our part. Gamabunta noted. Not good enough, though. Jiraiya shook his head, turning to face Chosa's corpse. His hands tightened into fists as he grit his teeth. Damn it. Chosa, why? Both Jiraiya and Anko tensed up as they felt negative emotional energy form above them. Both sages turned their heads upward and breathed out a stream of fire, both red and blue colored respectively, as Nu fell down into the battlefield once more. The creature screamed in pain for a moment as the fire caused it to shirk back for a moment before it roared as loudly as it could, creating a shockwave that extinguished the flames. Despite the impact of the shockwave, both Jiraiya and Anko remained steady, not staggering in the slightest. I see you're finally conscious and in sage mode, Hokage-sama. Tanuki spat the name out. He began to grit his teeth loudly, a reaction that Nu mimicked. This won't change anything. Nu is going to kill you. No, I'm going to destroy your little pet here, Tanuki. And then after that, I am going to kill you. Jiraiya stated sharply, for Chosa, and for all the lives you've destroyed so far in this invasion. I will destroy you. All hail Jashin-sama, Blood Circus. Upon finishing his prayer, Haiden created a large disk of dark-colored blood that he sent flying directly at Koji. He, along with Shino, Ino, Samui, Amwa, and Karui all jumped away as the disk flew through the air, narrowly missing Koji's cheek. Upon missing, the disk split apart, forming 6 smaller disks that flew through the air directly at them. This guy's techniques are so creepy. Amwa noted, biting his lip as one disk barely missed him. He then jumped into the air, narrowly avoiding a second. Fitting for a monster. Samui growled out in response, sidestepping one of the blood discs as she began to march closer towards Haiden. The Akatsuki member made no effort to move, instead only grinning as Samui grew closer, gripping her own sword tightly. Just as she was about to reach him and strike at him, Haiden's revenant, the reanimated corpse of Atsui, jumped in the way and blocked her sword with its. Atsui. Samui's voice lingered for a second before she shook her head. She turned her head to glare at Haiden. This is downright cold. You will rot in hell when you die. Haiden snorted in response, the taunts of a sinner mean nothing to me. The Atsui revenant hissed as its sword became encased in fire once more. As it pushed back against Samui, she jumped backwards. She then narrowly sidestepped, avoiding a blood disc that, instead, crashed into the Revenant's body. The blood disc pierced its chest, creating a hole. The technique did not faze it, though, as it continued to charge forward still. Don't you just love the faithful to Jashin-sama? No injuries are going to stop them from continuing towards their pilgrimage of total annihilation. Haiden exclaimed, taking in a deep breath. How joyous! Mind destruction jutsu. Haiden's body tensed up for a moment as his body became completely still. In response, the blood discs all fell to the floor, creating pools of blood. Ino sighed in relief, maintaining her hand sign as she focused on Haiden. All right, I'll hold him down for a moment. You all . Her words died on her lips as images of a large towering creature, a man with red-colored skin and bulging eyes that were falling out of his eye sockets, appeared in her mind. The man was screaming loudly as images of corpses filled her mind. Ag! She screamed, falling to the floor and ending her jutsu. Wanted to play around in mind, bitch? Well, what did you think of it? Haiden snorted, a grin developing on his face as he stared at Ino's form. How'd you like that taste of what my mind has to offer? That was only a hint of the salvation Jashin-sama will bring to this wretched world. He then charged forward, pulling out an iron spike from his Akatsuki robes. Now, why don't I show you more of what's to come? Partial expansion jutsu. Before he could strike at her, Koji enlarged his right fist. He then punched forward at Haiden. The Akatsuki member sidestepped just in time, avoiding the attack as he then redirected his charge towards the Akimichi. You took my scythe. He growled out, prepare to face his holy wrath. Keep your religion to yourself, you freak. Koji spat out as he then swung his arm. Haiden jumped again, avoiding Koji trying to slam his arm into his body. He then threw his spike directly at the Akimicha's arm, but he cancelled his jutsu in time, causing the spike to miss. Before he could continue charging at him, Kurui and Amwa charged at him. Both attempted to slice at his body with their swords, but Haiden pulled out more iron spikes, using them to block the attacks. He's right, your religion is sick. Kurui spat out, trying to apply more force, and in its name you killed our friend. So fucking what? Haiden snarled in response, pushing back against both her and Amwa. All humans deserve death. You're human too, aren't you? Amwa asked, his eyes narrowing, or do you think you're better just because of your faith? I am no better than you all in that regard. As a human, I will one day be no exception and will be slaughtered in Jashin-sama's name. Haiden hissed. As he continued to push back, he felt a crawling sensation on his body. He looked down to see Kakaicha slowly crawling up his body. If you desire death, then you should simply commit suicide and leave us be. Shino said sharply as he snapped his finger. More and more Kakaicha then rushed onto Haiden's body. We do not share your beliefs. Heretic. Haiden grit his teeth in response, struggling to fight back against Kurui and Amwa while Shino's Kakaicha were crawling up his body. You all have no appreciation for the concept of death. You condemn my righteous slaughter as mindless and cruel, but I'm certain any kills you all have made on missions are considered justified, aren't they? The fuck do you mean by that? Kurui demanded. We don't mindlessly kill. We still kill. Still commit destruction. That's what it means to be shinobi. That's what it means to be a goddamn human. Haiden snarled out, you all are so willing to kill, but in the end, you fear dying or fear your loved ones dying. You're all fucking hypocrites and don't understand what death is at all. If you're not able to understand that, then you have no right to be able to extinguish any life. And none of you shitheads have any right to be considered amongst the living. Haiden's voice was silenced as the Kakaicha finally spread, covering his body entirely. His grip on the iron spikes weakened, allowing both Kurui and Amwa the opportunity to slice at his body. The Kakaicha made openings, allowing both of them to cut into his skin deep, causing blood to spill out. What say we hack this bastard to bits and seal each of his body parts away? Kurui asked as the blood splattered onto her skin, that way he'll be gone. Her words died on her lips as she began to scream in pain. Before Amwa could ask, blood splattered onto him from his own attack on Haiden, causing him to scream in pain. Both Kumo shinobi took a step back as they tried to brush away the blood. Upon finally getting it off, they noticed burn marks on their skin. What's going on? Amwa gasped, taking a few steps back as he nearly dropped his sword. The Kakaicha surrounding Haiden's body immediately started to stir, flying away quickly back to Shino in an odd flight pattern. The Abarame's eyebrow raised slightly as the Kakaicha all returned to his body. Are they injured or something? He questioned. Haiden now stood still in the center, bite marks covering his body and 2 large gashes on both of his sides. He was now covered in his own blood, with a large pool of blood forming under his feet, and was glaring intently at the 2 Kumigaku urchinin. My blood is toxic to all of you heretics. You 2 bastards surely feel why, but now allow me to show the rest of your bitch friends exactly how. Haiden growled out as he ran through 6 hand signs, culminating in the rat hand sign, All hail Jashin-sama, curse of the king of hell. Blood from Haiden's wounds began to shoot forward, forming a near-endless barrage of blood that flew throughout the air towards his enemies. Shino, Ino, Koji, Karui, Amwa, and Samui tried to dodge the oncoming attacks, but the sheer extent of blood bullets was impossible to avoid. All 6 shinobi were hit by multiple stay bullets, causing each of them to hiss in pain each time and fall to their knees. After a few seconds of the barrage, Haiden finally ended his jutsu. A grin developed on his face as he made a 7th hand sign, forming the monkey sign. All hail Jashin-sama, curse of the king of hell stage 2, decay. Immediately, the exposed skin on all 6 shinobi started to darken heavily. All 6 screamed in unison as certain patches of skin on each of their body started to darken further. What the hell did you do to us? Ino shouted. I just ended this fight. Haiden replied with a grin, right now, I'd say you have 20 minutes before my jutsu is completed and your body finishes its decomposition. And you know what? I think I'm just gonna fucking watch. Haiden smirked as he snapped his finger. In an instant, the Atsuyu Revenant disappeared in a poof of smoke, causing Samui's eyes to widen. I'm not going to fight you bastards, and I'm not even going to try offering any of you to Jashin-sama. I'm just going to sit here and enjoy watching all of you slowly turn into corpses. Don't talk like we're dead. Karui growled as she pulled herself up and charged forward at him. As she reached his side, she gripped her sword tightly. Before she could swing the blade, however, the necrotic tissue in her arms started to spread further. She immediately winced as she nearly dropped her sword. She continued with her swing, but Haiden effortlessly dodged. Notice how slow you are now, huh? His grin widened. Yeah, you all are basically walking corpses right now. I just now get to watch the show as your spirits catch up to your rotting bodies. And no. Samui tightened her hands into fists. It can't end like this. She pulled herself off the ground and ran through hand signs. I refuse to go like this. I will avenge Itsui. Haiden's eyebrow raised. Didn't I say that it was worthless dash? Earth style, earth and stone shoots. Spikes of stone rose from the ground around Haiden's body, piercing his chest from 4 different points and holding him down. The Jashinite choked out heavy amounts of blood as he tried to pull himself off the spikes but found himself pinned to it. Bitch. He growled out, turning to face Samui, you really want to die fast, don't you? You aren't going to kill us. Not going to kill me. Samui said, shaking her head. She tried to remain focused on standing, fighting against her slowly decaying body. I will kill you. You still haven't figured out that I can't die? None of you fuckwads can kill me. Haiden snorted in response. Before Samui could reply, Haiden's body melted into blood. Her eyes widened as the pool of blood moved away from the earthen spears before it rose, forming into the shape of Haiden once more. The Akatsuki member grinned once again as he walked closer towards her. Let me repeat myself, and I'll do it slowly until you understand. I can't die. His grin widened as he finally came face to face with Samui, but you can dash. Shadow Possession Jutsu. Before Haiden could finish his sentence, his body froze. He felt himself lose control over his bodily functions as he started to take steps away. This goddamn jutsu again. You're back here again, you pineapple-headed bastard dash. Haiden's words died as he felt his head turn slightly, coming face to face with his captor. Wait, who the fuck are you? Nara-san. Shino called out. Shikaku-san. Ino sighed in relief. Shikaku remained stiff, focusing on his jutsu. He briefly turned his head to face the 6 shinobi, an action that Haiden mimicked. You all need to get out of here before you die. Shikaku stated. Nothing will save them, heretic. Haiden hissed in response, the curse is already in effect. They'll dash. Find a medic. Someone can stop the decomposing, I'm sure of it. Shikaku shook his head, interrupting Haiden's ravings. And leave you here. Koji's eyes widened as he shook his head, Shikaku-san, you can't be serious. This man, he's not normal. He's dash. I know exactly who this man and what his abilities are. Shikaku said sharply, shaking his head, I can fend off for now. Again, you all need to leave. I'm not leaving. Samui said sharply, I need to avenge my brother Dash. Avenge him by dying. Konoha's Jonin commander asked. Samui stiffened in response, your bodies are decaying. All of you. None of you will be of any help in this fight or any fight while in that state. You all need to find medics and fast. Now, go. That's an order. The 6 shinobi were quiet for a moment. After a few seconds, Amwa spoke up, shaking his head. Thank you, Nara-san. He stated as he started to hurry off. His actions started a chain, as Karui and Samui followed behind, with Samui giving one final, tear-filled glare at Haiden. Shino hurried behind as well, while Koji and Ino turned to look at Shikaku with a concerned expression. Please be careful, Shikaku-san. Ino requested. I'll be fine. Shikaku said, smiling in response back. Promise. If you see your dads, tell them I'll meet him for drinks after this. My treat. Koji and Ino, accepting those words, hurried off, following behind their allies. Shikaku was now left alone with Haiden. I can tell you are wasting plenty of your chakra to hold me down right now. Haiden stated sharply, a grin developing on his face, afraid I'll hunt them down. I know you'd try. Shikaku said, his eyes narrowing. Just drop your shadow. Haiden replied, starting to force his arms together. Shikaku grit his teeth as he struggled to contain him, I'm not going to hunt them. Right now, all I want to do is kill you. A snort escaped Shikaku's lips, all the more reason to keep you restrained. While Haiden continued to struggle against Shikaku's control, another shadow began to form, going up Haiden's body and reaching his neck. Piercing blood. Mei stepped to the side as Oya's hero launched 3 blood streams, in the shape of needles, from his wound. Oya's hero then made a gesture with his right hand, causing the blood needles to turn right back around. Mei, once again, stepped to the side just in time. Oya's hero now stood side by side to her. Getting aggressive, Oya's hero? She asked with a snarl. Why not? It's just you and me now. I can afford to be a little reckless now that I only got one enemy to worry about. Oya's hero noted with a smirk. Mei gritted her teeth in response, which only caused Oyashiro's smirk to widen. Now, allow me to show you exactly why none of the other Kage, including your predecessor, never bothered trying to hunt me down. Oya's hero attempted to punch Mei in the face, but she dodged. A drip of blood dripped from his open wounds onto the battleground, which quickly morphed, taking shape into another blood clone of Oya's hero. The clone acted quickly, landing an uppercut on Mei. The Mizu Kage choked out some blood in response as she was knocked backwards slightly. Gotcha! The original Oya's hero clapped his hands together. Another stream of blood released from his open wound, connecting with the blood he just knocked out of her. The blood mass proceeded to grow exponentially, hidden blood art, blood prison. The blood mass launched itself, changing in shape into a large cage. Mei attempted to dodge, but the blood spread too fast, surrounding her and locking her inside. Damn it! Mei scowled as her eyes moved around her cage. She took in a deep breath before she breathed out a stream of lava from her lips. The lava connected with the blood cage, but seemingly had no effect on it. No use, huh? Naturally. The beautiful thing about blood is how absolutely versatile it can be used as a weapon, especially when one has eyes like mine. Oya's hero chuckled as his Katsuri Yugan narrowed on the blood cage, being able to freely control the concentration and qualities of the blood, all the way down to the amount of iron in it, makes any blood I utilize just that little bit more special. And consider that cage extra fortified, too, since it has your blood mixed into it as well. There's not a damn thing you can do that will break it. Nothing I can do, huh? Misora tightened her hands into fists as she looked around her blood cage. So, do yourself a favor as a cage and die with a little bit of grace, okay? Oya's hero said as he snapped his fingers. In an instant, the bars of the blood cage sharpened, forming blades as they began to close in on Mei. Mizukage-sama. Misora called out. Her body moved forward before she could think, but as a result, she fell to the ground. She grit her teeth in response. Damn it, am I really unable to help at all, just because I lost one limb? Damn it, Misora. Mei took in a deep breath as she eyed the blood blades approaching her. She clapped her hands out as she began to breathe out a corrosive gas from her lips, forming a small barrier around herself that blocked the blood blades from stabbing into her. The blades, however, continued to push back. Nothing you do is going to be able to stop them. Oya's hero said, his Katsuri Yugan narrowing on her. The blood blades continued to push forward at Mei's position. The Mizukage, nevertheless, continued to focus on breathing out her corrosive gas. Her entire body stiffened as she continued to channel chakra into her lips as she continued her jutsu. Lava and boil style combination, all matter boiling point jutsu. As the two jutsu clashed with one another for more seconds, the blood blades, along with the blood prison, started to radiate steam. As quickly as the steam came, the blood started to evaporate. Oyashiro's eyes widened in horror. What the? No. No. No no no. He grit his teeth as he watched the steam start to dissipate to see Mei rushing towards him, seemingly unharmed. I've trained my blood against Futsu's boil release and Karyu's lava release. I don't give a fuck if she's cage level, she should not be able to create the temperatures need to evaporate my blood. There's no way. Lava style, melting apparition technique. Just as Mei started to spit out a stream of liquid lava from her mouth, Oyashiro's wounds opened up again as 5 more blood clones came out. The arms dealer jumped back while one of the other blood clones tanked Mei's hit, melting instantly back into a pile of blood. The other 4, one A-type, one B-type, another O-type, and the final AB-type blood clones, surrounded Mei's positioning. Blood Dragon Ascension. Blood flew from each of the clones, forming into 4 serpentine dragon-shaped blood streams that flew towards Mei's position. Mei attempted to jump away in time, but one of the dragons managed to collide with her body, hitting her head on. She hissed in pain as the blood dragon slammed itself into her, breaking all most of her ribs and causing heavy internal bleeding. As the dragon connected, however, Mei channeled both her lava release and boil release Kekkei Genkai once again through the chakra pores in her body. As her elemental chakra affinities started to take effect, the blood dragon melted away, evaporating just like the blood prison. Again, this is getting problematic. Oya's hero bit his lip in response hard, intentionally drawing blood. His eyes narrowed on her body. However, I can tell there's a lot of internal bleeding. I need to keep this up and I should overwhelm her. The fact that I have to use so much chakra to generate enough heat to fight against your blood. I won't be able to use both of my Kekkei Genkai like this for too long. I'm going to drain myself at this rate. I need to kill him fast, before it's too late. Mei's eyes briefly moved towards Misora. And I got an idea. Sensing Mei's gaze, Misora turned her attention towards her. Mei gestured towards Oya's hero before she channeled a brief burst of chakra to her eyes. She pulsated her chakra in her eyes 3 times. Misora, please tell me you understand what I'm asking. I am trusting you. The Kawada, in response, nodded her head. She tried to steady herself, pulling herself up on her single foot, before she brought her right hand forward in a single hand sign. In an instant, Misora's behind disappeared under a cloak of mist resembling the dust of their battlefield. Upon seeing Misora's movement, Mei took a few steps forward directly towards Oya's hero before charging at him once again. Oyashiro's remaining blood dragons tried to strike at her, but like earlier, Mei's body radiated enough boil release and lava release chakra that the dragons evaporated. The blood clones then charged forward at her, but once again, after a few punches from Mei's fists, the clones melted back into blood. She then continued to charge forward at Oya's hero. Hidden blood art, grip of hell. The blood puddles that had formed from Oya Shiro's defeated clones rose upwards, forming chains that grabbed onto Mei's feet. Mei growled in response as her legs started to radiate heat from her Kekkei Genkai Chakra natures, causing it to evaporate. As she struggled to free herself, however, she briefly glanced over at Oya's hero, staring him in the eye. She made eye contact with him. What? Oya Shiro's eyes widened in response before his Katsuri Yugan pulsated, a grin developing on his face. Jackpot! Genjutsu, Katsuri Yugan. The Katsuri Yugan sent a blast of chakra forward directly into Mei's eyes. The chakra then spread throughout her brain before firmly rooting itself into her mind. Immediately, Mei's body stiffened in response. Her entire body grew limp for a moment before relaxing, as her face shifted into a neutral expression. She fucked up. The Mizukage fucked up. Oya's hero noted, his grin widening. He had arrived during this invasion with the intention of getting more weapons to have under his arsenal for the upcoming war, but he had expected to have to train the Terumi Genin to make him a worthwhile slave. However, now, he had an opportunity fall neatly into his lap that he had never expected. I never thought I'd be able to land someone as powerful as the Godame Mizukage as a tool. Imagine the money. I could employ her alone off and make billions. There's not a damn mission she'd fail at. Oya's hero nearly screamed aloud, the only problem is that I won't be able to break her like I did my other bodyguards, she's someone I'd have to keep entirely under genjutsu at every moment. However, between me and Chino, I'm sure we can make sure that at any given point, one of us will always be there to keep her mind on lock. I have never had. Oya Shiro's ramblings were interrupted as two thick mist formations, locked in the shape of needles, flew into his piece, stabbing directly into both of his Katsuri Yugan eyes. Oya Shiro's blood-curdling scream sounded throughout the area. He could not even process what hit him. He tried to pull out the weapon that had stabbed into him, but his hands grasped at nothing, moving straight through the mist. In contrast, the pointed ends of the mist needles dug further into the Katsuri Yugan eyes before permanently destroying them. Misora hobbled over, a small smile on her lips as she made her way forward on her one leg, making sure to maintain her hand sign as she hopped forward. Your first mistake was ignoring me and focusing on Mizukage-sama. You did this to me. Oya's hero growled out, trying to turn his head towards the sound of Misora's voice, I'll kill you dash. His words died on his lips as his throat was grabbed. Terumi Mei, now snapped out of the Katsuri Yugan's brainwashing genjutsu, had now closed the distance between herself and Oya's hero, holding him by his throat. Despite you not paying much attention to Misora, you still would most likely notice her if she tried something. That's why I was willing to try this gamble, to see if, presented with the opportunity of brainwashing me, you would tunnel vision on me and forget her. Mei explained. Her grip tightened on Oya Shiro's throat, causing him to choke. You are indeed a cage-level shinobi, but you are still a man with many flaws. And your greed is your biggest. This wasn't. Oya's hero struggled to speak, choking out his own blood. It wasn't supposed to end like this. You're right. It wasn't. You were never supposed to have had your arms dealing empire for as long as you have. You were not supposed to have damaged and destroyed so many innocent lives throughout the elemental nations. Mei said sharply. Her eyes narrowed on Oya Shiro's bleeding, dying body as her grip tightened even further. You were never supposed to kill Ao. That man was one of Kirigaku's finest, having served in the Third War and fought in our civil war. He deserved to make it to retirement and die a natural death. Her eyes briefly flicked over to Ao's corpse. A few tears developed in her eyes as she saw the spirit of the veteran shinobi, one of her first and most adamant supporters during the Civil War, someone she even trusted with the secret of Yagura's survival too. The tears quickly subsided as she turned her attention back to Oya's hero. These are only a handful of the reasons why you deserve to die, and Oya's hero. And I cannot be more happy to be the one to finally put you down. Her grip on his throat tightened one final time, lava style, meltdown palm. Mei's hands became coated in liquid lava as she slowly brought her hands up to Oyashiro's face. The man tried to scream, but his throat would not let him. He continued to internally wail in pain as lava was forced into his head bit by bit until Mei finally overwhelmed, melting his head entirely off and killing him once and for all. The Godame Mizukage remained standing for a moment, staring at Oyashiro's corpse, before she turned her attention towards Misora. With Oya's hero dead, the Kawada finally dropped her hand sign. She then immediately fell to the ground. Ag! She hissed. Misora, we need to get you to a medic fast. Mei said, shaking her head as she made a hand sign. Generating 2 water clones, Mei walked over and picked up Misora's body. Her 2 clones grabbed onto Ao's corpse and Oyashiro's corpse as they all started to rush out of the Dengo Reigo Stadium. Just entrust me to a clone. They'll find me a medic. Misora noted, closing her eyes, you have more important things to do dash. And if that clone gets ambushed and dissipated, you will die. Mei stated sharply, tightening her grip on her Jonin's body, you are in no condition to fight and you know it. So rest. Misora said nothing in response as she did as she was told, remaining quiet as Mei carried off. Water style, 1,000 feeding sharks. Water style, water mirror jutsu. With a gesture with his right hand, Kisame generated thousands of water sharks. As quickly as they formed, Yagura created water mirrors all around his body, reflecting the shape of the water sharks before sending a barrage of equally water sharks after the others. The underwater battlefield was thrust into chaos as each water shark tried to overpower the other, destroying one after another. As the 2 sets of jutsus collided with one another, Yagura and Kisame swam directly at one another. Kisame's right arm was covered with the scales of Samehada once more while Yagura gripped his hook staff tightly. Kisame tried to slam Samehada into him, but Yagura quickly blocked with his staff. He then swung it at Kisame, but the Akatsuki member swam back just in time to avoid it. Yagura scowled as he reached for his chakra cloak, water style, coral of Isabu. The Yondaime Mizukage proceeded to throw a chunk of sea green coral at Kisame's swimming figure. Kisame dodged, then proceeded to dodge as Yagura continued to toss coral after coral. After a few seconds, with enough coral littered around the battlefield, Yagura made a hand sign. Water style dash. His jutsu was interrupted as a large water shark approached him. Yagura turned his attention towards it as he swung his staff directly through it, cutting straight through and destroying it. In response, the shark turned into tinier water shark bullets that flew directly into his body, biting down on his skin. Yagura hissed in pain as the tiny sharks continued to pelt him. One of his sharks managed to survive. Yagura briefly glanced over to the side of the battle, noting the lack of water sharks. My water mirror jutsu's reflections are designed to be at equal strength to the original to either even out a fight, or to tip the balance in my direction if the card was played correctly. To have even a single shark survive, his creations must be more tenacious than I initially gave credit to. With a tense grip on his staff, Yagura swung his hook upward, generating a wall of coral that blocked the remaining shark bullets. He then turned his attention back towards Kisame. Yagura was about to make a hand sign, but his eyes widened as he noticed that the coral he had scattered throughout the battlefield had been destroyed. He gripped his staff tightly as he noticed that Kisame had vanished from the battlefield. As quickly as he vanished, Kisame reappeared from above, swimming down directly on top of him. Yagura noticed his presence just on time to block another strike from Kisame's Samehada encased right arm with his staff, but the Akatsuki member hit with enough force that he knocked the staff out of Yagura's grip. Damn it dash! Yagura's words were cut off as Kisame then swung his left arm forward at him. Samehada's scales switched from his right arm to his left as Kisame slammed Samehada into Yagura's body. Yagura hissed in pain as the scales pierced his Biju cloak, causing him to bleed heavily. Kisame continued to push down on him until the two finally swam down to the bottom of the room, where Kisame held him down in place. You know, I don't think I ever got a chance to use Samehada against you, Yagura. Got to say, it seems to love your chakra. Kisame cackled in response. Yagura glared back in response as he struggled to push back, I'd imagine, since it is Kirigaku's blade. And Samehada was made with traces of the Sanbai's DNA. It naturally wants the life it does not have. Oh, I forgot that fact about Samehada, but the life it does not have? Bullshit. Kisame's laughter grew louder. Samehada is the definition of a living weapon. I understand it better than anyone else in the world. It does not miss a life in Kirigakure. You would think that, you filthy traitor. Yagura replied, gritting his teeth as he began to channel chakra throughout his body. Are you aware you stand for nothing, Kisame? What? Kisame's eyes narrowed in response. I stand for the ability to break free from this world of lies. And with that thought in mind, you sided with history's biggest liar, the fraud referring to himself as Uchiha Madara, and turned on the village you swore an oath to fight and protect. Yagura stated, I would say that betrayal of that caliber can be considered lying as well. Kisame grit his teeth in response, says the man who failed do anything you promised. What the hell did you accomplish that you said you would when you became Mizukage? Even before you became brainwashed, you still didn't do shit. Yagura's eyes moved down slightly in response. The work to rebuild Kirigakure was not going to be quick. I was making the groundwork for just that when that accursed Uchiha arrived. Blaming it all on that, huh? Kisame shook his head, his scowl returning. What a pathetic dash. But allow me to contradict another thing, Kisame. Yagura interrupted again, his focus returning back to Kisame, glaring at his former teammate. I never claimed to not be a liar. I am. I failed in my goals. I failed Kirigakure when it needed me. And as a result, I now alive as Kamui, living a life that's not my own and being treated as a hero rather than the war criminal that my village thinks I am. Kisame snorted in response, that's right, and dash. And because I am a liar, I think I best equipped to say that you are an even bigger liar. Yagura shouted back as he began to concentrate his chakra onto the back of his cloak. Kisame growled in response as he pushed harder back, digging Samehada's scales deeper into Yagura's body. You dare call me dash? Three tails beam. From Yagura's chakra cloak, three tails generated, all in the shape of Isabu's tails, but with the orange coloration of Kurama's tails, appeared behind his back. A beam of chakra, colored a mixture of orange and light blue, was released from each tail. The beams had formed quickly and dug into Kisame's body. The Akatsuki member was sent flying backwards into the ceiling of the room as the beams connected with both his shoulders and his stomach. What the hell is this? Kisame shouted. This is actually a technique of Naruto-san's, that I am repurposing slightly. Yagura answered, a grin developing on his face as he pulled himself up. You've been pretty good with dodging my coral, so you probably didn't realize that my coral, while I'm in this state, drains chakra. His grin widened, and I just so happened to grab some of Naruto-san's chakra when that pain figure tried to accost him with that Bansho Tenin technique, if I recall the name. You. Kisame growled out as he tried to pull himself out of the three tails beam. Unfortunately, he was unable to move his body at all. The pressure of the beams was too much. Damn you. I figured I'd be able to kill you if I landed this jutsu on you. I just needed to make sure I got you to lower your guard. Thankfully, I know the right things to say to get you riled up. Yagura noted, shaking his head. Perhaps we really aren't strangers, Kisame. Kisame did not respond to his comment, only focusing on his struggling. Yagura looked up to the man as his eyes studied him. For a moment, he saw a young, cocky genin who, alongside Mei, would become his most trusted confidant and ally throughout the Third Shinobi World War. As quick as the image came, the modern image of Hoshigaki Kisame, a traitor to Kirigakure and a member of Akatsuki, entered his mind once more. Yagura's eyes narrowed as he began to channel chakra into his mouth. Kisame. I did not want it to end like this. Yagura shook his head. Bullshit. Kisame snorted in response, You've been looking forward to this for a while, haven't you? To punish a traitor. With a loud shot, Kisame began to channel chakra throughout his body. I'm not going to let you. Kisame, I really am not lying. Not about this. Yagura, again, shook his head as his eyes started to redden. I genuinely considered you a friend. I may have even gone against my better judgment and spared you. He took in a deep breath as his hands tightened, but I can't afford that. Not the way you are right now. Quit lying. With one loud growl, the water around Kisame's body changed shape, forming into another large water megalodon that tore through the water towards Yagura. The Yondaime Mizukage, in response, finished channeling his chakra as he formed a large, black orb of chakra in his mouth. Goodbye, Kisame. Yagura told himself as he launched the giant orb, Bijutama. The massive Bijutama rushed through the water, colliding with the water megalodon and destroying it with ease. The jutsu then flew directly towards Kisame's body. As the Bijutama grew closer to Kisame's body, his body began to morph back to normal. Kisame's eyes widened in betrayal and he stopped his struggling against Yagura's the Tails Beam Jutsu as he watched Samehada escape his body and start to fall to the ground of the battlefield. Samehada, you can't dash. His words were cut off as the Bijutama crashed into his body. The jutsu quickly swallowed his body whole as it tore into entirely. Yagura waited as he watched his Bijutama remain stationary in the ceiling of the battlefield. Within a few seconds, the water in the room began to drain, as if it had never been there. Just as the room had dried up, the Bijutama finally dissipated, revealing no trace of the Akatsuki member. Hoshigaki Kisame was now dead, with not even a body in sight to bury. God damn you, Kisame. Yagura closed his eyes, tears finally starting to fall as he shook his head. Repent in hell. Take your punishments well, and I genuinely pray your next life will be a more rewarding one. After staring at the spot of Kisame's death for one last moment, Yagura turned his attention downward towards the fallen Samehada. With a firm look on his face, the Yondaime Mizukage walked over and reached for the blade, half expecting its scales to appear and shake him off. To his surprise, the blade did not react. I'll help Mei-chan find a wielder for you. One that will have the spirit of Kisame that you seemed to appreciate, but one that will not turn on our village like him. Yagura promised to himself, now. Before he could do anything else, the ceiling to the room opened up. Yagura's eyes turned upward as he saw chunks of the room he was in starting to rise up on its own accord, flying like debris towards a large mess in the sky. What is that? Chibaku Tensei. Pain held up his right hand, causing the black orb to fly into the sky, obfuscating the sun slightly. As it flew into the air, the battleground started to shake rapidly. Yotakata grit his teeth in response as he did his best to keep himself steady. What's going on? He was interrupted as large chunks of the ground started to break apart, flying into the sky towards the black orb. Chunk by chunk, fragments from the ground rose rapidly into the air, joining with one another at the black orb, forming a large orb of sorts in the middle. The ground underneath Yujito's body started to rise upwards. The Nibijin Churiki quickly tried to jump back to the ground, but the bit of land she landed on proceeded to fly back upwards into the sky as well. Shit. She growled out. Han's eyes widened, Yujito-san dash. The Gobijin Churiki was forced to jump to his right as a large pipe, from the boiler room of the stadium underneath the battlefield, rose up from the ground and nearly collided with him. Another pipe then flew through the air, this time colliding with his leg, tripping him slightly. He cursed slightly as the ground he was now standing on broke apart, pulling him upwards along with the debris. Hanenai! Naruto shouted. This is real bad. Rashi grit his teeth in response as his eyes moved around. The other Jinchuriki were doing their best to remain stable, but the ground continued to break apart. At this rate, we'll all be flying into the center of that thing. What a terrifying jutsu. Kabuto spoke aloud, his eyes focusing on the growing orb in the sky made of stone, pipe. I assume Pain-sama is controlling all of that. He is. Konan nodded her head, he can control the gravitational pull of that jutsu. It is how you and I are remaining safe, able to watch as the Jinchuriki try their hardest to resist the pull. What's his game here? B wondered, his eyes narrowed on the giant orb in the sky as he continued to dodge. He then studied both Yujito and Han, who were trying to jump from rock fragment to rock fragment back to the ground, to no success. Is he trying to imprison us? Or is he going to drop that thing on us? Seconds continued to pass as the entire stadium began to fall apart, turning into debris that flew towards the central meteor. Oi, why aren't we doing anything? Naruto shouted, his eyes narrowing on the Deva Path Pain as he held out his right hand. We need to stop this shit. Wind style, Raizenshu dash. Ak. And no. Naruto's eyes widened in horror at the sound of the screaming. He turned his head to see that, as the stadium began to crumble, the infirmary was now visible from their position. From there, they could see Team 6 and Team 8 of Konoha, Team Misora of Kiri, and Team Tango of Kumo, starting to fly towards the center of the sky. B's eyes widened in horror. There were still people in the stadium? There were still genin. No, damn it. Naruto grit his teeth as he channeled his elemental chakra throughout his body. Fu, Yotakata, follow me. Wind release, drift. Naruto released wind elemental chakra throughout his chakra points as he tried to fly towards the genin's positions. Both Fu and Yotakata followed behind, Fu's wings flapping hard while Yotakata flew in a smaller bubble. All three hissed slightly as they tried their hardest to fight off the gravitational pull of Pain's jutsu as they hurried into the air nearby it. Gotcha! Naruto called out as he grabbed onto Konohamaru's and Mogi's hands. He then generated a tail from his chakra cloak that grabbed onto the back of Udon's shirt. You guys okay? Why yeah. Konohamaru mumbled, closing his eyes as he felt the suction of the Chibaku Tensei trying to pull him up. I'm Naruto and I-san, what's happening? It's... Naruto bit down on his lip as he concentrated his chakra on trying to fly back down to the ground. It's going to be okay, alright. Ninja art, cocoon string. Fu held out her hands, causing thick, green-colored cocoon string to come out. The string managed to attach itself to the backs of the 3 Kumo genin and 2 of the Kiri genin. Yotakata, meanwhile, managed to breathe out 4 bubbles that captured the bodies of Team 8, as well as the final Kiri genin, Terumiki no Saki. Upon absorbing them in bubbles, Yotakata made a gesture with his left hand, causing their bubbles to drift in the same direction as him. Close. Way too close. Fu sighed in relief. We still need to get back on the ground. Yotakata noted, scowling as his bubble moved slowly back to the ground. This jutsu's force is overwhelming. More debris managed to come into contact with the 3 flying Jinchuriki and the genin. Naruto hissed in pain as he tried to cover Konohamaru, Mogi, and Udon from harm. Fu hardened the string on her genin, keeping them protected. Yotakata snapped his finger, causing all 5 bubbles to grow more fortified. As the debris continued to fly upward and smack into the Jinchuriki and the genin, one of Yotakata's bubbles, the one holding Aberame Tsunemasa, proceeded to pop. The genin was immediately sent flying backwards, his sunglasses flying off his face, showing his eyes wide in horror. What? Yotakata's eyes widened. Tsunemasa. Kazuo shouted. Yuna's hands went to her mouth in horror, and no. Damn it. Naruto growled out as he created another chakra tail. Naruto's chakra tail barely missed grabbing onto Tsunemasa's bodysuit. The Aberame took in a deep breath as he shook his head. Damn it. Not like this. I'm so sorry. Tsunemasa's thoughts were cut short as his body connected straight to the center of the Chibaku Tensei as more and more debris piled around his body. No. No. Naruto growled out as he began to channel chakra into mouth as he turned his head towards the Deva Path Pain. Let him go. Bijutama. Naruto released a large, black orb of chakra from his mouth forward, directly towards the Deva Path. Before it could get close to him, however, the Bijutama turned around and flew upwards. Damn it! He bit down on his lip. The Bijutama continued to fly through the air towards the large, newly formed orb of rock, pipe, and metal in the sky. The jutsu managed to connect with its outer layer, creating a hole in it slightly that was quickly patched up as more stone continued to fly into the sky. Wait, that's it. Rashi's eyes widened. Everyone, use the Bijutama. Now. All 5 paths of pain narrowed their eyes on Rashi in response. But Rashi, that's going to kill him. Naruto shouted back. That boy is going to die, and so will we, if we don't stop this jutsu. Rashi growled out, now, everyone, create a Bijutama and destroy that thing. The Yonbai Jinchuriki's voice boomed throughout the stadium. His fellow Jinchuriki nodded their heads in response before they all began to channel large masses of chakra in their mouths, keeping the ratio of positive and negative chakra at 8:2. Bijutama. Gaara, Yujito, Rashi, Han, Yotakata, Fu, Killer Bee, and Naruto all launched their Bijutamas simultaneously, the black orbs flying through the sky directly towards Pain's growing meteor. Upon contact, Each Bijutama connected with the orb, piercing it. With each hit, the orb began to shake rapidly before the ground finally stopped shaking and the pieces of stone that had not connected with the meteor began to fall towards the ground. Naruto, Fu, and Yotaka quickly got back on the ground, alongside the genin with the. As soon as they all landed on the ground, Naruto immediately ran through hand signs before using the summoning jutsu, summoning Gamekaki. Gamekaki, get them out of here. Now! Naruto shouted. All 11 genin looked towards the blonde in surprise. Uzumaki-san. Takigaku or shinobi? Nibi noted, looking back between the two shinobi before bowing his head, thank you. But Naruto-san, the invasion dash, Kano Amaru started before Naruto sent him a glare. The genin's words died on his lips. But what about Tsunemasa? Kazuo mumbled, his eyes focusing on the falling debris looking for any sign of his teammate's body. Before Naruto could reply, Gamekaki pulled all remaining genin towards him and used the reverse summoning jutsu, taking them all to Mount Myaboku. As soon as they were gone, Naruto, Fu, and Yotaka turned their attention towards the remains of the Chibaku Tensei. Please be okay. Naruto mumbled to himself. He saw Han and Yujito land safely on the ground, quelling a fear in his heart, but his eyes still remained focused for Tsunemasa. Come on, kid. Yotaka bit his lip in response as his eyes focused on the sky, please, let a miracle happen and let the boy live. They managed to destroy the inner core of the Chibaku Tensei. Pain realized, his Deva Path's eyes narrowing intently. I'll need to take advantage of the meteor while it still has some structure. In a moment, Aburame Tsunemasa's body, heavily bruised and cut up, began to fall towards the ground. Just as Naruto and Yotaka were about to rush over and catch it, the Deva Path held out its right hand. Immediately, what remained of the meteor began to fall rapidly down onto the ground in one clump. The meteor collided with Tsunemasa's body before it neared the ground, preparing to crush everyone in the middle of the stadium. Ultimately hard defense, Shield of Shukaku. Sand rushed from Gaara's cloak once more, forming a large barrier around him and the other Jinchuriki that took the likeness. Gaara grit his teeth as he crossed his hands, making the sand barrier as sturdy as possible. Gold dust began to fly from his cloak, joining the sand in fortifying the Shukaku barrier. This needs to work. Gaara took in a deep breath, hold. As soon as the meteor collided, the earth shattered Gaara's jutsu instantly, causing sand to scatter everywhere. The collision, however, did cause the meteor to finally fall apart into multiple pieces. Instead of raining down as a large, single meteor, it now fell down onto the Jinchuriki like thousands of falling stones and metal chunks. The Jinchuriki did their best to dodge, but scattered debris managed to collide against all of them, creating heavy bruises and cuts on all their bodies. Gaara, however, took the worst. Having been staggered from his jutsu falling apart, he was unable to dodge any of the attacks and was bombarded by debris after debris. Erg. Gaara fell to the ground in response, his chakra cloak fading away as he turned back to his normal appearance. Gaara! Naruto screamed. The Uzumaki rushed over to the redhead's side, placing his head against Gaara's heartbeat. Relief filled his heart. The Kazekage, while heavily injured, was only unconscious and not dead. He then turned his head over towards Aburame Tsunemasa's body. Yotaka's head was already on his chest and his hand was reaching for his wrist to feel any pulse. Yotaka heard nothing. He felt nothing. The Rokubai Jinchuriki's grip on the body's wrist grew tighter as he shook his head. No. This. He bit down on his lip hard. Naruto was still, staring intently at Yotaka and Tsunemasa's body. He turned his back to Gaara's unconscious form before his eyes narrowed back on the Deva Path. I'm going to kill you. He growled out. Is that so? Pain asked, another chuckle escaping the lips of the Deva Path's lips. You hate me, I assume. Damn right he does. The remaining group in the stadium turned their heads towards the rubble of the stadium bleachers to see Yagura walking out, gripping his staff tightly in one hand and holding onto Same Hada in the other. A scowl was on his face as his attention was focused solely on the Deva Path. I see. So, Kisame failed to kill you, and instead, he is dead. Pain noted, the animal path shaking its head, unfortunate. That's really all you have to say, huh? Kisame was so fixated on your group that he turned his back on his village and his past, and all you have to say about his death is unfortunate. Yagura grit his teeth in response, his grip on both his staff and Same had a tightening. Wretched creature. It appears Uchiha Obito is not the only monster amongst your organization. Your words may seem like righteous indignation from your perspectives, but it's all the meaningless dribble of children to a god. Konan spoke up, shaking her head, the time has come. Whether or not you all hate us is irrelevant. I suppose it has. Yotakata said sharply, bringing his bubble pipe to his lips as he pulled himself away from Tsunema's body. Let it be known, though, that we all thoroughly hate all of you. Let it be known how much pleasure that we are going to take in destroying your organization and killing all of you. You're all hurt. You're all in pain. The Azurapath chuckled in response, you all understand. Good. Shut up. We don't care about your nonsense or your goals or philosophy or whatever. Naruto snarled, his eyes narrowing further, I don't give a fuck if you were an actual god, or if you were the Rakuto Sennin reincarnated. I don't even care that you are an Uzumaki. Pain, you are going to fucking die. Ah, that is true. I suppose we are distant cousins in our ancestry. Pain noted, regardless, it is the end for you, cousin. With that statement, the Azurapath charged forward towards the Jinchuriki. Check the description for the links to the author.